Greetings, one and all, and welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club, Jive, Talkin, Jamboree. I am Got That Funk, and as you can see, my accomplices have not yet arrived. So I shall be attempting to entertain you until further hosts come into the room. Over here on the side, hello, Green Machine. Over here on the side, prior to going live, I see that there's been an apparent discussion between two potential viewers. And among those comments, it's been said that Curious1, who used to be a viewer of the Breakfast Club and of my own personal channel since about 2010, apparently has passed away. And implication over here on the side being that, he didn't have the capacity to get well because of being upset by the Breakfast Club, which is clearly just, ridiculous, right? However, I just wanted to take a moment here. I don't really know if Curious is, I knew Curious was unwell, but I didn't actually know one way or the other if Curious was going to recover or how close to non-recovery he was, or anything. I didn't really know any actual details. I just knew that he had fallen down and had some sort of systemic problems as a result of falling down. Anyway, so just in case the people here on the side are not trolling me, I will quite happily eulogize Curious, speaking only for myself, not for the rest of the Breakfast Club. I first met Curious in 2010 as a result of my video, "Have You Seen This Man?" And I think Curious might have even made his very first video as a response to that. And it was a thing where you drew a picture of a stick man and labeled it Muhammad and said, "Have you seen this man?" on it. That was prior to the whole Draw Muhammad Day thing. Anyway, so that's how I met Curious. And even though Curious and I have vastly different political philosophies and personal philosophies as well, there's lots of reasons that you could find it easy to not respect Curious. But what I did like about Curious, personally for myself, was, we could have vehement disagreements, nasty even sometimes. And then he's back on the next video like nothing ever happened and everything's cool. And, we're just basically starting all over. And, over the 11 or so years, 12 years, whatever, I was acquainted with Curious, we definitely had our ups and downs in terms of how we referred to each other, both here on the camera as well as in comments. But I just like the fact that, he kept coming back like a boomerang and didn't, even though sometimes, especially other hosts on the channel, might get personal in their attacks on Curious or their criticisms of Curious. I tried never to do that per se, but I definitely attacked some of the things that he said for sure, but not the man himself. And it's a strange kind of feeling because even though, as I said, there were enough reasons to not respect the man or even not like the man, I kind of had an awkward fondness for Curious as a member of my audience because he just didn't seem to fit any mold of anybody who might be interested in anything that I had to say, but yet there he was. So I think that kind of speaks for itself. So if in fact it's true, what the commenters over there have said, and Curious has passed away, I'd like to be the first person on the Breakfast Club to say, "Curious, rest in peace." And I don't know what more I should or could add to that, really. So, here we go. Raven is coming into the room. Greetings.
Hello.
How you doing?
I am okay. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I don't know if you heard, I was just eulogizing Curious.
What do you mean?
I guess you did. Maybe you're not part of that thread, but yeah, on the Breakfast Club thread on Twitter, I'm not sure if it was last weekend or the weekend before, Kazoom left or maybe it was Michael, but left a copy of a comment Curious had left on one of their videos saying that he had fallen down and he was in the hospital and he was having organ problems, and he might die from organ failure. And he said at that time, and this was in September, he said at that time that he didn't think he'd live until November. And then over here in the comment section, before I even went live today, there was talk about the fact that the Breakfast Club has killed Curious and everything like that, right? So I don't know if we're being trolled and Curious is still alive, or if but I know Curious was genuinely ill. At least that was the presumption, because there's like a video on his channel apparently from the hospital. But there was some talk about whether Curious was trolling the Breakfast Club with all this stuff, but I don't think so, because I think the hospital bed videos,
Well, I mean, I hope he was
trolling us.
Yeah, I mean that's otherwise that's terrible.
Well, I as I was just saying on my eulogy there, I had an awkward fondness for Curious, because, like, on the one level, we didn't have very much in common at all. And speaking for myself and someone who's coming from the place that I'm coming from, the fact that someone like Curious was interested enough anyway, even if it was only to sort of criticize, I was okay with that. You know what I mean? I felt kind of good about that. I know. And the fact is that, over the 11 or so years that me and Curious knew each other online, every once in a while we would dump on each other really, really, really hard. And it never seemed, he'd back like a boomerang the next video, as if it never happened. You're muted.
Of course I am. So I've known him for a very long time from YouTube and Blog TV and all that stuff. I've always had a very negative relationship, and the weird thing, which I guess you probably wouldn't normally expect from somebody like yours. Things actually got better when I started transitioning, but I don't know. I don't know. I hope nothing happened to him. I hope he's okay. I hope it's a troll. I mean, it doesn't matter how much I dislike somebody. I don't wish negative things on people.
Same. Yeah. And it's not, I didn't dislike him. I just found him annoying, and that's not quite the same.
I should be a lot more honest with that. There are very few people that I wish negative things on, because there are some. I mean, there are people that I would like to see have a piano drop on them. There are people I would like to see under a car, or fall off a boat or something. I mean, there are.
Shot in the face.
But there aren't many. I mean, that's a short list.
Fair enough, I guess. Yeah, back when I used to have MySpace, and I used to do these little questionnaire things that came over, and one of the questions that you'd get on lots of these questionnaires was, if you could kill one person and get away with it, who would it be? And I'm like, no one. I don't want anyone to die, especially because they annoy me. I mean, that would be like the worst reason for someone to die to me. So, but I mean, it's amazing to me how many people just like answer that question like it's a perfectly legit question, like you want people to die. I mean, is there anyone you actually want to die other than the Orange Dictator?
Yeah, he's like number one on the list.
Yeah, I don't want to die trying to have a debilitating stroke on camera.
Yeah. So there's the different, there's people that I would wish would just, fall over and die already. And I don't see that being the same as wishing death on someone.
Sure.
I think there's a really lot of nuance there, I guess. I don't know. What's his face? From the 700 Club.
Pat Robertson.
Pat Robertson. He should just roll over and just fucking die already.
He has just announced his retirement from the 700 Club.
Yeah, is he like 91 or something like that?
I think he's like 79 or 80. I'm not sure. I don't think he's as old as 91.
He might be. I thought he was 91. I don't know. He's pretty damn old.
Yeah. You watched him shrivel on TV over the years, right? I mean,
like he's retiring. It's just like, really, already? Already? Too soon?
Already, yeah. Yeah.
Everyone dies. Why wish for the inevitable? Yeah, I mean, you could always hope that the inevitable comes sooner for some people. I just think, I just, I don't know. I wouldn't wish bad things to happen to people, but there are people that I would like it very much if they went to sleep and never woke up. So,
Hmm. Yeah. Well, me too. Just the one though, just the one. But like I said, I don't actually want him to die. But anyway, so I've kind of been out of loop because of traveling. As you can see, I'm not at my usual abode, and
okay. I'm
so
never in a.
I know today. Maybe you know more about it than I do, Raven, because I know today was marches all over the country, women marching and protest to what's going on in Texas. Hello, Sister Danger.
Hey
I,
guys.
I was at one.
Oh, were you? Which one?
Well, it was a local one for my county, and the county seat, and they have like a square. Way back in the olden days, it was like the hanging square. There's they used to do way back in the day. I believe they did slave auctions there and that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, it's a very old and it's the town square. It's a pavilion, and it's been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. And the old courthouse that they don't even use anymore is on one end of it. I mean, it's a very public
Was the demo well attended?
events. I'm sorry.
Was the demo well attended?
No, no. I mean, for my county, I guess it was okay. There was maybe 50 people.
Right.
I was asked to speak. I didn't. Um, I was asked to read a statement from the county committee chair, and I didn't. I just didn't feel like, even if I was reading somebody else's words, and it was a good speech, I didn't feel like I was the right person to speak at a reproductive rights rally. I didn't. I was the right person for that.
Sister Danger, did you attend any of the rallies today?
No, I didn't even know there was rallies.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a couple hundred all over the country of women protesting. The ultra restrictive abortion laws in Texas that the Supreme Court refuses to get in the way of, which basically, if effectively de facto, overrule Roe versus Wade. So it's kind of important. And I'm very I'm annoyed because I couldn't. There was one here, but I couldn't do one today. We were too busy. But I don't know. The whole country seems to be wedging further and further apart, and this is one of those wedge issues. Sister Danger, I assume that you're.
Where is that? What is that? I'm sorry.
Right. Sister D.
Yeah.
I assume that you're pro-choice.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I was on mute. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, like no question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that every reason that I've seen for being I guess anti-abortion always boils down to control over women's bodies. All of them do. So even the religious reasons boil down to that. So since I am not a super big fan of people people being all up in my vajaya like that.
Yeah, not unless you're invited, right? Yeah. Yeah. I find it. I know this is a cliche because I've heard this, for 30 or 40 years when people say, "Oh, if it was men's bodies, they'd be the first ones to want these laws and everything." And I think that's way more valid than is normally acknowledged. Like, for example, if you were told, look, if you don't know if a man was told, look, if you don't know if you're going to have kids by the time you're 25, we're going to sterilize you. You think they'd put up with that? And neither should they.
I don't actually, and I'm pretty sure that the existence of all the prophylactics for men are evidence to the fact that, like, if you try to tell a dude what to do with his D, he's like, yeah, you can suck it. Get busy doing that. Like,
Yeah. I mean, whether it's a prophylactic or I have several friends who got pregnant on the pill. I had 2 friends in Cornwall who got pregnant with the patch in their arm. You know,
Did you just say get busy doing that?
well, yes.
I like that. That was good.
so, you know, I mean, that's what abortion shouldn't be birth control, but abortion is for emergencies when birth control fails, you know, for whatever reason, you know. And I get really angry, not angry, that's the wrong word. I get annoyed so often when the Texas law has been mentioned, because they talk about, oh, you know, not even in cases of rape or incest. And whilst I agree that's important, any woman of sound mind who doesn't feel that she wants to or is able to carry a pregnancy to full term should be allowed to get an abortion, safe and legal. To me, it's as simple as that. I can't understand why that's hard.
Well, the other side of that coin ends up being, if you don't want to deal with the potential outcome of your actions, then don't have sex. Which on its face, on the surface, seems like a pretty valid and reasonable thing to say. On the other hand, so you basically then want to tell women that they should not take part in a normal human activity and function that is part of being a living animal.
Right.
So,
yeah. Well, I mean, in certain religions, that is part of their whole thing. Is like, look, you're only supposed to do it when you want to have a baby. You know? And then when she's knocked up, you can have sex all the time because, hey, you can't get more pregnant, right? You're only pregnant. You're only as pregnant is the first time you get pregnant, right?
Okay, so slightly related.
Do that, Raven. They're like, you know, it's that's what sex is for. In fact, that's another reason why you're not supposed to masturbate, because you're not supposed to spill the seed.
Spill the seed, right? So I think then if they want to pass laws that are based on some kind of religious thought, then every man in the country then should at the very least get a fine. You know, or you know, they could say, okay, fine, if they don't.
Minimum $150,000 until that child is 18 fine.
Right. You know, or I mean, for masturbating, pay a fine for masturbating, because every man has done it. You know, I mean, as long as it's only within the last 12 months or so, because that way I won't get fined.
What annoys me about a lot of people who are like ultra pro-choice is, I mean, like, are they adopting on their kids?
Okay, wait. Can I answer Vegas? Because he says making babies is normal and healthy too, and it is, but it's also a choice, and that's the thing that yet your comment, your statement, that's what's missing. All right. So basically, what you're saying is, if that's your argument, is what you're saying is you want to take the choice away from women and tell them whether or not they can or should have children and or sex. And it doesn't matter if you're trolling; it's still the same answer. It's still, you know what I mean? Because there are people who say that, and there are people who believe that, and somebody needs to tell them, yeah, no, that's bullshit. Because no matter what arguments you make for the unborn, the person that you're regulating isn't that person. That person, it's the woman. And so you're telling a free adult over 21 years old what they can and can't do.
Yeah.
And we did away with slavery.
I mean, to me, the choice whether or not to reproduce is one of the most fundamental human rights you can have. And so for the government to even insert itself in any real way with whether you can or whether you can't, I mean, forcing people not to have abortions is no different morally, in my opinion, than forcing people to have abortions, which, has happened in other countries, because I'm not going to go there. That's a different conversation. But I mean, it's not morally different, and if you once upon a time in the UK, my second wife was born in 1965, and her mother was only 17 when she was born, and she had to fight like hell because they wanted all girls that were unwed back then to give up their babies for adoption, and she had to fight like hell not to do that. She had to adopt her own daughter to go through the court system to make sure that they couldn't take her kid away from her through a court action, right? So like once upon a time, not all that long ago in our modern Western world, it wasn't forced abortion, it was forced adoption. They forced you to carry the baby to term and then give it up. You know, and that's even worse, you know, because as a woman, your body's going to go through changes that it might never bounce back from.
This is, yeah.
CCP's new war against the gays.
I'll put it up.
What's the CCP?
I think that means the Soviet Union, but I could be wrong.
Oh,
isn't
it missing a C in there?
Yeah, it's missing a C. If that's what it means, yeah.
Okay. Then it's not. It's SSSR. That's what those letters are if it's supposed to be Cyrillic. And because that's what CCCP is in Cyrillic, is actually SSSR.
Yeah, USSR, whatever, yeah. But anyway, I don't really know about it, so I have no opinion.
Oh, the
Chinese Communist Party. I'm so out of the loop, man. I can't get
I don't know what they're doing now that's different, but it's not like a new thing. In China, just like in a lot of other places, being gay is bad.
Yeah, and China's got like 2 million Chinese Muslims in internment camps right now as well. So to hear that they have human rights abuses against LGBT folks is absolutely not surprising. You know,
I already thought that China was well against homosexuality. Like,
yes, absolutely. The Great Firewall too prevents anything from the outside coming in that promotes homosexuality in any way. I mean, it's just something that they have always been, as far as I know, always been very, very against.
Okay, so promotes homosexuality. Back in when I lived in the UK, there was a thing called Clause 4, which prohibited schools from promoting homosexuality, and over the decades, that was interpreted in different ways. I mean, even mentioning homosexuality in school was considered promoting it at one point, right? But thankfully, they got rid of that law in either the late 90s or early 90s, but it pertained for a long time. But I mean, I think the Russians have a law that's very similar. You're not allowed to promote homosexuality. And I think that includes walking hand in hand with your partner if you're LGBT in public. That's considered promoting. So I mean, like, I just want to voice my I can't stand that use of language because promoting is too amorphous to mean any one particular. It's too open to interpretation. Right. I think it's deliberately so.
Yes.
So that they can just interpret it however they want in order to persecute people.
I mean, look at was it Chechnya? The things that have happened there over the last several years.
Who?
Chechnya. Was it Chechnya?
Sorry, yeah, Chechnya.
I mean, they were like, basically they would arrest a man that was gay, then go through his phone and go through his entire social network and pick these people up and lock them all up, take them out into the woods and then call their parents and bring their parents out into the woods and give their parents a gun and tell them they had to kill them.
It's like an episode of Black Mirror or something. That's awful. Restore
honor to your family. It's, and this was done with the full support and go ahead of Vladimir Putin.
He's such a charmer. Yeah, I haven't seen him riding a horse without his shirt on for such a long time, and I really miss it.
Apparently, a lot of his people like it.
I thought he rode Donald Trump bareback, not a horse.
He might as well have.
Well done.
Yep. That's almost certainly gag of the day, Sister Danger. Well done. Anyway, I guess we've kind of gone through the whole. Oh, hang on, here comes Jack. Blink.
I just I don't know. I find the whole what seems like a very sudden surge and major push for, you know, anti-abortion and, you know, anti-homosexuality, just all these things, seems somewhat surreal to me. I almost feel like The Handmaid's Tale is playing itself out in some weird
Right.
way, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like it's sudden in that it came on very quickly, but it's not sudden in as like it's new now. I would say about 5 or 6 years ago is where like the push really started, and there's been a surge
Yeah.
worldwide to the right. Um, and I mean, it's part of the wave that brought Donald Trump in. It's ugly. It's scary. Um,
What do you think is the source of that?
Christianity.
I think we're being manipulated
By
over
aliens.
and stuff. You know what I mean? I think that there's multiple actors with competing interests who are using, or I should say, exploiting certain algorithms to promote divisive content. You know, I think that's self-evident.
Okay, I don't want to like derail the conversation. I want to continue where we're going, but I want to ask the group, you guys and everybody in chat. These are Cheez-Its that have been in this bag for 2 months, sealed.
Okay.
Think they're good?
Yes.
Yep.
I think so too.
They are literally probably made with the same types of chemicals that we use to preserve dead bodies. They are probably good until like 3020. They're up there with Twinkies.
So
you
when
feel
I
good about eating them now?
okay, I may try to eat a couple of them in a minute just to see if they're good. But before that, let's get back to the conversation. I just wanted to throw that out there. And when I say Christianity, Jack made a face. So I want to hear Jack's take.
I don't think it's about Christianity at all. I think that I recently heard a definition regarding conservatism that lines up so well with some definitions that I've already kind of been tinkering with. Of course, there's the classic Hobbesian definition about a conservative is someone who believes that most people are bad, most people are evil, inherently, intrinsically evil, and therefore the proper office of government is to restrain that natural evil. That's sort of the classic definition of conservatism. But this new one that I heard recently, this I believe came from Matthew Sitman, and I think it's fantastic. Conservatism is about hierarchy maintenance, and those things intersect perfectly because, of course, those who want to control society believe that they're the good ones, the ones who, you know, have the objectively, you know, right approach to fixing society, and then most people, being that they're inherently evil or sinful, can't possibly be trusted to run government or run their own lives. And so with that in mind, I think that Christianity is not it's not the cause, it's the vehicle. It's a vehicle for this type of hierarchy maintenance. That the purpose of conservatism is not just maintaining the status quo, which has kind of always been the way we've understood it. You know, the William F. Buckley quote about standing athwart the flow of history and yelling "stop." But it's because maintaining a hierarchy is the central thing that they're trying to do.
Okay, so Jack, first off, what Vegas says, conservatism can mean about 40 different things depending on who you talk to, which is true. But also, I disagree with the Christianity part of it. Because in the United States anyway, I can't say about anywhere else, but in the United States, there is a religio-political movement that its core is Old Testament biblical law, and bringing the United States in line.
Right, but not Christianity, not really.
But okay, but they are Christians though, and that's the thing. That's their entire thing. I mean, we're talking about Pat Robertson, who we were just talking about before. We're talking about charismatic evangelicals, which is a Christian organization. These are Christians.
Sure, this is the sort of face that they're putting out, but I think it's deeper than
It's
that.
dominionism. It's
Yeah,
dominionism.
it's dominionism, but it's not dominionism because the Bible says so. The Bible is just a
dominionism.
justifying document.
Well, but that's the case with all of them. That's just the case with all of them. I mean, it's the claim. That's like one of the things in atheist circles we used to say on YouTube all the time is when people try to use Bible as justification for anything or for their motivations or as proof. We always said that doesn't prove anything. It's the claim. It isn't the evidence.
I've partly because Christianity is losing numbers in the U.S. Just as it is everywhere else in the world. I no longer believe that this is a Christian thing. I think that this is Christianity was a vehicle for a while that was very useful, but it stopped being as popular a vehicle. They're now the hierarchy maintenance is for the same reasons, but like specifically Christianity, and partly I'll say I've been delving into the whole Q rabbit hole, so I can see how little traditional Christianity still lines up with this
traditional Christianity, because like even Q is a Christian nationalist organization at its core. I mean,
it's funny because I mean, yes, it's got these like trimmings of Christianity all over it, but like a tremendous number of the people involved in the QAnon conspiracy are self-proclaimed atheists. Coming from sort of the edgelord atheist genre of YouTube and things. So it's not something that is specifically just Christianity. Like Tim Pool isn't a Christian. Dave Rubin isn't a Christian. These guys aren't.
Right. But a lot of the thinking and a lot of like oh God, when was that? It was a couple of years ago. Somebody had a little bit more than a couple of years ago now. Actually, my God, YouTube has been around so long. There was this whole big debate about abortion, the abortion issue, and whether or not there were reasons that existed that would be basically state. In the interest of the state to ban abortion that were not religiously motivated. I mean, there really aren't. The entire issue really comes down to religious.
Well,
I didn't want to say morals. I mean, they're just religious arguments, though.
I think they want to do is maintain the sort of hierarchy. Whether or not Christianity is sort of the useful tool to that, or
Right.
the excuse to that, I think it just morphs. I think when you look at the way there was all this right-wing reverence for police, for this long period of time, because of course police kept brown people down, and once the police started, being an impediment on January 6th or other times, then suddenly it's not, Blue Lives Matter. Now it's, more the don't tread on me side. And it's just a convenient sort of argument that they're fair weather friends with these groups. I think even Christianity as a notion is sort of a fair weather friend with conservatism, because the ultimate goal is just to maintain whatever this status quo is and make sure that the people who are in charge now stay in charge, and there's no uprising of right-wing atheists can't even really take them out, because it's not about the Christianity at the core of it. It's not about beliefs in anything outside of themselves. It's about control, and that's it.
I was going to say, when a religion touts itself as Christian, from my point of view, Christian values are, caring for the disadvantaged and blah, 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 blah. And basically what we now call in America sort of more liberal values. And so I find it interesting that the conservative movement seems to have hijacked, at the very least, the evangelical movement and their sympathizers, which has got to be a good 35 or 40% of Christians in America, you know?
Right. The evangelical movement in the U.S. is massive. It's really, I mean, I live in New Jersey. I'm a coastal elite, and we have them here, but not to the numbers that you see like in the Midwest or down south. They've really, really cemented their presence in the heartland. But they're here. I mean, I know some. I've met some. Almost any church that has fellowship in its name is part of that whole network. You don't see Catholic churches that say fellowship. It's always, some kind of Protestant variety. And some of those churches are dominionist churches. Some of them are, like I said, charismatic evangelicals. That's what it's called. And they're scary people. And there's a lot of them. Whether or not religion is a vehicle for them, or the motivator, I have no idea. And I mean, everything Jack said is valid. I mean, I don't know how accurate it all is, but it's absolutely valid. So, I don't know.
Has there ever been a time that institutionalized religion hasn't been about control of the populace?
Nope. And I would argue that that's true about institutionalized religion in Asia as well. I mean, I actually like a lot of Hindu scripture just to read, but
very poetic.
Yeah, very, very much so. And but it is all about controlling the caste system in India. I mean, so much of the scripture supports all that. So to me, it's kind of automatically invalidated because of that. Even if I'm sympathetic with some of the philosophy behind the faith. Yeah.
There was a woman on Facebook yesterday who had gotten into a back and forth with one of the old school YouTubers that I'm friends with. And it was actually Atticus. You guys remember Atticus Blake? His boyfriend. It was his boyfriend who had posted something about Hobby Lobby. And this woman was just like, freedom of religion doesn't work the way you think it does. The way that the separation of church and state means that the government can't get involved in the church. But that doesn't say anything about the church getting involved in the government. And I was just like, Facebook is a constant cesspool. I mean, if you're on a lot, you either fight constantly or you learn to shut up and just ignore things. But this was like one of those things where it's just like, yeah, no, I can't just let that go. I don't know this person, but that somebody needs to push back against that because it's totally wrong. So, I mean, I did. I mean, I even brought up Justice Black and his ideas of, the absolute separation. That if you're going to be serious about the First Amendment, you really need to be an absolutist, because even acknowledging religions at all is putting somebody off. That is in some way establishing some kind of a favoritism for a religion, which could be seen as an establishment of a state religion. So the best bet is to keep the church out of the business of the state, as well as the state out of the business of the church. You should be absolutely separate. And then I went on to say that what Hobby Lobby was doing was actually not illegal. It might be in poor taste, but whatever. I mean, they're allowed to wish for a Christian government if they want.
Well, Raven, you got, compared to me, a reservoir of patience. You might laugh at that when it comes to having arguments on the internet, because I almost never put any political opinions on Facebook, because I don't want to get into the kind of arguments that you might get into, because everyone I know on Facebook is people I definitely like and don't want to lose. So if I want to have a political argument or am prepared to put something that's potentially politically controversial on the internet, I'm going to either do it on my YouTube channel or on Twitter, because with the character limit on Twitter, most people don't have the patience for a prolonged flame war. And so you have like an exchange of 3 or 4 nasty messages and it's over, whereas on Facebook, if you get in a flame war with someone on Facebook, you can be fucking copying and texting war and peace to each other. Do you know what I mean? Because you can just you get these massive threads that you have to scroll past. That it's ridiculous.
I used to enjoy it. I used to enjoy the political arguments on Facebook. I used to do it all the time. Peach and I used to. I mean, early in our relationship, we used to spend a lot of time just tag teaming people. And really just ripping them to shreds. She doesn't really take part in those conversations at all anymore, and I've kind of actually lost the desire to do it. It's just you're not going to change anybody's mind, and even though it can be fun to get into those back and forths, people are fucking crazy. And when a guy that lives locally, who I had a political disagreement with, sent me a picture of my house, I was just like, yeah. People are fucking crazy. It just isn't safe to do this.
I hope whenever that kind of thing happens, you screenshot that shit and put it in a nice little file. So, just to protect yourself, seriously. I want to bring up a comment. Bet you all wish there was some explicit provision for vaccination in Christianity right about now, though. Oops, hang on. It wouldn't matter if there was, Vegas, because there's plenty of things that Christianity says you're supposed to do that people just ignore. And there's plenty of things that they tell you not to do that people just ignore, like premarital sex, for example. Or, Christianity, just like Islam, men aren't supposed to shave their beards off in Christianity. Just as a thing.
Playing with a football, like you're touching pigskin.
Right.
You're not supposed to eat shrimp.
Right.
I mean, actually, that's considered a much bigger deal in the Bible, and not the Christians, but in the Bible, that's a much bigger deal than homosexuality. Eating shrimp is bad. That's bad. You go to hell for that.
My favorite is that famous tattoo of the guy. He's got Leviticus 18:22 or whatever tattooed on his arm, and I think it's like 2 passages later is the prohibition against tattoos.
On tattoos. Yeah.
Same chapter.
So, I mean, and besides, vaccines didn't exist. There's no explicit anything about vaccines in Christianity because vaccines didn't exist at the time. If they did, people would live to be older than 35. But at the time, that was the average, I think. When people died of tooth disease. Yeah.
Who's disco? That was a joke.
This is our friend Michael, of course. Yeah, there we go.
Where is that, like, kids singing coming from? Oh. I was like, am I imagining that?
It's the little ones are watching nursery rhyme videos.
Gotcha. I'm just glad it was not in my head.
Oh no! It's in your head.
I don't like you anymore. I will be right back, guys.
Okay. No,
These are stale. By the way, for those of you who are wondering how it turned out, if you didn't see my face while I was eating them, these are stale.
no,
There's a reason for that, which is that the package that they come in are Mylar. Mylar, of course, has a vacuum metallized surface onto plastic, so oxygen molecules can't get through it. But the plastic bag that you make Ziplocs out of is polypropylene or polyethylene, which are very porous plastics.
So you couldn't give me that little bit of wisdom before I ate a stale cracker?
Well, in Colorado, because it's so the humidity is so low up there. I mean, you can leave a bag like this open all week and it doesn't even get slightly stale. Whereas in Missouri, you can leave a bag of this open and it'll start to be stale before you finish the bag. Yeah, because it's so humid in Missouri. Anyway, so whatever next, my friends, whatever next.
Hey, I don't know who you are, cultural Philistine. I don't like you.
No, it's a troll. Yeah.
I just wanted to get that out there. I didn't want there to be any mistake. I don't like you.
This is the first time I'm checking the chat, so I had no idea what was being said.
All right. Well, yeah. Before you got here, Jack, we had some conversation about Curus because apparently someone in the chat said that Curus had passed away, and that may or may not be true because I was aware from Kazoom and Michael that Curus had an accident and had been in hospital, and Curus had made a video from the hospital bed and everything like that. So I think I'm not sure if he's actually passed away though, but just so you know that.
Do we know whether or not cultural Philistine is Curus?
I don't know that, but I have been paying attention to the syntax, and I don't think it is. But Michael, if you're still there in the side chat, have you heard anything further? Is this rumor that Curus has passed away true? Because I'd really like to know that for a fact, one way or the other. But anyway, I rather hope not. It's just, yeah. But, good guess. I'm a despicable person who died. Okay. Yeah. Michael says no news about Curus. So, yeah, that's that then. We'll have to wait for more details. I'm afraid you two will have to regale each other for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. So how has your week been going?
Shut up, Jack.
What'd I do?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Working on projects. Things have more or less slowed down. I'm kind of figuring out the next move. The studio that I'm in, this building is slated to be retrofitted for earthquake security relatively soon. So I'm going to be moving workshop again, second time this year. Yeah, and
are you? What exactly does retrofitting for earthquakes entail?
So in the Northwest, of course, we have a subductive fault, earthquake fault. It has been active, but there hasn't been a major earthquake in a long time. Apparently, the Northwest is well overdue, maybe overdue by 30 or 40 years, and it's supposed to be a really large earthquake. So buildings that are made of older cement or brick then need to be structurally reinforced, and a lot of times that means digging a trench on the inside and building a second, more secure wall that's just inside the face of the building that sticks to the outside face of the building, and it'll usually be big crossed girders or something like that, and that kind of holds the building together in the event of a really bad earthquake. Which we're supposed to have.
I grew up in California, so we were always trained to beware of the big one, right? Yeah. And you got to be ready for the big one. And because I grew up in a house where my dad was the fire chief, we had not just one, but several different disaster kits. We had the earthquake disaster kit, the fire disaster kit, and the nuclear war disaster kit. Because I'm so old that I was trained that you should try to survive a nuclear war.
Yeah, no, millennials and Zoomers are excited for a nuclear war because it means death, and that's everything anybody wants in life.
Yeah, right. No, but the being prepared is always good, obviously, right? But I think you can go over the top sometimes. Anyway, but my hometown in Santa Rosa, in California, this is about an hour drive north of San Francisco.
Oh yeah, I've been to Santa Rosa many times.
Yeah, it had a 3.3 earthquake earlier this week, and apparently because it was literally the fault, the epicenter was under Santa Rosa, and I've experienced 4-point this and 4-point that and 5-point this and 5-point that, and you can only barely feel a 4-point earthquake when it's not right under you. But I guess if it's right under you at 3.3, because a lot of my friends on Facebook were going, "Did you feel that? Did you feel that?" And I'm like, "Oh, I wish I was there," because I've never felt a 3.3 in my life. They've always been too far away. I think, frankly, anything under 3, you probably wouldn't feel no matter where you were, you know?
I think it depends on the type of earthquake, the type of fault. I forget what the other type of fault is, but Loma Prieta is one of those faults that slides.
Right. And then there's one where they dip down.
Yeah. And so
One
we're in
layer
we're in the subduction type.
Yeah.
And apparently those are more dangerous because of the forces involved. I'm not sure how.
This one was because the tension builds and builds and builds, and so because it finally just basically snaps. Like that's what happened in 2004 off the coast of Indonesia when they had that big tsunami that wiped out most of Sri Lanka and half the coastline of Thailand. Sorry, it was Thailand. But yeah, because apparently the sea floor broke and rose by 18 inches all at once. So think about millions of tons of rock and sand just going up 18 inches. Of course, you're going to get a tsunami and major disruption from the earthquake as well, because that's a serious shift. You know, that's half a meter in 1 second.
Right.
And then, of course, you get all the aftershocks and everything like that as well. Raven, are you scanning the comment side for infractions?
No, I was actually looking at Facebook. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. I must have got boring. I'm really sorry. I apologize.
I went to that rally today, and I was, kind of insecure about my presentation, and I was misgendered by somebody who knew better, and that kind of bothered me. So I went to Facebook and I said, "She, thank you."
Do you consider when you're misgendered by someone who knew better? Do you think of that as therefore malicious, or are they criticizing you? How do you read that? I mean, if it's a stranger, you must read it differently, right? You're muted. Oh, I get it.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Well, yeah. It's
No. I typically don't like. I think she just didn't even realize what she said. If when somebody is discussing anything with me and they've known me since before I started to transition, it's just a very natural thing when speaking to say he. And I think she just misspoke and didn't even realize it. And I don't.
Completely different.
Right, and I still don't think at this point in the day she still has no idea. She even actually did a heart react to my Facebook post, so I think she still has no idea. But I noticed it right away, and I didn't want to be a bitch, and I didn't want to bring it up. I just looked at Peach and I said, "Did she just say he?" And that's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. So.
I have a friend who just changed his name, not gender, just name, and even that it took me a while to call him by the proper new name. So
it's hard. It's hard. I mean, right here on the panel, I mean, I get 3 different names all the time on the panel. Dev, Rob, and Raven. And I get it. I get it. It's fine.
Practice.
In like one comment, got that funk. And one comment called me all 3. It happens.
Yeah. It's difficult. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea really about either the internal or external process of what people who transition are going through. I can't even pretend my imagination doesn't really know, because it's not just what you're going through internally, but it's everything you have to deal with coming at you while you're going through all that stuff. And I don't really know, that's just a lot to process.
F shell. It's hard. Without the D.
What about rave shell?
That's really good. That's without the D. You get it? Without the D. That's funny.
Kind of clever.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty clever. Yeah. It's so clever that I only just got it.
You just got the D.
You just got
I just got it.
I have no clue what's being talked about right now.
I've been getting the D for years. How do you know Curious lives?
Because Cultural Philistine is in the channel.
I really think it's him. I do.
I mean,
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, and I could be wrong, but I just get a feeling that it's him. But whatever. But I mean, there are a lot of people that do believe the same things that Curious believes, and there are a lot of people who speak the way he speaks, and so fine.
That person isn't speaking the way Kira speaks, though.
There's also 5 thumbs down, and that only happens when Curious is around.
Oh no, we've got a whole army of detractors now. Did you because we have in fact, we had I don't remember if it was last week or the week before, but we had 5 thumbs down before we even went live. Right, so there's someone that's hitting the channel for whatever reason, and the thing that I find most deliciously ironic about that is the way the YouTube algorithm works. The algorithm doesn't care if you get thumbs up or thumbs down. All interactions are equal, as long as someone's interacting with your video. So to me, it's just, oh no, thumb down. What am I going to do? How will I cope?
Well, look, I mean, I thumbs down the channel from time to time because honestly, I feel like I'm pretty boring.
What? That's not true. I don't think you're boring. I think you're very interesting. You do interesting things and you have interesting insights.
Well, thank you.
And I think
I wasn't fishing for compliments, but I do
your clock
appreciate
probably
it.
has 18 hours on it, because based on the number of things you do and the number of things you seem to read and rabbit holes you fall down, like the Q rabbit hole, which I'm really curious about. I don't know how you can do that all in. It was really bad, I know.
I was gonna say something, but I won't.
Well, I mean, with some of these things, it's just like I am a naturally very curious person. That's a good pun, because that is exactly what it is that I get bored easily. I have ADHD. I want to find out what the heck is going on. And sometimes it's just sort of, I mean, some of these things feel like they really matter for how we figure out the future. From my perspective, I'm very much nonviolent, and I want to find nonviolent solutions, because there's a really increasingly obvious fracture that's happening in the United States, and we really aren't going to be able to move forward. We have a lot of huge things that we have to accomplish just in order to survive as a species in the next 30 to 100 years. And we're just not going to do it unless we can figure out some kind of common ground. So I do feel like it's necessary for me to understand where people are coming from when they're, on pretty different paths than I am.
So,
sorry, go ahead, Sister Danger.
Oh, I was gonna just ask, do you think that it's even possible for us to go forward without there being some kind of a violent clash here in the up and coming future?
I did not used to believe that we were heading toward a second civil war. I still don't entirely, but there are some really striking changes that obviously have happened just in the last 2 years or so. Um, I mean, I think that as I delve into this idea of hierarchy maintenance versus anti hierarchism, which sort of seems to be the root conflict, it's not that different from when we warred over slavery. Uh, there are those who will do quite a lot and do quite a lot of propagandizing to get people on their side to make sure that whatever the current profitable status quo is for a very small handful of elites continues unabated. And unfortunately, there seems to have always been a large population of people who are not in power, but will do a lot of work to keep those who are in power maintaining their power. And those people are pretty easily led to that position. And even though I don't think we have an issue quite as fractious or vituperative as slavery today, which I always felt was the reason we weren't going to have a second civil war, is because nobody is quite that passionate about the gun debate or abortion or some of the other things. But I'm starting to not believe that anymore. I'm starting to think that maybe there simply is a percentage of people who want to express their love for the way things currently are through violence.
I was thinking about
Well, I
the other day.
personally,
Sorry. Go ahead.
well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just kind of thinking the other day, and sort of related to what Raven was saying earlier about not really getting in those arguments anymore on Facebook. About how this small part of my brain kind of was like, this divide that everybody's worried about, I'm not sure I'm worried about it anymore, because I'm not sure that I think that violence is inevitable. And if violence isn't inevitable, then I would like to just see it come and go as quickly as possible. Like it's almost like I want to see this now. I want to see this wedge happen. I want to see whatever violence is going to happen and be done with it. Because not that I want the
I'm
violence,
almost
but
afraid to
I don't know
ask,
that we can avoid it.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but please elaborate. What would that look like? I mean, to you, what would a fast conflict look like?
I have no true, real idea. I imagine it would look something a little bit like, I guess in my head, when I see it playing out, I see it kind of like anarchy / when you have an environmental disaster, that essentially what would happen is like the people that are whipped up into their, fervor state of we're the rights will go berserker for a while. Terrible violence will happen, and then the military will come in and quash that.
What if the military is on the conservative side?
Well, then we're in a much different situation, but I'm not sure that's actually the case, to be honest.
So is number one, is that where we are now, that we believe that violence, political violence especially, is inevitable?
I hope.
I mean, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. And number two, military shouldn't be on any side.
Right.
The military is their allegiance is to a document.
Right.
So I don't like the idea that political violence is inevitable. I mean, I suppose it's inevitable in the same way that all things are inevitable. Sooner or later, everything's going to happen, right? And sooner or later, there's going to be a political assassination. Sooner or later, blah, blah, blah. But I like I said, I was last week or the week before, but, compared to the 60s, we don't have anywhere near the amount of political violence that we used to have. I think it's always important to keep perspective about these portents about political violence and the inevitability or I mean, a lot of people seem to desire it to happen, right? And I worry about my worst case scenario, and Raven, we sort of mentioned this before, but I mean, you said, that if you thought that the government was taken over illegitimately, that you might be prepared to, do something aggressive to sort of take back in the Constitution, right? And if these right-wing manipulators who've all over the country been changing laws to make voter suppression a even harsher reality than it already was, and then at the next election there's some sort of major challenge to the whole thing, if these people get away with stealing it, there will be a revolution, because you're not the only person, Raven, who's going to go, no way, not on my watch, right?
Right. So, I mean, like, first off, like, direct action, nobody said that direct action is violent, and it isn't wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You don't see a lot of violence towards people, person-on-person violence from the left. You'd be hard-pressed to give examples. And if you bring up any of the protest turned riot over the past year, then you didn't understand what I was asking you to give, because violence against brick and mortar is not violence against people.
Right, and I think that even using the word violence to describe, breaking of windows or graffitiing or things like that is kind of an equating of human life to inanimate life,
To property.
or to property, or to the financial consequences of destroyed property.
And when it comes
things
to
aren't equal.
when it comes to direct action, when it comes to protesting, that's the difference between how the left protests and how the right protests. The right, and you hear the phrase, and I say it all the time, right-wing violence. And right-wing violence is shooting people. It's blowing up buildings where people are working in order to kill them.
Car into a crowd of people.
Running cars and trucks. A guy drove a fucking semi-truck through a protesting crowd. That's right-wing violence. That's right-wing protesting. On the left, they carry signs, they sing songs, they form drum circles, they block traffic. And when right-wing agitators are involved, they have riots. But that's all
right
against things, not people. So.
I'd like to say that, when it comes to political demonstrations, violence can erupt from any direction. I think that needs to be stated flatly. However, and I don't really, I respect where you're coming from, Raven, but I don't personally distinguish between violence perpetrated against people versus property. I think it's all,
you should,
at the very least, undesirable, if not totally wrong. But when it comes to violence at demonstrations, as I've said on this show many times, especially last summer, you can't necessarily think that just because it's, let's say, an anti-fascist demonstration, that it's the anti-fascist people who are committing the violence, because every demonstration, no matter what the topic, whether it's about homelessness or fascism or politics or abortion or whatever, people will always use the cover of a crowd to commit mischief without any political agenda whatsoever. And that's only one faction. Then you've got the agent provocateurs who want to make your side look bad. So they'll come and perpetrate violence because they want to bring your movement down. So just because damage to property or even to people happens at a demonstration doesn't necessarily mean you should ever jump to the conclusion that it's because of the beliefs of the demonstration that this is happening, because you don't know that that's who's doing it.
But we do see, but the thing is, we have data. We do see certain things. We do see certain trends. And when the left takes to the streets, while they might maybe throw bricks or they might throw rocks or they might break windows, they don't go after people. But we do see right-wingers in cars driving into those protests and running people over. We do see right-wingers driving into those crowds and getting out of their car with a gun and shooting people. These are things that have happened. There are data points. We can point to these things. So ideology is absolutely tied to it. There is absolutely a right-left to the violence and the type of violence. So sure, the lefties are purely angelic. Nobody said that. What was said was, a mob of lefties is more likely to break your windows, and a mob of righties is more likely to break into your house and shoot you. I'm sorry, but this is the data. This is what we see. This is based on actual events. And you can masturbate to your fantasy of who you think the people you support is. Vegas, you could do that all motherfucking day. I really don't give a flying fuck about you and your ideology anymore because you're kind of twisted. Whatever.
I mean, I would say that there's a distinct difference that stems from ideology, and if we go back to this idea that in general, the Hobbesian definition for liberalism or conservatism is that liberals generally believe that most people are well-intentioned and doing their best in the world, and therefore the proper use of government is to backstop that natural good to let people, achieve their highest goals. And if the conservative position is more or less the opposite, that man has original sin and that we're all fallen and that we're inherently evil, and therefore only a small elite cadre of people can kind of like focus us like a funnel toward either restrain our evil or uh, guide us toward our best use of our time through more or less a strong parental hand, patriarchal, if you will.
Where do you fall on that? I'm curious.
I generally believe that most people are doing their best, and I really believe that includes all conservatives. I mean, I think that people are essentially working with limited information. Nobody can know everything. Everybody is sort of faking it for the most part.
We were all the hero in our own story.
Yeah, but I've put a lot of examination and study into, I guess, two different areas of psychology, which is first sociopathy. That between 2 and 4% of all humans are somewhere on the spectrum and have some degree of a lack of empathy or a lack of consistent awareness of others' value or humanity or realness. That's a large number. If you go for the biggest of those two numbers, that's 4 out of every 100 people you meet may not be able to fully accept your reality as a person. And the second thing is that all evidence points that our belief in free will is largely an illusion, that we're largely operating sort of as the middle domino in a long chain of things that have kind of already occurred. And so many of the things that we do in our lives are essentially reactions to things that have happened previously, and are the result of previous good results that we have stored in our memory banks about like what might be a successful outcome. So you put those two things together, and most people are kind of operating more or less unconsciously, but doing the best they can, with a few standout examples of total sociopaths who will do whatever they can because they don't really believe in your existence. And that puts me pretty much in the liberal leftist camp. I'm pretty far left in terms of how much I want, the general populace to have more equal access to power. But yeah, that I don't know if that fully answers your question.
It does. Well, pretty comprehensively, I suppose. Anyway, but I tend to agree with you. Actually, I tend to think that people, by and large, are trying to go along positively as opposed to negatively. But I guess my caveat kind of to that is that I also think that people do not have very well developed ideas on what is ethical and moral. And therefore, they do things that are very terrible because they have not ever really studied or delved into why we consider some things good or bad, et cetera, and not from a religious standpoint. Do we, am I speaking? But yeah, and like a really super simple example of this would be if you look at questions that they ask you if you go to get a job from like an agency, right? And you take those little kiosk questionnaire things, or at least you had to, like years ago when I did stuff like that. And they'll ask you questions like, if my coworker makes me mad, or insults me, it's okay for me to hit them, or it is okay for me to take home some office supplies, right? And people will answer. They ask these questions because people actually answer them, in the way that they're like, yeah, if that dude got it. And what's weird about this, what's very striking, so my brother, he actually works as a, I always say the word wrong, a glass person, a glazier.
Okay.
Yeah. So installing glass into skyscrapers. And when he talks about the way they are, like the dudes in the construction industry are, he's like, oh yeah, no, this is for real. Like they get in each other's faces, they fight with each other. And I mean like fisticuffs, and I'm like, they cuss and they swear at each other. And I'm like, you can't do that. Like any place I've ever worked, if you were swearing at your coworkers and calling them slurs, you would be fired, right? But that's not the case there. And
yeah, in any of the trades, really. I was a carpenter for 10 years. Plenty of cursing at each other on the job.
My brother was a roofer all of his life. He's actually not working now because he was injured. Because one of the guys on his job decided it would be funny to play a joke and pretend he had fallen off the roof. And he was basically lying on the ground, like pretending he was hurt. And everybody who was on the roof came rushing down to make sure he was okay.
No.
One of them was my brother, and on his way down, he slipped and fell off the roof.
Wow.
Put him in the hospital. He's been dealing with injuries from it for almost a year. He may still lose his foot, and it's just like that kind of a thing. If it happened in almost any other profession, it would be considered, a big deal, and there would be all kinds of stuff about, the employees goofing around being to blame. But for whatever reason, with roofers, everything is fun and games. Everything's a big fucking joke.
Well, I believe roofers are either the second or third most dangerous job in the United States, under
really?
Alaskan sea fishermen and I believe oil well, deep sea oil well drilling. There's like a few. And by the way, for all the like Blue Lives Matter people in the chat, I believe police are down below like number 30 or 35 on the list of
police are below plumbers. Joe likes to remind us about that all the time.
Yeah, and garbage pickup, the guys.
Sure.
And package
police below garbage men.
Yeah.
How do garbage men die? I have never.
Something in the crusher.
I mean,
hey, I wanted to see, the garbage crusher in the back.
Yeah.
I just want to circle back around to something Jack said. Right. I want to circle back to something Jack said some time ago now, but I there was no convenient place to stuff it in. But here it comes. You said a little while ago, Jack, about sort of like the gun violence problem in America, and way back at the original Breakfast Club channel that Raven used to run. One of my biggest points about solving the gun issue is that, we need a more peaceful society. We need a society which is at peace with itself. And my argument at the time was, that if everybody in the country is prosperous, sheltered, and fed, you won't have any. Basically, if the more people are happy, the less people will kill. That's my philosophy. I think happy people don't murder each other, right? And so if everybody prospers, right, and isn't feeling like they're constantly competing just to barely get by, I think the society will be able to maybe approach healing some of the other divisions that we have. But
none of that is good for Jeff Bezos, so you can forget it.
Right.
I mean, it really does come down to, I mean, we don't live in what could really be considered a democracy. I always point to the 2014 Princeton study about this, that the United States is an oligarchy. But we do have a set of oligarchs who make a tremendous amount of money. Obviously, American billionaires are the wealthiest people in the world. You've got like a billionaire or if in the top 10 or whatever from China and Mexico and a couple other countries. But the vast majority of the top 10 billionaires list is Americans, and they're all insanely wealthy. The gap between them and the next wealthiest person
Sure.
is massive. And so America has a very specific character. All this competition is good. All the homelessness is good. All the violence is good for business, for maintaining that profitability, keeping people uh, desperate and at each other's throats, and having a very visible homeless population of tent cities in major cities. Those are all good, because if you are a low wage worker who's working 2 or 3 jobs and you can barely afford to get by, well, every walk or drive or bus ride to work at the Dollar Tree and McDonald's and 5 other places that you have to work, you're going to see the consequences of if you stop hustling. If you stop, running on the treadmill that keeps speeding up, you will end up in one of those tents on the sidewalk. That's not a accident. I don't believe that we have allowed our society to have so much visual evidence for failure. And the reason we feel so competitive, it's great to have racism. It's great to have feminists versus anti-feminists. It's great to have all these things if your intention is to make sure you funnel as much of the wealth as possible up to a very small elite cadre.
I had the advantage of living abroad for 30 years, and a few things I learned about my culture, specifically as a result of them not being part of the culture I moved to, which I was blind to when I lived in America when I was a boy, because that was my normal, right? And you're saying about competition and talking about racism and sexism and all that, and which is valid. I'm not saying it's not. And those things, there is competing poles in those subjects. But the kind of competition that I'm actually talking about is much more sort of insidious. I mean, even as far back as when I was like 11 or 12, you're competing about what shoes you wear, what clothes you wear, what music you like. When you get a bit older, what kind of car you drive. You're competing about whether my partner is more handsome or beautiful than your partner, and blah, blah. It never frickin' ends. We compete in America, subconsciously or otherwise. We compete in America about virtually every aspect of our lives. What kind of car you drive is a big one in California. You know
Those
what I
are all
mean?
consumer identities.
I totally hear that, right? Precisely my point. We've been raised in this culture where you fill your life with emblems and you're advertising yourself. I don't personally see myself that way when I dress, because I was gone for such a long time, but I recognize that when I was younger, for sure. I mean, I dress the way I like to dress, and sometimes, surprise, surprise, it gets me a lot of attention because I like to be flamboyant sometimes. But it's taken differently over here than it is over there, right? And that's because there's a whole bunch of baggage that comes along with a lot of assumptions that people make over here that they just don't make over there, because we've been brought up to believe, like Vegas was saying a couple weekends ago, people with green hair can't possibly be very smart, and he's basically alluding, I suppose, to feminists or whatever then. But
You being serious? What?
I think he was expressing a genuine stereotype that he holds. Whether he's being serious or not is a different question.
I don't think smart is really what his issue is with them. I think he just thinks that people with green hair are kind of a hippy dippy and far left and aren't going to, take certain things in life as seriously as he thinks they should, just because he disagrees with them politically.
I seem to remember he was the guy. Vegas thought my spreadsheet document that figured out, who in my company has worked a certain percentage of hours on a project and therefore is paid for it. He thought that was too complicated. So I don't know.
Ah, okay. Just wondering.
Well, I think he's away from his computer at the moment, so perhaps we shouldn't continue on this line. But anyway, I just thought it was a thing. You'll have to excuse me for a moment. I need to replenish.
Do you
Okay.
okay? Do you suppose I'll just ask Jack then? Do you suppose that I guess I was observing the other day that I think that some of the way that corporate America is basically just, I mean, butt raping all the rest of America, more and more and more and more. Corporate and real estate, just like hand in hand. Um, I don't know if you observe it down there where you are, but one of the things that I observe is that as a result of that, I see more and more the up and coming generations, and even even within our own, I guess, uh people's mindsets are shifting to be much more community based in almost a communist way as a result of that, because the only way for people to get, I mean, you see it reflected when people make funny jokes or memes that say things like, the real reason for polyamory is so that you can have Disney Plus and Hulu and Netflix or whatever. Like, which one are your partners bringing to the table, right? But like, those things are really common. Those kinds of jokes are common around here, but there is an underlying current of some truth to that, is that there's this shift towards, you need to be community minded. And if what you're doing isn't community minded and doesn't, take other people into account and respect it, then go fuck yourself, because you're basically, and
it's what we call the burrito principle. So yeah, no, if you're familiar, burrito is an American food. It's thought of as Mexican food, but it was invented in America by coal miners, and it was invented because only one person could afford to bring tortillas, another person could afford to bring beans, somebody else brought rice, somebody else brought
stone
meat.
soup.
Yeah, it is, and that's the burrito principle. Is that
Next,
you get
you're going to tell me that fortune cookies are American.
San Francisco, in fact.
My cat likes to eat fortune cookies.
That's adorable. But that is the thing, is that we are kind of more and more shunted into a level of near poverty or desperation where nobody can provide everything for themselves. The idea of the rugged individualist is a myth in the first place, and that was never something that most Americans could do. And even the frontiersmen who that myth is based on, rugged men who would go out into the West or whatever, were given an enormous plot of land by the United States government, and then often had a fort within some distance that was meant to, eradicate the native population. So the idea of the rugged individual American is more or less a myth, unless you have, enormous government or wealth backing you in the first place. And almost nobody does. So everybody does have to kind of pool their resources. Here, we talk a lot about mutual aid and community building, and obviously Portland has a lot of community gardens and things like that. Little bookstores, or not bookstores, but lending libraries that people put in their front yard.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And I last week we talked about, I believe it was last week, talking about who survives the apocalypse. And of course, we're being a little bit exaggeratory with the word apocalypse, but, civil collapse or whatever. And the idea that some groups will survive that, by hoarding guns and supplies and basically becoming pirates, and other people will band together and help each other in more communal oriented groups. And that also speaks to sort of the conservative, more progressive divide.
Do you think that do you think that earlier we were talking about whether or not we were on a track to have some kind of a violent revolution? Do you think that violent revolution will be between conservatives and liberals, a la the whole abortion-y, that divide? Or do you think the divide will be, let them eat cake?
I think that the truth is, the far left and a large part of the far right, at least the working class far right, have a lot more in common with each other. People in the neighborhood I grew up in have nothing in common with Barack Obama other than his skin color. I have nothing in common with Joe Biden other than maybe Irish heritage or something like that. Nancy Pelosi has a $40,000 ice cream fridge. There's things that we don't have in common with politicians, but we do have in common with each other, and a lot of things that we've unfortunately been taught. Things like weird race science and all this other nonsense is more or less useful to capitalism or useful to an elite group of people who want to make sure that we're doing infighting. I think whoever wants the country to kind of continue as it is, where they're making as much profit as possible, whether we're talking Jeff Bezos or various politicians who are bought by, the Bezoses of the world, they would much prefer we had a civil war over abortion and gun rights and things like that. And I think that there's plenty of pressure to try and continue that. There's plenty of people paying Tucker Carlson to make sure that that's the civil war that we end up having.
Not the one that's, they pull out the guillotines and let's have, Bastille Day or whatever. So
right. Yeah, and I mean, even with the Bastille Day, you always end up with some kind of despot. And you get a Robespierre if you're not careful. So unfortunately,
no, remember.
Right.
I don't know. I just was talking to my mom recently because she lives out in Maine, and she's just like, the people out here are ridiculous. They don't want to get vaccinated because they're, crazy, like government conspiracies and the nanos and the things or whatever. And, and so she's like, it's ridiculous with regards to that. And it's ridiculous with regards to, that she was saying how they bitch about the, not unemployment, the minimum wage being raised to, $15 or whatever. And their whole perspective is founded on, well, why should that young person make that money when I don't?
Right. Instead of understanding that sets a wage floor, which will ultimately raise their wage as well.
Right. It does so many things, but even without that, even like, let's just say none of that existed, I find this to be such a selfish and uncharitable thing to come out of somebody's mouth. Like, why should that person have something good that is helping them to, get ahead and prosper when I don't? Like everything that underlies that's how you think is very, I guess, disturbing. I find it
the crabs disturbing. In a bucket phenomenon, where the one crab starts to climb out and all the other crabs drag it back down.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And I don't know. I just don't understand how hard it can be for them to grasp onto the fact that those people aren't the one you're in the war with. The same people that are making, the same people that are keeping their minimum wage low are the same people that's making your wage low if the minimum wage gets raised, right? They're stealing from you, and it's not the guy that's below you that's taken from you. How is that hard for anybody to see?
Well, we get back to the other principle that sort of separates leftists from rightists, is that the right wing does have much more empathy within their tribe. Obviously, the left wing is notorious for like kicking people out, or excommunicating or shunning, or whatever you want to call it. Um, Liberals and the left are good at having empathy that goes outward, that includes a large group of people, but not great at empathy within our own sort of small core tribe. And conservatives tend to be the opposite. It's difficult for many conservatives to have empathy for minimum wage workers at McDonald's who they've never met, but their own brother-in-law who maybe has a criminal record and has done a lot of bad things, they'll have more or less infinite empathy for, and that's just sort of a slight difference in maybe a metaphysical way we approach life and family.
Their approach scares me. I find it negative and terrible.
Well, it certainly isn't great when
I don't know. I
we
think
have
when
as
I think
many
about,
people as we have.
I'm not an economist, right? But it just seems to me.
Sorry, there seems to be a delay.
Everyone,
I was letting you speak.
sorry, no, everyone's frozen on the screen there for a second, so I stopped.
Okay.
I forgot what I was going to say now. Anyways, doesn't matter.
You said you're not an
economist. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm not an economist, but it just seems to me, that there's clearly enough economic activity to make a few people very, very rich. And that means that if we structured things differently, the same money circulating in a different way could make more people prosper. The exact same money. You know what I mean? If people, for example, who worked at Amazon made more money, because it's $1 trillion company and they should all be making good money. There shouldn't be any such thing as a minimum wage worker or even near minimum wage worker at one of the richest companies in the world. You know what I mean?
That would require some profit sharing, and profit sharing is socialism, and therefore it's totally off the table.
So Vegas has said that lefties are Puritans, and I'm pretty sure that was in response to Jack talking about how on the left we kick people out all the time.
Yeah, I don't actually disagree with that.
Does he mean purists? Because Puritans are a totally different thing.
I mean, I think he doesn't mean Puritans in the literal, like, religious sort of order.
I'm like, no, that's way more like your camp, guy, not our camp.
No. He means more like purists. I mean, Al Franken, I think, is a damn good example, of somebody who should not have been chased out of the party, but was. I mean, the left is really big, at doing that kind of a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, John Hiros, I hope I'm pronouncing that right in the chat. That's true. I mean, unionism is essentially like getting direct democracy into the workplace. And whether you're talking about socialism in sort of a, well, I mean, there's so many different types of socialism, but the political socialism sense, you're talking about getting direct democracy into workplaces through government regulation or through a structuring of the way the economy works. And unionism is sort of a kind of socialism in the workplace that comes through organizing of the workers in that workplace. And either one, obviously workers need to have more power in this economy. The bosses or the people who own these companies certainly have been winning all of the battles in the last 40 years, and the consequence is what we see. Anytime you drive down the street and see 5 or 6 blocks in a row covered in tents or people living in their cars.
The sad part about that is that there's plenty of places that people could be living, and the part that just makes me so angry about it is that so many of those people aren't even like what people think in their heads when they think of homeless, vagrant type of person. They're just like at least out here, what's going on with how you can rent a place and how they can just turn people away, the cost of getting into a place, and then of course once you're there, all these other things that are going on. It's so insane, that your average person cannot do it. Like there was a time where I single-handedly, lived on my own, paid for all my own things by myself in a one-bedroom apartment in downtown Seattle. And I don't think that I could do that anymore at all, unless I wanted to get rid of my car and, not have a bunch of other stuff and things. I don't think it would be possible, even if I was just working, a regular.
Uh-oh.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's a symptom. Sorry, go ahead. I'm done.
You froze up there
Yeah.
for a second, Sister Danger.
Toward the end of your statement, you froze up for about 3-4 seconds.
Whatever. It was nothing interesting. Go ahead, Raven.
Hi.
I mean, that was the last thing I saw. Was you unmute yourself
Yeah.
to say something, and then everybody was telling me I was frozen.
So, I mean, we can change the subject if we want.
Sure.
So, in my, neck of the woods, there has been recently a LGBT school teacher has been suspended because the will of the mob demanded that she be suspended. Because
Yeah,
she,
there's
For
that
being an
recent.
LGBT school teacher.
There was a recent black principal who was married to a white woman who was fired as principal for supposedly teaching CRT, even though he wasn't a teacher and that wasn't part of the school curriculum anywhere. But this is in the same sort of category of firings.
and then this teacher
Right-wing cancel culture.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? So this teacher was she's LGBT, and she was teaching diversity, which is actually part of the mandated curriculum in the state of New Jersey, and in the county I live in. There's a massive movement to remove any diversity from anything in education. Probably because the county that I live in is actually the least, and this is actually documented, the least diverse county in the state. And she was basically putting together a booklet that she was offering to the kids that they had to pay for the booklet. And I think that paying for the booklet was to cover the cost of making the booklet. And it was all copyrighted material. And it was high school students. And some parents flipped the lid and lost their minds that this LGBT teacher was teaching teenagers that LGBT people exist. So now she's been suspended. And there is a massive push throughout my entire county to demonize trans people. The latest thing is that they're calling trans people are child abusers. I mean, it's something that's being said at levels of government. It's not just people on the street. It's being said within official meetings.
Because religion isn't child abuse at all. Fuck those
Right. And
things.
it's in this environment that I have been asked to run for county commissioner next year in the next elections. I don't know. I'm actually afraid. I've run for this position before last year, and I did well. I got about 40% of the vote. This is different now because this is different, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's a different set of challenges.
Yeah, it's scary. So this is what it's come to. It's one of the reasons why when I kind of popped in here, we were talking about political violence. I was just like, oh, wonderful. Yeah.
I want to feel
Right,
positive
yeah.
about people, but I don't. I sometimes kind of hate them all.
Believe me, I understand.
Like, I don't want to say that. I feel terrible saying that, but God damn it.
Well, I mean, the this notion that we seem to have slowly, insidiously been sort of taking on board that political violence is like inevitable, actually is a psychological victory for the other side, because the fear of violence is almost as effective as violence itself.
Right.
You know, so yeah.
We
Yeah,
have
and
at a
that
school board
fear.
meeting, at a recent school board meeting here in a couple towns over within the county, the school where the teacher was suspended, a lot of the students got up and spoke in her defense. The local organizer of the Pride organization in our county got up and spoke. A lot of people got up and spoke in favor of this woman. And the next day, the right wing machine was calling um, the organizer of Pride called her a witch, and that now the students who were agreeing with her are under some kind of demonic um,
Wow.
spell, and they use a lot of language where they really rely on witches and demons and the devil, and it's really crazy kind of 1980s heavy metal kind of vibe to the way they speak. It's really fucked up. And they're the same people who put things in print that say things like eradicate liberals. Um, and they use the word eradicate.
Right.
Yeah, this is home.
I remember during 2012 there was the bumper stickers and other things going around that were the liberal hunting license, and it anybody who was a member of the NRA or whatever group, I forget exactly what the thing said, but it was going around at the time, and it's kind of part of that same idea of keeping everybody maybe too afraid to progress things, and that's going to be the first standard that's used, is how do you get people to maintain whatever the status quo is for as long as possible. The easiest one is just to make them afraid to speak as much as possible, but unfortunately I think we're getting right to that point where maybe the next stage you have the our version of brown shirts running around, the Proud Boys or 3%ers or whatever, who are attempting to instill a little bit more threat of physical violence, particularly against people who aren't powerful. So far, this hasn't been going against people in more positions of power yet. As Paul said, that sort of starts to look a little bit like the 1960s once we get to that level, and I'm hoping we don't get there. Obviously, I don't want us to get into any kind of major civil conflict, but I do see that whatever comes soon, we have this inevitable climate catastrophe. We're going to inevitably have more refugees, a lot more storms, a lot more destruction of property through natural disasters and things like that, and that's going to cause a lot more strife and conflict. And so part of why I try and understand and find some common ground with people on the right, Vegas might disagree here considering what I've said on this stream so far, but there are huge challenges ahead, and we don't survive as a species unless we do some kind of bridge building. We start working together on some of these things. But I don't know how we get past the amount of propaganda and everything
Well,
else.
we need so much healing. It's almost unfathomable for me. And in order to heal, you kind of need someone to either guide or that process, or at least take it on from a personal point of view. And I don't see either of those things happening. I don't see most people making the effort to try to heal with the other side. And I understand why. I mean, if Joe was here, if Joe was here right now, he'd be going on about how there's no point trying to fucking heal with these people because blah blah blah, and he's not entirely wrong. But at the same time, we are forced to live on this planet together. We have to acknowledge and accept each other, including our warts. We don't have a choice. It's just the way it is, and we might as well try to get along.
It isn't the way it is. It isn't the way it is.
Okay, maybe don't take me from like an absolute like extreme version, because what I'm basically saying is we have to get along. That's the point I'm making.
That's the thing is we don't. And the reason why I say that is I have no choice but to say that, because the other side says things like eradicate a certain amount of our population or certain demographics of our population. When they're saying
and stand corrected.
When they're saying things like atheists should be put on list, homosexuals should be killed, and they're saying it at the highest levels of government, we have a real fucking problem. And you cannot just live with these people, because their idea of living and letting live is you not living. Or in the case of the four of us, me. I mean, I can't just exist with these people because they refuse to let that happen. I would like nothing more, but that's not something that they're willing to do.
That's a valid point, and I stand corrected.
That's the issue that we always come to is we do only have the two choices, really, which is to figure out how to have some kind of common ground, or for there to be fairly massive violence. And the only way I see of avoiding that second one is to, and not everybody has to build bridges. Like, that is not everybody's job by any stretch. And people who are in really difficult situations or are just marginalized in some way, they often just don't have the wherewithal or the power or the extra energy in order to do that. But it does have to be done. There has to be some kind of common ground reached, because the only other option is bloodshed.
I agree. I agree with all of that. I mean, you look at they just the other day they raised yesterday they raised the debt ceiling. I think at this point most of us know what that means. Congress voted to pay the bills, money that was already spent. They've decided to actually pay it. It's a credit card bill. They voted to pay the bill, which they didn't want to do. The Republicans had sworn that they were not going to do that. They weren't going to vote to raise the debt ceiling, which was money that they agreed to spend. They voted to spend this money. Once the money was spent, then they refused to pay for it. But they had no problem doing that for 4 years while Trump was president. They had no problem doing it.
Of course, because it's just a lever. Mitch McConnell does this every time the debt ceiling comes up. All it is a lever. But
it's not just a lever. But it's not really what it is. What it is you have a different letter after your name. Therefore, we will not cooperate with you. It's the whole like live and let live, or it's we have to find common ground. When you have about 48% of your population saying, "I will not find common ground," well, there's nothing you can do.
Well, yeah. I mean, the point is, though, not to say, "Oh, I've got to try and get along with these people, so I'm going to go along with these people." The point is to get them to go along with you. You know what I mean?
I understand that, but these are people who their entire philosophy is you as a human being have no value. You have no value. Everything that you value is wrong. Everything that you want to see accomplished, we should not do unless it's us that are doing it. So therefore, I don't need you. I won't speak to you. I won't find common ground with you. I will not come around to in order to make peace. I will not build a bridge because you are evil, demonic, witchcraft, culture killing.
Those people are all the bishops and rooks. Those are the bishops and rooks on the chessboard. We're talking about the pawns. Whether or not the pawns can find common ground is a very different question from whether or not the bishops and rooks can. And I don't, I'm not a big fan of electoralism. I think it's great that people participate, but like clearly, there's been very little movement to the left in 40 years. I was just recently looking into how, during the Carter administration and then later during the first President Bush administration, we almost actually addressed climate change on two
Right.
occasions where America could have really made a serious difference and we wouldn't be in the circumstance we are today.
Right.
But we didn't because powerful interests intervened and made sure to
So
control the conversation.
pawns on the left side of the equation, pawns on the left side of the equation tend to be kind of individualistic. They don't really care so much about what the rooks and the bishops do or what they're saying, other than they hope that they're doing what they want them to do. Other than that, they don't really care. Lefties are it's like herding cats. That's one of the problems with the left. I mean, there's just so many factions. There's just so many different ideologies. There's so many different, possible ways forward when it comes to the left. That doesn't count. The right doesn't have that diversity. The the pawns. And since Jack was the one that brought up the pawn thing, it kind of, he's not here. Oh well. But the pawn, I don't know. The pawns are kind of in unison with the rooks and the bishop.
I mean, it's true that propaganda works a lot better on them. It's true that you have a group of people who are much more hierarchically minded necessarily.
Can I want to interrupt real quick, and hopefully we don't lose you. I want to kind of clarify what you just said for people like Vegas. Just so propaganda, the right kind of propaganda works better on them than on the left, because on the left, which propaganda works just as well, it needs to be more focused and targeted and stylized. I guess is the word I'm thinking of.
Well,
to work for
less agreeable in general on the left. The left likes to have internal arguments. We have a lot more kind of conflict with each other, and so you're not going to get the Bernie Sanders supporters and the Biden supporters to agree on a whole lot. Whereas on the right, there's plenty of conservatives who hated Donald Trump, but they were going to fall in line because he was the head of the party and he was obviously good for the overall mission for them. And so, people who started out being, total anti-Trumpers, Mitch McConnell included, ultimately they all fell in line, and they're much more coherent, hierarchical.
They are a monolith.
Yeah.
They are Reagan. It's part of the Republican Party platform. They never, ever, ever, ever publicly feud with another Republican. They don't speak badly about them. Republicans fall in line. Yes, the right is a monolith.
The primary unifying factor of the Republican Party over the past 40 years at least is opposition to the left. That's what unifies them.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the left position is.
And opposition to the left should be specifically about the fact that the left wants to dismantle that level of hierarchy, to dismantle the caste system. And that's why I kind of keep coming back to this idea of hierarchy maintenance. Reagan wasn't the head of the party because he was going to, give all Americans an equal say. He was going to make sure that Black people stayed in their place, and that, things didn't move forward. Things didn't open up so that there were more voices at the table. That's why Reagan was at the head of the.
And that was what the some of the rhetoric about like welfare queens and that kind of stuff. That was what that was about. The fact that he didn't even say the word AIDS until late into his presidency, after millions of people had died.
It was towards the end of like 85 or 86. I mean, it was way into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's that kind of a thing where you can just deny that reality exists in order to help unify your party against or at least your group against a specific thing you deem to be demonic or evil or whatever word they're using at that particular time. The unifying.
But what is it
to the right is the opposition to the left.
What is it that causes them to say the left is demonic? Like, what are the things that the left are doing specifically that
pro-LGBT, pro-LGBT and pro-choice? I mean, those are the big ones. I mean, that's it.
Dismantling.
Those are the big ones lately, but it's been little things as well, like heavy metal music and shit.
Well, a lot of heavy metal artists, especially, are right wingers. The first one that pops to mind is Nuge, Ted Nugent. How is that different from the left? Easy.
I'm sorry, but you lost all credibility with me just now when you called Ted Nugent heavy metal.
Did you know that the real name of Mr.
It was a different time.
Is Ted Nugent?
I didn't miss it. So his name of what?
The real name of Mr. Bigglesworth is Ted Nugent.
Ew.
Come on, he's a cute English hairless cat. I love him.
So another example for you then would be Bobby Ellsworth from Overkill. He's a raging right-winger. Actually, I know him personally. Raging right-winger. Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. That's heavy metal. Raging right-winger. Anyway, so how is it different? How is it different from the left? The left doesn't have a unifying anything. I mean, there are no unifying principles of the left.
To the right doesn't all by itself unify the left.
Right. Yeah. Right, there are very few that unify the left. The left is very, very different than the right, in a million different ways. So, I played heavy metal in a gay bar in Detroit. Yeah, well, I mean, look at Rob Halford from Judas Priest. I mean, that doesn't mean much of anything. So,
a gay bar.
A gay bar.
I guess what I'm getting at is that the things that unify the right are the things the left are doing to dismantle the sort of caste system. If you're making things, more okay for more people, and there's less stigma, and you're allowing a group that has never had political power to have political power, those are all these things that dismantle this hierarchy that had previously existed, and that's never going to be acceptable. It kind of keeps coming back. It's for me, I found it to be an amazingly effective framing to understand everything the right is doing in terms of hierarchy maintenance.
So a couple of things. That's just what that is that fuel. That breaking down, the dismantling of the hierarchy is actually fuel for the culture war. That's exactly why they use those things. You're absolutely right. And no, not all metalheads are homophobes, but being somebody who's a massive fan of hard rock and heavy metal music from the 1980s till now, it's most of the music I've always listened to. And I used to have long hair when I was a kid too, and it had nothing to do with transitioning. I was a metalhead. I used to go headbanging, and in the mosh pit. I've been there. Anyway, so but there is a thread of homophobia that runs through certain the heavy metal world. Has had a thread of homophobia running through it, just as hip hop has. Both of those communities, both of those genres, both of those social movements, social groups have come through that. They've come through to the other side. I mean, Rob Halford is out loud, proud, and beautifully, beautifully gay. And Little Nas X is singing Jolene, for the whole world to see. And not a whole lot of people are losing their minds about it. It's a beautiful thing. But to deny the homophobia that ran through those communities would be just complete dishonesty.
Yeah, everybody knows I'm a hip hop head. West Coast, Thunderground.
Are you actually? Are you being serious?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I thought that was common knowledge. But yeah, no, the areas I grew up in, rabidly homophobic. West Oakland, just the worst thing you could possibly be was gay. That I think has a lot of church influence. But there's also maybe a commonality between these two groups, which is the sort of honor culture versus dignity culture. And I believe it's Jonathan Haidt who talks about this. The transition that cultures go through. The Wild West, of course, is an honor culture where your word and your manhood are sort of things that you have to defend with violence on some level. So you have duels in the street and all that kind of stuff. And honestly, like hip hop culture, at least in the 80s, very much lived in an honor culture type of society.
What's funny is heavy metal and hip hop have this, well, had, like I said, they've both come through and both of them are in much better places when it comes to the issue of homophobia. But they had both had this like hyper masculine nonsense, and from the heavy metal side, it never made sense to me that these men with the big fluffy hair wearing garter belts and makeup were so macho. I don't see the macho there. I mean, a lot of them dressed girlier than I do.
Never. I kind of want to take the conversation just a little veer off to the other side for a second, because me and my gal the other day, I thought, I haven't watched that movie for years, and so I watched this movie starring Kevin Kline, which was made in like 1997, I think, called In and Out. Ever heard of it or seen it?
I don't think so.
Well, it's basically it's a comedy. It's very lighthearted, and I actually quite liked it when it came out, but I hadn't watched it for a long time. Now, obviously, in 1997, that was still don't ask, don't tell time in the military in America. I can't really speak because I was abroad at the time, so I can't really speak to where the conversation was in America in terms of homosexual acceptance and LGBT rights and so on in the 90s, because I wasn't here then. But I thought the movie was kind of lighthearted, and it dealt with it in a good way. When I saw it in Britain in like 1997 or 8 or whatever it was, and then you watch it again now, and just some of the way it's presented, I don't personally think it's like politically correct. What happened? I don't think it's like politically incorrect or anything like that specifically as such, but it's interesting to me how like the movie blatantly addresses. Hang on, get Jack back.
Sorry about that.
The movie blatantly addresses the how deep in the closet some people had to be. Kevin Kline in the movie was a teacher in Indiana. Okay, Indiana, obviously one of the more conservative states in America. And so Matt Dillon plays a former student of his who basically wins an Oscar as an actor and says, "Thank you, Mr. Whatever your name is, for being my gay inspiration." And of course, he was in the closet. So he got outed at the Oscars. That's the premise of the movie. It's an enjoyable movie to watch. But his shame about people thinking he was gay was kind of made me cringe. It just kind of made me cringe because my mentality's moved on so much since then, and I hope the rest of the world's has as well. You know what I mean? But it got me on this sort of mental journey about other movies that came out in the sort of the late 80s or maybe 90s that, which seems kind of recent to me, but might be like, if you transport them now, do they? The jokes I think are more socially unacceptable now because of where the political zeitgeist is. I'll give you another example. There's a movie that came out in I think 1985 or 86 called Just One of the Guys. And it's about this high school senior, this girl in high school who's like very, very attractive. And she wants to be a journalist, but no one takes her seriously because she's too pretty. And so she cuts off all her hair and pretends to be a guy and transfers to another high school to see if she can get her article into the newspaper. And again, there's an awful lot of references in that movie, which nowadays I wonder if I'd be like, ooh, when I watch it, because things that used to seem funny along those lines don't seem quite so funny to me anymore.
Yeah, famously, the ending reveal from Ace Ventura 2, I think, is probably the setup that ages the least well in modern America. I don't know, Raven, if you're familiar with the second Ace Ventura movie.
I saw it one time, but I don't remember it.
The lady cop, I don't know, that's not a very proper way of saying it either, but the person who is sort of the antagonist to Ace Ventura throughout the whole movie is revealed to be a trans woman. And this, just simply the reveal, is enough to get all the other officers on the force, who are all dressed in riot gear and gas masks and everything, to vomit inside their masks. And that's sort of it's amazingly bad. It's, maybe the worst sort of worst movie to age in the modern day.
Another one, and it was risky enough at the time, is like 1985. But C. Thomas Howell basically put on blackface for this movie called Soul Man, where he pretended to be black so he could get into Harvard. I mean,
as an attack
God.
on
equal opportunity legislation and affirmative action.
Yeah, that was happening right around that time. It was not a very funny movie in general. I mean, I remember watching it as a kid, and maybe most of the comedy was outside of my purview or whatever, but I don't remember it being very funny.
No, it wasn't great.
Two black guys pretend to be white.
White chicks.
White chicks.
Isn't there another one though that's older than that? It's is it Damon Wayans and?
That's the one. Is White Chicks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they dress up as two sorority girls, and really, like, the costume and makeup is pretty awful in that. It's just because their eyes are very deep inside the mask. It's impossible to believe that.
I haven't watched Eddie Murphy's Coming to America #2 yet, but in Coming to America #1, in the barber shop, Eddie Murphy and Arsenio both play older barber men, and then there's a customer in the seat next to the door, which is Eddie Murphy as an old Jewish New Yorker, and he's so convincing in that when I found out it was Eddie Murphy, I was like, no way, you know what I mean? Because he had the Jewish accent from New York down to a pat, right? And because of all the makeup, I didn't know it was Eddie Murphy at all. I haven't seen. Have any of you seen the #2, the second Coming to America?
It's all right. A lot of fan service.
Right.
It's fun. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a good movie, but it's not a bad movie by any stretch. It's fun. It's fan service. It's goofy. It's better than we, Peach and I, we watched it and we're like, this is better than we thought it would be.
Right.
But yeah, it's worth the time.
Yeah. The first one had a cameo. Was it Sam Jackson in one of his very early roles? He's just like sweeping the floor in the restaurant or something like that.
I think he burst into the restaurant with a machine gun or something.
That's right. He's the robber.
Yeah, he was the robber.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in a long time, so
I don't even think Samuel L. Jackson makes the standard credits in that movie. I think he's like one of the after mentioned ones, and I don't think he makes the credits either in Do the Right Thing. Right. When he's the radio DJ voice, and you see him, I think, in the window, but he doesn't actually have any dialogue. He's just the radio guy, you know. But I'm pretty sure he's not in the main credits in that movie either, which is shocking. But that's what he was properly famous.
Hey Q, I saw The Crying Game in the theater, and during the reveal of that movie, the reveal, there was a whole bunch of older women seated in front of me. And like in unison, they all went, ah! That was pretty good. You know The Crying Game?
I've never seen it.
No? You don't know what the reveal is? The,
Yeah,
the,
don't
the,
spoil it. It's a good movie. You should see it.
okay, yeah, okay. It's a good movie. You should see it.
Fair enough. No, can anybody?
Forrest Whitaker. Forrest Whitaker is he's in it. It's a good movie.
Oh yeah, I like Forrest Whitaker. Sister Danger, are there any movies from not that long ago that you can think of that wouldn't transfer well to the 2020s?
I suppose there probably are, but coming to mind at the moment, the only thing that comes to mind at the moment actually is a lot of pro wrestling from the 1990s.
Attitude Era.
Yes, like when you watch some of the promo cuts of those guys, it's like, oh god, this is bad. Like,
Right.
even wrestlers that are my favorites, but yeah, I don't know, because I don't watch a lot of movies, and two, I
Fair enough.
don't hang
Have
on
you ever
to a lot
seen
of
the
them.
movie from Have you ever seen the movie from the middle of the 80s called 16 Candles, starring Molly Ringwald and Anthony Michael Hall?
Yeah, it
And
was
John and John what's his name? John
Yeah,
Cusack.
I've seen it, but I don't really. I mean, it's kind of a
John
coming
Cryer.
of age movie, growing up.
Yeah.
Right.
high
That
school
movie
age.
is seriously wrong when you watch it now. There's so much wrong that's going on.
John Cryer. That was the actor you're thinking of, John Cryer. He played Ducky.
No, I wasn't thinking of John Cryer. I was thinking of John
John Cusack was in the
Cusack.
with the
He's
Ghetto
in it as
Blaster.
well.
Oh, he's
John.
in it.
Yeah, but John
I remember
Cusack's
Molly
in
Ringwald.
16 Candles.
Oh, Ringwald, yeah. And then the hot guy. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either.
I don't know.
He's
I
in
mean, I'll
Vision
be honest.
Quest
Like,
and that movie, and that's it.
I'm pretty sure that I watch things like that, and then I just sort of delete them.
What's his name? I can't. The guy who made the movie. There was a whole slew of movies that he made at the time. They were
He made the Breakfast Club.
He made the Breakfast Club. There, yeah, it was. He
You're
made a
talking
whole
John Hughes.
Yes, there you go. I mean, he died. He was planning a sequel to the Breakfast Club, but he died before he could make it. But I mean, his movies defined the generation, and a lot of stuff in them today would be considered toxic. A lot of them don't hold up. And I mean, it's my youth,
Well, I mean,
so it's kind of a shame, but yeah.
Well, I mean, Pretty in Pink. I was it you that mentioned it last week, Jack, or maybe I'll had it because I mean, the
I
poor
was
kids
never
in
a
Pretty
big
in
John
Pink.
Hughes guy.
Right. Well, the poor kids they're supposed to be like really downtrodden and poor, but they're not poor. I mean, and they literally live on the other side of the tracks in the movie. But I've never seen poor kids with such nice clothes in my life. You know what I mean? So,
Okay, so I live and grew up in in the kind of community where what we consider to be low income housing are condos. That's I live in a 99% white community. Back in the 80s, it was considered upper middle class. I mean, it's not anymore. It's kind of like a lower middle class or middle class now. Still 99% white. But I mean, economic times have changed. Things have shifted. But back in the 80s, this was like an upper middle class neighborhood. Low income housing were the condos and townhouses, and those kids, they could afford to be part of ski club, and those were the poor kids.
So different from where I grew up. I don't know.
It's different. Well, I mean, that's the thing is it's different than a lot of places. I know I lived as an adult. I lived in a city. I lived in Paterson, which is one of the poorest cities in the state of New Jersey. And one thing I learned living there is that city itself has no hope, and that's why a lot of people are stuck there, and they'll never get out, and they'll never leave. And they are no longer defined by the things they do in their life, but they're defined by where they live. It's that kind of a place. And I know a lot of people in our country are more familiar with that kind of existence than what I grew up with. I was privileged.
I moved all around as a kid, like almost every single year until I was almost in high school. Did we live in a different place? So every year I went to a different school until basically I got to high school, and then I went to the same high school for all of high school, which was only 3 years. I didn't go to a 4 year high school, but I didn't have any concept really uh, that I can remember. Like I can remember the houses that I used to live in. I can remember the layouts of a lot of the houses that I used to live in. Maybe what the neighborhood looked like in the immediate vicinity, but with regards to where that was on an economic scale, zero concept of that. Even when we went from, we eat brown beans for dinner to now we're members of a country club, because my mom, had different husbands, and the one that she had when I was in high school made a lot of money, but in all of that time, regardless of where I was still pretty oblivious to what that meant in relation to the world outside of being a kid,
Right.
where you don't have to pay bills, and you go to school and you're on your sports teams or
So,
whatever, right?
did you see The Breakfast Club?
Yes,
Familiar with that
and
movie
of
that John
course
used? No?
the
Okay,
memorable
so
scene where he's crawling through the thing and he's telling the joke and you never hear the end of the joke. That's the one,
yeah,
right?
Right.
you know what? I googled that joke. There is no end of the joke. They wrote that specifically for that scene. Those fuckers. I've actually
Joke. That's
I've googled the punchline. There is no punchline. So the punchline is, "Oh shit." Um, so Molly Ringwald's character,
I mean,
and
she was the hot chick that was
Claire.
in detention with all the
the rich
dudes,
girl,
right?
the rich girl.
Oh, there was the goth girl too. That's right.
There was the goth girl, right? She was the rich girl, and then there was Emilio
Emilio
Estevez,
Estevez, yeah.
right? His character. Okay, so
Yep.
I went to school. Those are like carbon copies of people I went to school with.
Yeah,
That
archetypes.
was where I lived. Yeah, I mean, this was the girl who got driven to school because she was too good to take the bus, and her mother dropped her off in the BMW or the Mercedes. I'm friends with some of those girls from school. I'm friends with them now on Facebook, and they think I'm like the coolest girl. But like back then, they wouldn't even speak to me.
So here's the funny thing about it. Like that basically was me in high school, but I didn't know it. I got a car as soon as I got a Cadillac actually when I was 16. That was the first car that was bought for me. The rule was I had to pay for my own gas and my own insurance. And so I did have a job and I did pay for those things, but I had a car. But all of my friends that lived in this neighborhood that we lived in all had vehicles. We had trouble finding places to park in the high school parking lot because everybody had a car. And it wasn't until I would say even maybe like 5 years ago when I was talking to this guy that I kind of reconnected with on Facebook that I used to go to high school with. And he would talk to me about things. He's like, "Yeah, you remember like this clique of people in high school?" I'm like, "No, I don't remember them at all." And
Right.
he's like, "You don't remember the gangbangers?" And I'm like, "We had gangbangers at our high school?" And he's
Like
like,
they are.
like I was in a bubble.
There are. I mean, this is a very generic. This is very generic and just very. I mean, this isn't like a scientific kind of a thing, but like one way to look at things, especially nowadays, as far as whether or not where you live is more on the upscale than some other places, is are you older than the schools? And like I am older than all of the schools in my town, and so they're all fairly new. In the grand scheme of things, they are all fairly new buildings, which means they're fairly modern, which means they've got things like, computer lines and,
Yeah.
I mean, they are, modern schools. They're not like the old 1950s buildings with the 3 floors. And, these are all sprawling, campuses.
I
That's
know for a fact.
that's the world that's the world that I grew up and went to school in. So it's like, when we talk about a lot of stuff about the world, I only know from talking to people and from watching TV, because
That's kind of funny.
I still live in that town. And
I've been
I grew up in
just
town that had less than 2,000 people in it at the time, and that same town now has over 35,000 people. I don't recognize it anymore.
I know for a fact that now our household makes more money than my household that when my mom was married to, the money that she made her husband or whatever when we were country clubbing it up in high school. And I definitely do not live. I mean, like, there's needles in the woods on the other side of the fence from me. Like, I am not in the upscale part of town no more.
Well, what about adjusted for inflation, though?
The house, yeah. The house I grew up in, my parents paid $35,000 for it when in 1976. It recently sold for like $200,000, which is still in this town a cheap house. That's a that's a cheap house. It's a small house. It wasn't. There was 5 kids and my parents and this little house. It looked like a chalet kind of. It was a little house. But $200,000 from 35,000, which was what brand new is what it went for. It was brand new. Nobody had ever lived there before. And that's something else too. I mean, I grew up in a house where there were no previous owners or previous tenants. I grew up in a brand new house. So it's like every place I live now since then always feels like creepy to me because other people have lived here. I am spoiled. I am. I really am.
I was struggling to think of a movie while you guys were talking about John Hughes that looked anything like how I grew up, and I guess Friday and Dope are the only 2 movies that kind of are close, but they're different regions. They're both LA instead of Oakland. But I don't know. I don't think any part of where I grew up is referenced much in American media, and I hadn't really been thinking about it until this question. But it would be real difficult to find a major piece of media anywhere that looks at what it was like to grow up in the poor inner city, at least on the West Coast.
I'll quote Ice Cube. Let me just quote Ice Cube real quick from the movie Boys in the Hood. They either don't know, don't show, or don't care about what's going on in the hood.
Yeah, but even Boys in the Hood, I mean, that's also very much central to an LA existence.
Oh, it's LA, yeah, all the way.
Yeah, it's so LA, and it's specifically Compton and that kind of thing. But even that is sort of a heightened Hollywood version. And it's interesting thinking about it now. I don't know how you point to any piece of media and go yeah, that is a pretty good representation of where I grew up or how I grew up.
I mean, most of the inner city type things in any media, especially major movies and stuff, it's going to be either LA or East Coast, New York City or Newark, or it takes place in those kinds of areas.
Yeah, or Chicago.
If you're or Chicago. If you're in a different environment than that, but still inner city and urban, I
guess I'll say The Wire isn't that far off. It's a totally different landscape. Those are all brick buildings and stuff.
Where does The Wire take place?
It takes place in Baltimore. The language is different. The culture is different in many obvious ways. But in terms of media that you can point to and say that's sort of like Oakland in the 80s, I mean, I guess The Wire is kind of close.
So after I got divorced, after well, I wasn't divorced yet. When my wife and I split up and I moved in with my now ex-boyfriend, he had a 4-family house in the city of Patterson. And that's when I moved to Patterson and realized it was really a city with no hope. Anyway, he had a 4-family house there, so there was some hope for him. He sold it and he did pretty well for himself. But instead of me moving into his house because he was still in the closet, I was going to say we rented, but we didn't. He did. He rented a little tiny apartment for me. I was kept. Anyway, he rented this little tiny apartment for me just outside the Alabama projects in downtown Patterson. So I mean, people mention the projects, and I actually lived there. I know what that's like. That was rough. Coming from my background, that was rough.
I'm almost ashamed to say that there is a movie out there that more or less as close to actually encapsulates what it was like. There's a movie called Dazed and Confused. It's by the same guy who made Boyhood and Before Sunset and Before Sunrise and all those.
Yeah,
That's
and
Richard
it's where
Linklater.
the famous,
The college girl
Matthew
quote, or the
McConaughey.
high school girl quote. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right.
Right. That's the one. Yeah. In that movie, the thing is, as freshmen, we did get harassed by the seniors in high school. We did. But that started in high school. It didn't start on the last day of 8th grade. And in the movie, it kind of starts on the last day of 8th grade. And it's kind of implied that they're going to be chasing you around all summer like that. I mean, it was never quite that extreme. But yeah, I mean, if you're a freshman, you got pranked back in those days at my school for sure. And the language and the clothes and the cars. I mean, whoever did the clothes for that movie deserves a freaking award because it was like a time machine. The only movie that I think is comparably close to giving you that time machine feel that's come out since then was that Quentin Tarantino movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I mean, that for me, because I lived through that period of time, and he made it look like it used to look. I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Not a movie, but a series. Stranger Things. I mean, take
Never
away
seen
all. You never seen it? Watch Stranger Things.
Just watch the first season. Don't watch any more than the first season.
Remove all of that. Don't pay attention to the supernatural stuff. I mean, because that's not what I'm referring to. It's just that it's set in the 80s, and they did it looks like it's like you've traveled through time, because even the quality of the picture, the film that they used to record with was like 80s. It was beautiful. They did an amazing job transporting you back in time. I mean, it feels like you're watching a movie that was filmed in the 80s.
Cool.
Fantastic job. Yeah. So talk about time machine. Check out Stranger Things.
I wonder if my school ever did that, going after freshman thing. I don't know.
No.
I think I might have always been under a rock my whole life, and I just didn't know it. At least now I know I'm under a rock.
Well, I was gonna mention that before, because something about current events came up, and you were just like, duh.
Oh yeah, at the very beginning of the show when you asked about the things, I was kind of looking it up while we were talking. I was like, okay, what happened today in Everett? Did anything happen today? I don't know. Was there a thing I should have known about? I'm not sure. So I
don't understand. I get it. I don't know. I guess I am just so tied to current events and the news and everything else. I couldn't imagine how you get through life without knowing about what's happening in the world around you. But apparently you can. And I mean, there's something wrong with that. It's just, I don't know anybody else who is just so shut off from popular culture and everything around them. That's wild.
When I go out to California and I've got no Wi-Fi, we also have no TV. So last time I was out there for a month, and it was actually quite refreshing just being sort of, I mean, I still have Twitter on my phone. That was literally it. But it kind of refreshing to be that kind of, makes you feel like you are, and talk about time machine back to the 80s, right? Time machine before the internet. You know, remember how we all had things to do before the internet?
I mean, I'm one of the busier people I know, so I constantly have things. I don't know.
Yeah, I've always got things to do too.
I think a weird consequence of the internet is I feel like we're busier than we've ever been as humans. We're not always productive, or we're busy instead of being productive. We're performatively busy in some way.
Well, I mean, we do things like we'll speed up things that we're doing in order to create more time to do nothing.
Right.
I mean, you know, okay, I could be like with the kids and watching TV, and I mean, and this is, for me, this is a break. I mean, I'm the primary caregiver of two little tiny boys. right, a year old and 4 years old. I mean, my days are filled with diaper changing and feeding and nursery rhymes from morning to night. This is a break. And they were crying and freaking out, and I feel really bad because Peach felt really bad. And I went upstairs going, "What's going on?" And she looked really, "I'm so sorry," kind of a thing. And it's just like, so this is a break for me. But in order to do this, there's other things that have to happen for me to have the time to do this. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that's what we're busy with these days. We're busy with trying to be less busy so we can do nothing to look like we're busy.
Right. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I just think that's
Jack looks like he's trying to
it's an
laugh about what I just said.
No, I was just reading the chat, and somebody in the chat mentioned Candyman as another movie that sort of shows, like, I don't know, urban life.
Yeah.
Candyman, obviously, it's very Chicago, very focused on sort of the type of projects that existed in Chicago, but still kind of different. But there's definitely a little bit of similarity there. So thanks.
Well, in all of the urban settings, there's going to be some similarities. But yeah, but depending on the city, it's all very different. Like Newark and New York have a lot of similarities, a lot of different too. I mean, we talk about, like you were talking about bricks and architecture before, right? Well, I mean, Newark is brick city. All of the buildings are brick. If you've ever been to Newark, that's one thing that you'll notice really quick is the entire city is made up of those red bricks.
Right.
Right.
We had brick buildings, but then we had 2 earthquakes and they all fell down.
They all came down. Yeah. No, I mean, there's so many bricks in Newark that it's like really depressing. And like Patterson is all cement. Patterson is cement walls. There's concrete walls all over the fucking place. And it feels like a prison. And New York City, on the other hand, I mean, yeah, there's projects, there's rundown neighborhoods, but there's architecture that's very old, and there's Art Deco, and there's just like sweeping amounts of like just artistic work gone into buildings that are just falling apart. So it's a completely, entirely different feel, and that provides like a backdrop for people that live their lives, and it affects how people live, and it affects them how they treat each other and talk to each other, because it affects how you feel about where you live. Architecture is very important. But Newark is depressing because it's all brick city.
I personally think that in the planning of a lot of American cities, they should make more of an effort to make things beautiful. I think if you're surrounded by beauty, you have an inclination to try to preserve it. Whereas if everything looks like shit, there's not much incentive.
I think that was the central thinking of what's his face, Robert Moses, who did a lot of the design in New York City. He wasn't a very good person, from what I understand, and he wasn't very good at a lot of things. I mean, I don't know a whole lot of the ins and outs, and Jack might know more about this kind of stuff than me because he just seems to know a lot about things in general.
I've heard the name, but I don't know very much about New York City architecture, although I did do a recent rabbit hole nod to Sister Danger for commenting on that kind of thing. But I went down this deep dive about the Singer building, this big, beautiful building that used to be in New York City that, was torn down in like 1974 or something like that. But huge, wonderful, iconic building, totally part of the New York skyline, gone, forgotten to history.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's like there's all kinds of really neat shit. Like the building, the Flatiron building, in New York. That's an awesome building.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not a huge building. It's not a big building, but it's iconic because of its shape. And it's right there. And eventually they're going to tear that down because, of course, they will. Everything in our culture and society is disposable. And you look at Central Park. Central Park, people talk about the nature, how beautiful nature is in the middle of the city. There ain't no nature in Central Park. It's all manufactured. The entire thing. Those lakes aren't real. Yeah, they're water and they're there, but that's not a real lake.
I do know about that architect because that's John Olmsted. Olmsted also designed a graveyard in Piedmont, which I used to play in all the time as a kid. But most importantly, John Olmsted is famous for doing the grounds of the White City, the 1865 Columbian Exposition, which is famously was sort of stalked by the famous serial killer H. Holmes in 1865.
See, but see,
There's
the way
a
I
book
like that
by
one.
Eric Larson about it called The Devil in the White City. Totally, highly recommended.
Okay.
That sounds awesome.
It's so good. Everything that Eric Larson writes is great. Isaac Storm about the storm that killed something like 600,000 people in Galveston, Texas in 1900. Just completely wiped out the town.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's massive even by any standard. Just a
I
massive.
I like what Marcus said. The trick is to find the beauty. It's everywhere, and I like that. And I really like that thinking. I don't necessarily agree with it. Um,
I personally do agree with it. It's actually a famous quote from Confucius: "Everything has beauty, but not everyone sees it." And it's basically implicating that it's your perspective. It's how you choose to look at it, as opposed to what it actually is. You can look for the beauty and find it, but it might not necessarily be apparent or obvious.
I get you.
Thank goodness, because otherwise I'd never have a partner. If people didn't look for the beauty, because it ain't obvious, you know what I mean? Anyway, it's true. We're frozen.
As a
Oh, there you go.
more or less asexual, I'm just amazed that women find men attractive at all in the first place. Every man who has a girlfriend is lucky because nature has blessed women with some type of goggles or something that allow them to see something in men that is not normally visible.
What do you mean? No, I like dudes. I like the way dudes look. I like naked dudes.
I like naked dudes.
And I actually super don't like whenever I see threads of people, like somebody will post, I don't know, a picture of the David or something, and then you just see all these chicks in the comments talking about like nobody wants to see y'all junk, right? And I'm like,
yeah, that's so not true.
Not true. I probably want to see it. Like
there's okay. So you hear all the time, right? Oh, men's penises, right? The genitals are ugly, ugly, ugly. Who wants to see that? Okay, I got news for everybody. All genitals are ugly. All genitals are ugly, and I'm sorry. I think male genitals are less ugly.
See, now I am of the opinion that if you cannot look at anything and in some way, shape, or form find some angle or aspect to look at it in which you are not repulsed, right? And you can say, I can see how from this direction that thing could be attractive or likable or whatever, right? You are too closed-minded and you need to open your parachute so that things will work upstairs. Like there are other angles. You're missing them, wherever they are.
Paul has a lot of very specific close-up inspection of genitals.
I was just gonna say. I mean, my goodness.
All genitals are ugly. It's I mean, I don't know.
I abjectly disagree. I think most are less than pleasant. Some are quite beautiful, and I think that's the way it is. Just like people, just like the rest of the person. Shocking, right?
That's fair. I mean, I am kind of partial to male genitals.
Sure.
I have seen some that are absolutely beautiful. I just think in general, all genitals are kind of ugly. I don't think male genitals in particular are ugly, and females are not. No, they're all kind of ugly.
Do you think them being visibly repulsive is evolution's way of saying keep your face out of there?
Maybe.
Put it where it belongs.
Okay, so wait. On that tip, we all know that when people are aroused, then things that would normally be repulsive then become arousing. This is sort of a genetic fact of human nature. So I think that kind of answers your question, Paul.
So yeah, like I don't know. I mean, I think we're the only species that can think ourselves out of reproduction. We're the only species that can think ourselves out of sex, and because of that, it has to feel so good that no matter how disgusted we are by certain things, we're still going to do it.
Right.
The sex.
Hey, did y'all see that viral video that went around?
I've seen lots.
Did y'all see that viral video that went around the other day? Did you see that viral video that went around the other day about the gorilla giving the other gorilla a blowjob in front of lots of children in the zoo?
No, that's awful. Those gorillas
Look it up. It's hilarious.
I don't know if I want to look it up, but those gorillas should have known better.
That's like, I'm not gonna Google that, but damn, that's fucking hilarity.
Yeah, what am I gonna Google? Gorilla blowjob?
There's no way to Google that and have something good come
gorilla
up.
blowjob zoo. Search. It'll come right up.
Those gorillas should have known better, though. There's children present.
It was in the Daily Mail the other day. My girl was the Daily Mail, and she's like, "Look at this." I'm like, "No way!" I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I didn't actually know though that I did not know. I knew other animals masturbated, but I did not know other animals did fellatio, or not just fellatio, but oral sex on both genders, whatever. And so, like, they listed off some other animals that do, and like bats give each other head.
Bat head.
I think I have to go. So
Bat head.
I've just grossed you out, haven't I? I'm really sorry. It was the bat.
I'm actually fascinated by the fact that you didn't know that. I'm like, oh, that's very fascinating. No, wait. The part that's fascinating is the part that you didn't know. Like, I knew that, but
I knew that they masturbated, but I didn't know about the oral sex part. And when I was reading the list of some of the animals, and it was like, I think cougars were on there as well. I'm like, wow, okay.
Isn't it bonobos?
Wow.
Getting
your teeth out of the way must be a real issue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, bonobos are like one of the few animals that are actually more promiscuous than humans, right? I mean, bonobos, their whole thing is getting it on. That's
famously
they literally will to diffuse physical violence against themselves. They'll be like, "Hey, are you mad at me, bro? Let me just give you a little hand job right there, like a little blowy. But, like it's cool now, right? Like
you look upset. Let me give you a handy."
They do that though. So, but they also
you're so much happier now.
They prostitute. They will prostitute themselves.
Chimps too. Chimps too.
So,
yeah, chimps will have sex for food.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. I think I'm actually being summoned to go grocery shopping. So
thanks for hanging out.
If I come back, then I guess I'm not going grocery shopping. But if I don't, that's where I'm at. Bye, guys.
I'll say it on live stream. I have a header that I'm working on for Sister Danger. I'm just saying that in public so that other people can hold me accountable to finish.
I was still in Bonobo land when you said that, so I was like, wait, what are we talking about?
Oh God.
Never mind, I'm on the same page again. Yes, that's I was like, you're doing what for me? How? And I don't know what. Like, how do I not know?
So Green Machine has found gorilla blowjob on YouTube
in 44 seconds. 0.42 seconds, maybe.
All right.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later. Have a good night.
I mean, and there are, just in general, there are people who, in my opinion, should never be naked. And then there are people that should always be naked. I mean, this is just a fact of life. So,
Yeah. Well, I quite like nudity myself. I like being nude. I'm nude less often now in my late 50s than I ever used to be. I guess maybe that's appropriate. I wouldn't care if it was appropriate or not, but it's more to I don't know. I just am less often naked, but I used to be naked quite a lot, kind of on purpose. It's very sort of liberating when you don't have any clothes on, but I didn't like obviously go in public or anything like that. But just, if I was home by myself and I lived by myself, damn right. What the fuck did I need clothes for?
Yeah.
Who am I trying to impress?
from what I understand, my ex, he sold his house and he moved down to Puerto Rico. And from what I understand, he actually spends most of his time nude now. And I mean, I'm thinking, why not? You live in paradise. You might as well,
Yeah.
I think he lives alone. I don't know. He's 50 years old and lives in paradise. Yeah, what if I'm not? Be naked. Go for it.
Right.
Green Machine says that I assume talking about clothing, it's a good fart filter to wear.
Yeah. I mean, I know my ex. He used to have the kind of body where he should always be naked, but I don't know if that's still true. I don't know. I know mine is no longer like that, so I would assume he might not be either. I don't know. So
mine's never been great to look at. That's why I got so many tattoos, right? Because I want to look good naked, and so I needed help.
Has anyone ever just tattooed a six-pack, like a well-rendered six-pack on themselves?
Sure.
Yes.
If I did that, I would look like E Honda.
Highlights and all sorts of other stuff.
Nobody got that joke.
No, it went right over my
Somebody
head.
in the chat. I think Green Machine got the joke.
So I had thought about actually seeing the tattoos and body parts. I had thought about getting tattoos on my nipples to make my areolas look larger.
Right.
But nah, fuck it. Just something I thought about.
Is it more about how you feel about that, or would you think it wouldn't look better, or you just think, well, it wouldn't make me feel any different, so what's the point?
Both.
Or both.
Yeah, both. I don't think it would look real.
Right.
I mean, I know that women who have had either injury or surgery or whatever for breast cancer and stuff, and they have to have reconstructive surgery, and then they end up having tattoos of their nipples. I've never seen it, and I have a hard time believing that it looks real. But I don't know.
Right. Well, a good tattooist should be able to accomplish any contour with shading. That's what I think. But yeah. Hey, I'd like to. Unfortunately, maybe I'm not sure how y'all feel about it, but I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the politics this week, because there's I don't want to talk about all the legislative bullshit because it's actually doing my head in. But what I do think I want to at least reference this week is the committee that's putting together investigations for the 6th of January, and this week they've been talking about how they want to subpoena a lot of people and their records and whatever. And of course, the Republicans are like resistant because that's their whole shtick. But I think a lot of the Republicans have been basically acting like they're going to do the same thing they did when Trump was president and just go, no, fuck you. We don't have to. What are you going to do about it? But there's a new sheriff in town. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about Joe Biden. I'm talking about Merrick Garland.
Right.
Because now Congress can refer to the Justice Department, and the Justice Department will have recourse, whereas Trump was never. Well, I mean, they were never going to do that in Trump's Justice Department. So,
I actually have.
do you
What was that?
Do you think the subpoenas will be enforced? Because
I don't know. I'm kind of losing faith in Merrick Garland. There are a lot of things that he could have done thus far and hasn't. Also, the Justice Department is not coming down really hard on people that are found guilty with the insurrection. They're getting a lot of slaps on the wrist.
But they sure are putting in new rules that will help make sure that they have power for later, especially if most of the things that I see are going to be used against left-wing activists and protesters in the future. And it's just, there's a whole bevy of new tools. Those who want a prison industrial complex and want to have a state that has this much control over political dissent, they're very happy with these tools. And I don't think this stuff will be used on the January 6th insurrectionists particularly, but they'll be very, very helpful in the future when they want to put down climate protesters, as cities are sinking and oil pipelines are built across native lands. I will say I'm feeling very pessimistic about electoralism right now. I'm watching, the various machinations of the mansions and cinemas, and the news media dutifully reporting that all the conflict and kind of blockades are because of the left, and because Bernie Sanders wants too much, and because raising the minimum wage is a non-starter, and anything else. Biden has essentially chosen the mansion and cinema side, and is very much going to make sure that police funding goes up and all these other things. I don't see electoralism winning the day. And when I go back to an earlier Breakfast Club where I think I was disagreeing at the time with Bionic Dance about whether or not we should be supporting Biden to the hilt and getting him in, and I think Brianna Joy Gray was right. Noam Chomsky was wrong. Electoralism is failing right before our eyes.
I'm not sure if I agree with that or not, but I'll tell you that, I mean, democracy is failing before our eyes. I mean, when you have a system which basically the minority can rule by dissent, something's wrong. And that's what's happening right now in the Senate. You know what I mean? And or even just in the Democratic Party in the Senate, with Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema holding up so much stuff. It's basically like both of them, or either of them, whichever way you want to look at it, are implicitly saying what I think is right is more important than everything everybody else thinks is right. And maybe there's a case for that in a democracy, to have that capability for one person to stand in the way when they know something's wrong, like pushing the red button or something like that, for example. So this isn't that. This is so not that, Right.
So the problem I have, and I agree that Manchin and Sinema are issues, and that they're holding up, I think, needed changes, needed legislation. Paul left. Anyway, here's the issue I have with, because like I saw a quote from Bernie, I think it was earlier today that I saw it, where he said that two people should not be able to hold up, or to outweigh the 48 people in the same party who are voting a certain way. And
particularly when the policy is popular with over 70%.
Well, and that's the thing is that's full fine and good, but the Congress is set up a certain way, and the Senate is set up a certain way. And if you are 48 members, you are the minority. You just didn't get the votes you needed. And so it's not two people holding up the agenda of 48. It's 52 people holding up the agenda of 48.
This is assuming that those 52 people represent anything close to the 70 to 75% of the American public that supports.
Well, that part I get. But Congress, any elected body, does this all the time, where they're going to vote or do things or do something in a way that doesn't necessarily reflect the will of the people. That's just part of having an elected body. And the remedy to that is supposed to be elections. And that doesn't work, obviously. But the way that it's set up is you have to get a majority. I mean, whether it's the 60 vote majority or the 51 vote majority, you have to get the majority. And by saying these two people are stopping the agenda from going forward isn't really, it's honest, right? But it isn't really the whole picture. It's 52 people are holding up. So when you look at it that way, that's more honest.
52 people who represent something like 26 or 28% of the entire country.
Yes. Yeah. True. But that's not the argument being made. And that should be what they're saying. But they're not saying that. They're saying these two people are holding up the agenda of 48. And it's like, while that by itself sounds like it's outrageous, it isn't really. The most honest way to say it would be 52 people are holding up the agenda of 48. The problem with that is that sounds unreasonable. Like that's unreasonable to say, because of course 52 people should be able to hold back the agenda of 48. But what those people represent is the totality of the truth, right? Those 52 people represent only 26% of the people.
Yeah, and mostly only the wealthy interests who don't really have anybody else's interests at heart.
But I mean, this is something like Vegas and I actually have spoken about it a couple times. It's the wording of things is just so important, and it ends up being the words are used to twist the truth all the time.
So Sister Danger, that was a quick shopping trip.
Yeah, what happened?
I mean, do you want me to really tell you, or you just want me to say nothing? We changed our minds.
Well, isn't that what really happened?
No, not exactly.
Oh, so you were going to lie to us? I see.
No, the people in the household that are going to do the shopping has changed. So the shopping's still happening. I'm just not going to be the one doing it.
Okay. Fair enough. So nobody here is rewriting the Constitution, but hey, thanks for that.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be great to rewrite many parts of the Constitution. I'm a fan of the Second Bill of Rights that FDR proposed before his death. That's not really rewriting the Constitution. I mean, amendments are addendums to the Constitution, but it effectively changes the understanding and the governance of the Constitution.
I think it would be great to rewrite the Constitution. I think we talked about this in the original Breakfast Club way back in the day, didn't we, Raven? About the pros and cons of rewriting the Constitution. I think specifically the sticking point was the Second Amendment at that time, and where the debate was, because there were so many people getting shot back then. Not that was not
it's an alien environment now.
Yeah, but I mean, right? Yeah, that never happens anymore. Never happens anymore. Thank God, right?
Apparently, the videos have fixed it.
I kind of wish at least the Constitution could be reviewed in a more easy to change format than it currently is, at least like once every century or every 100 years, right? Because things exist that didn't exist back then, right? Just due to the advancement of medicine and technology and stuff that could have never been anticipated, that I think changes the landscape of some things. And it's good to at least be able to be like, okay, we're going to go and review all of these things, kind of Continental Congress like, right? And see where we are. And this event happens once every 100 years, right? Because that's a long enough time to not allow for there to be people manipulating that as easily,
I
and
can I can kind of get down with that. I mean, I do have an issue with making it easier to change. Like sometimes I think it should be easier to change, and other times I'm like, that sounds dangerous. I mean, there's a reason why it's hard to change. Um, you
Well,
don't
there's a
want
difference between making it easier and making it easy,
Yeah, there
right?
is a big
Easier
difference.
could just mean lowering the thresholds a little bit, whereas making it easy would be like, I don't know, 25% and everything goes. You know what I mean? So
Like you don't want the document that basically maintains the order of your society to be able to kind of go with the whims of a public that isn't necessarily
The
stable.
problem is, like, so theoretically, I like this idea of revisiting and redrafting, founding documents every couple of generations, 3 generations, something like that. But like when I really think about like what would happen if right at this moment we decided to tabula rasa the Constitution and rewrite it with this set of politics and these corporate special interests and all the various bodies that exist right now, what would the document look like that came out of that?
well,
And it's horrifying.
I definitely would want to see the separation of church and state actually written into the Constitution, since it isn't.
yeah, that's a good place to add something for sure, because that would take all the gray area completely out of it.
Yep.
Right. I mean, I think
Because it's not
separation.
formally initiated.
It's not formally, no, but it is implied in the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And we talked a little bit about that earlier. About even if all religions were treated equally, that still shows a favoritism towards faith, and that could be construed as an establishment of faith. And so, yeah, get rid of the gray area. That would be good. I think there's enough of separation there, though, to be able to make a convincing case that it basically already, it separates church and state, and that's pretty much why we've succeeded with as much as we have, keeping church and state separate so far.
I'd like to answer or begin a conversation based on the question I just posted up by CRB Vegas. I'll do it again. What about the Constitution would you want changed? I mean, I could think of several things, but I'll just start with this. There's certain human rights that should be guaranteed that are not. Everyone should have the right to access, for example, clean water. Everyone should have the right to access shelter. Those are basic rights. Every fucking animal that wants to crawl under a rock can crawl under a rock, but we can't sleep under a bridge in loads of cities because we're going to get arrested. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I got strong feelings about stuff like that. And to me, those are basic rights that have just been, I think the founders just implied, of course, everyone's going to have shelter. Why would you need to even write that down? You know what I mean? Of course, everyone's going to,
Of course,
have the right to water. Why would you need to write that down?
Of course, black people are 3/5 of a human. That's also something they.
Yeah, it's all fucked up, man. that stuff.
But I mean, I think those kinds of the 3/5 of a person, that compromise that obviously should be removed. I don't think there's a whole lot as far as like changing the Constitution itself.
Well, I would take it out of the 13th Amendment that the that prisons or that slavery can be used as a form of punitive redress. Just the fact that
Right.
prisons can still use slave labor at this very moment, and that many of our products are made with prison slave labor, is absolutely abhorrent. It shows we don't
I was I
actually
was
believe. Go ahead.
Okay.
I was only barely aware of that until we talked last summer, Raven, about that movie. Was it 13 or 13th or
Yeah.
The
whatever?
13th.
Yeah.
By Ava DuVernay, and that movie was just really eye opening.
Yeah. Well, and that's like, as I've said before, I kind of been following or doing prison activism for a good little while. That and garment politics are kind of my two. They intersect, obviously. Military uniforms are made by prison labor.
Wow.
In fact, many military bases, whole support units are prison slave labor. And so our military industrial complex and our prison industrial complex reinforce one another. And they're both completely legal in part because of the 13th Amendment.
There you go. I mean, when people talk about changing the Constitution and Vegas, people like Vegas will say, well, what about the Constitution would you want changed? And I think it's easy when you're looking at the document and it's like sweeping, in sweeping terms and generalizations. And you can say that, oh, it's, the most perfect founding documents ever written by man. And I think that there is a case for that. That doesn't mean that it's without flaw. I mean, obviously, there's lots of flaws. There's been flaws from the beginning that they knew were flaws. The 3/5 of a person, they knew that was a flaw. They knew going in. They when the country was founded, they knew they were embedding time bombs into the foundation of our society that they weren't going to be around to have to deal with. They apparently assumed that they would have a society that was well educated enough, and living under different norms that they would be able to deal with a lot of these things. They were wrong.
I
They
I think
were wrong.
I think that like some of the things and mind you, I haven't read my constitution this week, and so I do not have fresh in my mind things that I might consider, like this is something that I would change. But I think that when I speak of I would like to see changes, where my mind often is on that is that there are things in our society that I think we consider to be as constitutional law because they have been basically ruled from the bench for so long that we understand them to now just kind of be the law, right? And
Well,
I
I mean, there's. I don't mean to cut you off, but I mean, before it gets like too much further, then I have to feel like I have to backtrack. And I'm sorry for that. And then when I'm done, pick up exactly where you left off if you want. Whatever. Whatever. I just let me.
say it
So
to
there
the
are
end.
certain things. There are certain things that aren't mentioned at all in the Constitution, and it's whatever is not mentioned in the Constitution falls to the states. Right. So it's like here's the federal government. These are the rules of our government. This is how our government is going to be constrained by this document because that's what the Constitution is. Right. It's the rules that the government has to follow. Right. And whatever isn't mentioned here falls to the states. And if the states do something that's already mentioned by the Constitution, well, the Constitution actually takes precedent. It's the supremacy clause. So then, whatever is not mentioned by the Constitution that the states do, if it does not interfere with the individual's constitutional rights, then that can be state law. You know what I mean? So everything just keeps, it's like shit that rolls downhill. You know what I mean? And it's restricted and regulated on its way down. And whatever isn't mentioned at all, it's a free for all.
Well, there's things like voting rights where lots of people will tell you they think that voting is a right and a privilege, or it's a privileged right, or they'll use these weird sort of like get arounds to talk about voting because, of course, there's a large part of the country that doesn't want everybody to vote, whether they have a specific set of people they think should always be in charge. Sometimes that's along racial lines. Um, there's a lot of people. I wouldn't, I'd hesitate to put like a percentage on it, but there's enough people who believe that way that it's consistently a problem, whether or not we have the explicit, concrete right to vote as citizens. And I would absolutely do away with any language in the Constitution that adds caveats to that. I think prisoners on death row should be allowed to vote.
Too right.
There's no real justification or reason behind making voting a privilege in a democracy.
Any legal adult who, by that I mean, is of sound mind, who's of age to vote, should be able to vote, full stop. If you're a citizen of the United States, you're affected by its laws, and therefore you should have a say. Boom.
Yeah. Well, and that includes people who aren't of sound mind, honestly. Like, a single person's vote isn't a major thing. Like, you could have, just as many.
Well, I mean, there are plenty of crazy people that vote now.
Yeah. I mean, I just don't know that there's any good argument for restricting anybody's vote. Yeah, we're talking about like closing in on 350 million people, and each person only gets one vote. I don't really care what their state of mind is. You can have a crazy person who votes for Mickey Mouse every single election. It doesn't really affect things to give that person a vote.
Vermin supreme. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, there's always you have a right to vote. It's kind of like it's kind of like religion and God's love, right? God loves you, unconditionally under certain conditions, and you have a right to vote unless we decide you don't. And I mean, it's
right.
Yeah. So I mean, there was recently a politician who said that voting is a privilege. It was at I think it was at a town hall, and he had said that voting was a privilege, and people are like, "Wait, what?" I mean, no, it's not. But yeah, if they can take your right to vote away because you were in jail or are in jail, yeah, then it is a privilege. It's not a right, and that's something I think, that needs to be rectified. And if something that needs to be rectified through revamping the Constitution, then that's when we would do it. That's something we can change. The problem with that, though, is, well, no, not necessarily. It's not a problem at all, because elections are run by the states, not by the federal government. But that doesn't mean that doesn't have to affect voting at all. The running of the election has nothing to do necessarily with whether or not you're allowed to vote. So.
Yeah, well, I mean,
a lot of this is.
I'm in favor of, Australia mandates that everybody vote. If you make voting easy, and it's not like a massive inconvenience if you have mail-in voting or something like that, and everybody's mandated to vote, and in Australia you pay a tax penalty or something like that if you don't vote. And people who don't want to vote or don't believe in the system, they vote for Donald Duck or whatever they want. But they do still vote. I think it's important, if you're going to have a society that values sort of the sovereignty of the nation and has this sort of nationalist identity, well, part of that ought to be that we're a part of the nation because we all are a part of the way the government gets chosen.
I have mixed feelings about compulsory voting. And that is, I kind of agree that, it should be. I think people should at least be pushed to get involved in their country's civic life. They should have some fucking clue. And most Americans, and I do believe it's most, don't have a clue. They have no clue. About how their government works, about what's going on in the country, about how their tax money is being spent. and they don't know how to find out, and many of them don't want to. And I think being pushed to have to care about those things because of compulsory voting, I think would be good for them. I think it would be good for the country. Also, though, it's hard for me to say that a country is free if you're forced to do something by law, like vote. Um, you're not free if you're forced to do something.
You
Well,
have a social
I would
security
argue
card
a
that
couple
you
things. First of
can't
all, we're
opt
not
out
free
of.
ever. There's no such thing as a free person.
And America's a very unfree country. We're one of the least
So-
free countries.
The other thing I wanted to say, if we're going to have something like compulsory voting, there has to be an option to say none of the above. You have to say, no, I reject all these candidates. And if that was a plurality, or even a majority or a plurality, even as far as I'm concerned, then you should have to get the candidates who just lost, who couldn't even get a plurality, should be out, and we should be given new candidates to vote for. You know what I mean? With a system like that, you'd get rid of certain amounts of corruption, because you can't necessarily count on getting a plurality, because unless you have a lot of appeal, right? And so anyway.
So there's a method of voting that is similar to ranked choice. I think we were talking about it last week, weren't we?
Yeah. I think it was Joe who brought it up.
That sounds really good. I kind of like that.
Is it transferable vote? It's transferable vote. Is that the one?
Is that what it is?
You just vote yes or no next to every candidate's name, whether or not,
Right.
like, can I tolerate this person being in office? Yes or no.
Right. And it's simpler. It's a simpler. It's like ranked choice, except it's a simpler way to do it. I like that. I like that idea.
Okay, what happens in a system like that, though, if the person who gets the most yes votes is also the person who gets the most no votes? You know what I mean? Because you could have a plurality of people, so that the most could be both. It could be both the same person. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It'd be interesting to find out more about that. Go ahead, Sister Danger.
Sorry, I'm catching up a little bit because I have like a thing going on here, but are you talking about in a tiered voting system? What happens?
Well, Joe brought up last week a version of ranked choice voting that was kind of an interesting instrument, where instead of choosing like a first, second, and third sort of tier of like acceptable candidates, all you do is you say, the question is, would this candidate being in office be tolerable or acceptable to you, or whatever? And you just say yes or no answer next to each name of every candidate. And that sort of automatically filters the candidate who has the most yeses, I can tolerate this person being in office, next to their name, ends up the winner.
But in that scenario, though, it is possible, because of the number of people running, that you could end up with the same person gets the most yes and the most no's.
Looks like Joe might be able to answer this question for
Yeah.
us.
Yeah, you don't, so that pass-fail voting, you don't vote no for somebody, you just vote yes or not vote for them. So what happens is whoever gets the most yes votes wins.
Okay.
So it's an instant runoff kind of thing, and it's basically
it's like a
you're
runoff.
just saying these are the people who are acceptable to me, and if they're not acceptable to me, I don't vote for them.
Right. That makes more sense, because that way there's no negative vote. It's just a positive vote or no vote.
Right.
Correct.
So whoever gets the most wins.
So there's this. There is this thing that has come up in several. There's a legal question around certain types of ranked choice voting. I haven't yet seen a definitive answer, and it's an interesting question. I'm not obviously a lawyer. I'm not super, well versed in the part.
When I ran for office, part of my policy positions was ranked choice voting, and that question came up.
Yeah.
About whether or not it was even legal or constitutional because of the way
one
person, one vote.
And yeah, so
technically,
and it was challenged in Maine, because Maine did do it in, and it was challenged in 2018, I guess it was, and it did pass. It survived constitutional muster when it was challenged.
My understanding about that challenge, though, was not that it was ruled that it is constitutional, but that the court essentially passed on making that decision.
They
Yeah.
let it roll uphill.
Yeah, that was my understanding of that, and I'd have to look into it more. But
In a state that's more, with a higher population, like New Jersey, like if I had won my election and started to push that, it would have gotten a lot more, I think, attention in a state like.
In the system that Joe is proposing, wouldn't this mean that in order to ensure that your candidate is the one that wins, what you would have to then do is only vote yes for that one person, and if that's the case, because doesn't it have the adverse effect of ensuring that whoever the incumbent is has a greater chance of actually staying in, because they will automatically be lumped into the group of
our current system actually favors incumbents.
Right, that's correct.
So the way we do it now actually favors incumbents.
Yeah, that's why like 95% of incumbents in any given election, 90 to 95% of incumbents win re-election. So basically, in this one is now voting for if you only vote for the person, your main person, then what's going to happen is that if they don't get enough people to say yes, they are going to lose. So you may, if you only want them to win and you don't like any of the other candidates, then that's actually the appropriate thing to do. But if you basically want to hedge your bets, then you'd say, okay, just say Bernie ran as an independent, and so I'm voting here and say, okay, I'm voting for Hillary, but I'm okay with Bernie, so I'll vote yes for Bernie too. So then, if either of them gets the most votes, then whoever gets the more votes, so I've hedged my bets to saying, okay, because I don't want Trump to win, but I don't want to lose the election because Hillary didn't get enough votes, so I'm going to vote for her for Bernie too.
Right, but because what you're suggesting though isn't ranked, it's just vote for who you can tolerate. What that translates to me as is whatever is the best or most well known, right, is going to still be the most popular vote, and then what will happen is so you'll have your main Democrat platform here, and then I can also have this and also have this, but all of that is still now in a group with the main Democrats, and so they're still going to just keep.
It's not in a group though. I mean.
Well, it's in the group of people I can tolerate.
So,
but that's how you tolerate. Other people may have a different set of people they tolerate.
Right. And I mean,
I guess I'm not expressing myself clearly.
Yeah, I guess that's also, and I will say this: as much as I know we've all argued, well, you guys have argued with me that, or I've argued with you that I'm not convinced that Bernie would have won in 2016. However, I think in a system where we had this yes/no vote, and it was Trump and Hillary and Bernie, I do think Bernie would have won that.
I think easily. I think that one of the differences with this, Sister Danger, is what happens in the way we do things now is everything gets filtered down to two candidates. You got your left candidate and you got your right candidate, or in many years you have your right candidate and you're a little bit less than right candidate. In this kind of a system, it's not about political parties. It's about the individual. It's about the candidate. And you can have a dozen candidates running. And they could cover the entire political spectrum. And you've got your choices. And you can say, oh, wow, 5 of these guys I think are okay. So yes. And whoever gets the most wins.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you are of a party that is not a major party, if you're like, what's the word I'm looking for? But
okay,
it automatically makes the smaller party votes.
Party candidate guy.
Yeah, like it automatically makes the smaller party votes count for the major party,
No.
I would
No.
Let me finish.
No.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm done. No, I'm sorry. I'm not done making my point, but I'm being cut off and
Go ahead.
frustrating me.
I'm sorry. I was answering the question that your immediate question. I answered it immediately. I'm sorry.
I know that it doesn't actually make them count. What I'm trying to say is if there is the Republican Party, and then you have these people who have Republican-like platforms or close enough that anybody that's voting over here would say, but I can also live with the Republican candidate. That means the Republican candidate that already has most of the votes is now going to also be getting these votes as well. And they will still be out on top.
That's what happens now.
That's what happens in the system we have now.
Yeah, people tend not to vote for the third party candidates because they're afraid of, well, if I'm okay with the Republican, I'd rather have these other guys, but I'll vote for the Republican because I know that the guy I want isn't going to have any chance worth in hell of actually getting elected. So I'll vote for the Republican instead, and then these down ballot, these other people just don't get that many votes. That's why
this system gives them hope.
Without ranking them, though, I don't see what difference it makes.
They're on the ballot.
They have a chance.
What happens is with this kind of a system, party control diminishes. So the major parties have less control over the way that the elections play out, the campaigns play out. It's less of a thing. It becomes less about party and more about individual candidate platforms.
That's right. So the thing is that yes. So I guess I'll say this. I won't say that the major candidates still won't be favored, but they'll be less favored than they are now.
So Vegas said that he would be concerned about the potential to make both sides go more radical. But where we already have ranked choice, and this is a form of ranked choice, where we already have ranked choice voting, the exact opposite has happened. There are places where there are Democrats and Republicans making joint commercials, campaign commercials, trying to convince people to get out and vote. They're standing side by side in the fucking commercial. They're not being more radical.
Vegas's logic doesn't work.
No.
And the reason is if you're running as the most tolerable candidate, the person who gets the most votes necessarily has to be more or less the centrist candidate in this system, because if everybody is voting, my choice is radical candidate A, but I will also accept much less radical candidate B, and the same thing is happening on the other side of the political spectrum, then of course less radical candidate B is the favored candidate, because that's the one who gets both people's votes.
Right.
These systems don't. Go ahead, Joe.
The thing is that now I would say, though, in 2016, you basically had Hillary and Trump, who were both unpopular with large swaths of people for a variety of reasons. So now Bernie is actually more radical. Well, at least he's more radical than Hillary, and more radical than Trump in a good way. And because Trump's pretty radical himself, but because populism was popular, and and we do know there are people who like Trump who also like Bernie because they like the populist message. So there are people who voted for Trump who would have voted for Trump and for Bernie.
And that's why, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think in this kind of a system, Bernie would have won easily, hands down. He would have walked away with the whole bag.
Because most Democrats would have voted yes on Bernie also.
Right.
I want to say
here's the thing. Now you can vote for multiple third-party candidates without any fear. Because you haven't taken any votes away.
You're not throwing your vote away.
You haven't taken any votes away from your preferred candidate. You're just now lending support to some other party candidates that you might be willing to consider.
And this kind of a system has shown itself actually to be more in line and more accurate to what the public actually wants in candidates. It's more democratic. It's just a better system. And what we have now just what we have now breeds contempt. It breeds division. It breeds factions, and
I want to address what Marcus said here. See, actually, Marcus, in the ranked choice voting that most people are familiar with, that might be true. But see, what I'm suggesting, or the one that I'm talking, the version I'm talking about, it wouldn't matter because you could vote for all 50 if you wanted to. You know, so it wouldn't thin out anything because you'd also vote for, you know, you'd have your preferred candidates and then you have your acceptable candidates and you say yes to all of them. And so that would actually reduce the ability for corporations. And we know that that's happened. Parties have done this, you know, and corporations have done this. To kind of
famously, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he became governor on a minority vote, and
Right.
he was backed by Enron, who he had, you know, privately promised he wasn't going to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law, unlike Gray Davis, who was the governor being recalled in part by Enron.
Right.
So Mage Grey Wolf, we're actually not talking about ranked choice. It's kind of, it's similar. It's not really ranked choice though, because you're not ranking them on a scale of who I want 1, 2, 3, 4. You're just ranking them yes or no vote. So so if you have a list of 10 people, you might like 5 of them as far as I could see them being president, and just put yes, 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 yes.
Right.
But it's not ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4. What ends up happening, it's just simpler. You don't have to explain to people the whole 1, 2, 3, 4. A lot of people have a hard time with that. If you just write yes next to the person you like, somebody's going to get the most.
Right.
I just want to say that it's always dangerous to tinker with a system, even recognizing that the system has flaws that need fixing. Because every system that is created by people is going to have flaws, right? Every system has its own set of inherent flaws. And I learned this when I moved to the UK, because obviously they have a parliamentary system over there. And there's certain advantages to that, and there's certain extreme disadvantages to that, as I see it as an American. But it also made me look back on American politics in a different way as well. And when I was there I guess it must have been 2015 during the election, the first past the post system in the UK is really sort of anti-democratic in some ways, but that's the way they've been doing it for centuries. Okay. And there's been a lot of talk since the early 90s about switching over to a proportional representation system. And I was quite down with that because theoretically, on paper, proportional representation seems to be a much fairer way of apportioning a parliamentary democracy than what they've got going on in the UK at the moment. However, in 2015, if there was proportional representation, that would have meant UKIP got 70 seats. And UKIP didn't get any seats in the first past the post system.
Well,
the
other problem with proportional representation, I mean, it might work in a parliamentary system, but it wouldn't here because then you're not selecting at all who's actually representing you. It's just like you're picking a party to represent you, and then they're going to assign whoever they want to be.
That's absolutely one of the flaws with the parliamentary system.
And that's to me, that's an intractable flaw because right now, I mean, there's very few Republicans I've ever voted for in my life, but there's been a small number. I could never actually vote for any Republicans because I despise the Republican Party and everything that they pretend to stand for. Because they basically acknowledge now they don't actually stand for anything except Trump. So I couldn't actually vote for those candidates that I did like because there would be no guarantee that they'd be representing me in any way.
I'm trying to give someone else a chance to talk because I've been talking a lot.
Yeah. Well, no, I can understand. I got to stick around the fact that people don't understand the ranking. I mean, look, people couldn't figure out the fucking the butterfly ballots in Florida, and that was poking a hole in a piece of paper, and they were confused because they had people on either side. They had arrows. What they did was they had dot. So the first dot was the guy on the left, and the next dot was the guy on the right, and then the third dot was the guy on the left, and people fucked that up. So.
Yes.
I think we need a Truman Show group of test people, like a whole little city where people live, and the whole idea is to try these things out in this group, whether that be marketing, whether that be how do we think that advertising in this way will affect the community, or allowing, you know, corporations to have this kind of input will affect, and just like that's their whole point. They live there, and we test on them.
They would do, and they certainly would do that. The only problem is that there's still going to be people that are confused. It doesn't matter how obvious and easy you make it.
Here's what blows, and I kind of agree with, you know, the Green Machine. I kind of agree with that, because here's what's fucked up is in grade school we had ranked choice on our the standardized testing that they gave every year. There was a portion of that was ranked, where you had to choose things about, oh, what order makes the most sense, and then you had to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or you had to read a passage and say which of these things describe what you just read, rank it in order from the best description to the least, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's the same fucking thing. I mean, it's something that we've been doing all of our lives because of school, but you know, we can't decide who we like best for voting.
I mean, the thing is, it might work on a computer a little easier, because you could. I'm imagining an interface I could create where you could slide over the people that you liked, and then slide them in order. But on a paper ballot or something like that, or a fixed, like here we have the electronic voting. It's not a television screen. It's not a CRT. We're not seeing, you know, it's not a flat screen. It's just like a board, and then there's buttons you press, and then it turns a light on and turns a light off. So it's kind of, it could be very easy for that people to fuck that up. So you would require substantial investment to create the system, and it could be done, but
yeah, I mean, if it's something that exists, people can fuck it up.
Yeah, it's interesting because Vegas earlier in the chat said that, of course, states are who run elections. And that is part of why Florida's was particularly bad. You had Kathleen Harris, who was helping run that election. And of course, she had conflicts of interest, to say the least.
Yeah. You mean the fact that she was also Bush's state party chairperson? That made it a conflict. That's a shocker.
A minor conflict of that. I said Kathleen, I meant Catherine, but we know what I meant. But I do wonder if it would be better for the federal government to create a uniform standard for voting that was consistent across all states.
States' rights.
I think there's a terrifying quote from Joseph Stalin, which is unfortunately kind of true. It's not who casts the votes that decides elections, it's who counts the votes that decides elections. And I think the shenanigans that the GOP are up to right now are addressing that very philosophy. They want to affect who counts the votes and how the votes get counted, not who gets to vote. Well, and for that matter, who gets to vote. Yeah.
But the problem with that, their entire justification for that is they're saying that that's already happening from the other side.
Right, without providing any evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, no proof.
Right.
Yeah.
Vegas asked in the chat about blockchain voting. I think it's interesting. Obviously, as we have more technology available, it's interesting to use technological solutions to things. One of my issues with the blockchain and with NFTs and Bitcoin or any of the coins is that I still don't really trust the people who are creating this technology. It's not entirely transparent. The blockchain itself, the ledger, is theoretically transparent. But the people who are organizing and creating it, a lot of the various coins use these proprietary algorithms, or they're created by secretive individuals or groups of individuals. And frankly, NFTs are just a pyramid scheme. Most of the coins are some variety of pyramid scheme. So I would absolutely be interested in a technological solution, but I don't currently trust the people who are employing those technologies.
And on top of that is a lot of people that are like really big on Bitcoin and the other cryptos that think they're so great. There's a lot of people who like it because they feel like, well, they can do their transactions and they're totally hidden from view. But actually, because blockchain, every place that coin goes or that fraction of coin goes is recorded. The FBI has actually traced coins back to specific people who were engaged in criminal activity, and actually used the blockchain to actually do it. So much for that anonymity.
And I'm agnostic on whether or not voting necessarily needs to be anonymous. I have heard arguments on both sides about whether or not people should or should not, disclose who they voted for, or have their vote be public. Obviously, we have campaign contributions which are public, which is sort of a voting with dollars situation. So I'm curious what people think, because I don't really have a position.
Well, basically, given the history in the South of intimidation of black voters, I think it's absolutely paramount that your vote is anonymous.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the anonymity side too. Although I don't agree with that as a blanket statement for all voting. But I guess where I see that there is a greater threat, like until you can guarantee that people are safe, if their vote is known to everybody, that they aren't going to be persecuted, that you're not going to have gay people being attacked or anybody that supports, LGBTQ, or, if as long as you can guarantee people's safety, sure, then I could see that. But isn't that basically the main argument? I guess though that also, like, anonymity sort of provides a shield against other things too. Like what if here I go down my what if hole, but if there were pressures that were being unrightfully put upon a private individual, say by their company at work, and that if that company were to find out that they had voted not with, Hobby Lobby lines, that now they aren't going to get that next promotion or whatever it is, they're going to get fired somehow. Next thing you know, if they sneeze at the wrong time, they're getting written up at work.
I think that's a very real danger.
And I don't think we can't prevent it. Like you can't.
Yeah, and I'll throw a bone to the other side too, of course, that a similar thing would happen with people voting for right-wing politicians in liberal counties. Like, absolutely, it would happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, just as a tap back to what we talked a little bit before about the Maine ranked choice voting. So, Maine Supreme Court said it was constitutional. It went to, I guess they Republicans challenged it. It went to the Supreme Court. It did not go to the full court. It went to Stephen Breyer, who had jurisdiction over that district, and he basically said, "No, the court's not going to hear it."
Right. Yeah.
So basically, it stands. That means it stands as constitutional as far as Maine is concerned, and I guess technically that district, because since they did go do it on a district basis. So, but it's not. It was not reviewed by the full court. So I guess the overall constitutionality is, I guess, still in question.
See, I do feel though that like there are some votes that absolutely should be public. Anytime you are carrying supposedly the weight of other people behind you, your vote should absolutely be public.
Right. If you're in office and you are a representative for people.
See, here's the funny thing. I believe that in principle, but I actually feel like, and I've actually heard Republican operatives say this, that if the members of the House and Senate voted in secret, that Trump would have been blocked a lot more than he was.
That's an interesting thought. That is an interesting thought. The only problem is I do have to wonder if we already have trouble getting the people's business done. Got that, Funk? You might want to mute your mic. just coughing right into it. um, the if 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 we already have this much trouble getting the people's business done by our politicians, how much more would they work against us, if their votes were secret? And I think about, I'm always bringing up Nancy Pelosi because I genuinely believe that she has been using people like Manchin and Sinema, or, people in the House, of course, as straw bullies to cover the fact that she does not actually work on behalf of Democratic constituents in any way, shape, or form,
I
and
agree.
hasn't for decades. If she's voting in secret, then she simply has, the full justification to vote for whatever corporate interests have paid her. And I do worry about that. We recently saw AOC sort of vote present on the Iron Dome funding for Israel. And she was called out by her constituents. People, I think, justifiably said, hey, that was a weak-willed, spineless vote that you cast, or non-vote that you cast. And she was sort of, chastised by her base. And I wonder what would have happened if that vote was secret. Would she have voted against Iron Dome funding, with some confidence that nobody could pin that on her? Or would she have voted for it because there are other interests that, may be at play, as senators or Congress people, negotiate with each other?
I think that's just the reality, though, that anything that we think would be like a good thing, like being able to vote Trump out if they could vote in secret, which is true, they probably would have. There's a downside to that, is what Jack was just describing. Absolutely would hurt. Almost anything you can think of like that, where you're like, oh man, it would be nice if we could do that. Almost anything is going to have, the backside of the handle come.
Yeah, the one thing about that is it would do like what I said a moment ago about how you can tinker with the system, but one little change can have drastic implications. Like, back in Rome, it took all the senators to stab Caesar at the same time. You know what I mean? If they all decide to be in on it together, they could remove him. And we're talking about whether or not certain changes to the Constitution would be too easy. If it was too easy to remove the president, we'd never have a stable government.
Yeah. I want to address what Vegas said here real quick. Actually, that's not how it works, Vegas. So basically, if something gets challenged in a state court and it goes to that state Supreme Court, if there are constitutional issues, it can and should actually go to the Supreme Court if the ruling of the state Supreme Court gets challenged. That's the only other place there is to go. It's the only way to challenge a state Supreme Court is to take it to the U.S. Supreme Court. So that's actually the normal process.
Hey, friends, I've got to say, I've got to get off here at the 4-hour mark, which is like 9 minutes away. So I don't know if you want to end the show and have a little brief after chat, or if you want to carry on hosting, Joe, while I split. It's up to y'all. What do you think?
I could do it either way, although I do have to use the bathroom real quick if we're going to stay on for a while.
I have other things to do tonight as well, so I won't be staying on super long.
Yeah, I'm going to
will answer Sister Danger's questions
hours.
in the private chat.
Yeah, and now granted, I got home late last night, so I finished my trip. I am home, and I had a great time. It's 15 days, probably 2,200 miles driven round trip to and from Chicago, with many stops in between. Just think as far as YouTubers that I saw Weiss Apple, if you remember her. I saw Steve Shives. I saw Rational Warrior / Black Culture Geeks. I saw Foxy Jezebel. There's probably one or two others in there somewhere.
Oh, now they're going to be all offended that you missed it. I hope they don't watch this video.
But most of the rest of the other people were like friends and family or game people who I play strategy games with. But I got to see like 22, 23 different people that I was hoping to see, and so it was a great trip. I did have except for last Saturday night, as you recall, I had kind of a little bit of a meltdown. But I'm feeling much better now.
That's good. That's for
I'm
sure.
feeling much better now.
Yeah.
For those of you who know the show Night Court.
That was a good show.
It was the best show of that period.
And they're trying to bring it back, which I don't know that it's going to work, but we'll see.
I don't know what you do without what's his name, Harry. I can't remember his
Harry Anderson. And the guy who played Mac died just like a month ago. So
yeah, Mac Robinson was the heart.
So basically, the only people left are Richard Mall and John Larroquette. Everybody else, and I think Marky Post even died too. So
I don't know. Leave it untouched. That'd be like trying to redo Cheers.
Yeah. Well,
Marky Post died August 7th.
The current money men are afraid of anything that is at all risky, and so we only get reboots and remasters for
to your point, Jack, and this is something that I know Paul will be interested in. You might not be happy to hear what it is, but J. Michael Straczynski announced Wednesday, or maybe earlier in the week, that they are doing a ground-up reboot of Babylon 5.
I
heard a rumor about that, but I wasn't sure if it was true.
I am not happy because I don't think, whatever it is, even if it's good, it's not Babylon 5. I mean, basically, it's going to be different characters. The story's not going to be the same, because that's the thing. You can't retell the same story. What's the point? And if it's too different, then is it really Babylon 5?
I'm actually quite surprised about that from Straczynski, to be honest, because, I mean, like, he bailed on Crusade because the execs above him were trying to interfere with his creative process. And he was like, no, I'm telling a particular story here. This isn't going to be built in committee, so he had the guts to say, pull the plug before it got corrupted.
Yeah. He's apparently got wide latitude on this one. But the thing is, like I said, I think it would have made more sense to continue the story. And someone said, well, those actors are all gone. I'm like, right, but you could have different characters within the Babylon 5 universe.
Yes.
Because if you remember
TNG.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people love extended universe stuff, right?
Exactly. Exactly. The last regular season episode was Objects at Rest, and when Sheridan and Delenn leave the station, and you look back at the command center, and it's all the new people. So basically, all the original characters have been replaced with somebody new. Talon is now the Narn ambassador, and Veer is the Centauri ambassador, and there's a new representative from Minbar, and there's this, that, and the other thing, and Lockley is the captain now, and so and that's kind of the idea, that the story never ends, the story continues, and that would have made more sense, because then he would have latitude to put anybody in those positions. So to do it now, and he said flat out, he's not retelling the original story. He's telling a new story, and he said in the same universe, or inspired by the same universe. I don't know. I mean, it might be good in its own right, but I don't know if it's going to be Babylon 5.
Well, I don't understand how it can even be Babylon 5. I mean, because I'm having a hard time comprehending it. Set in the same universe, meaning having the same set of aliens and whatever, that's one thing. But I mean, the whole story about not just the Shadow War, but the Interstellar Alliance, which, if you really watch the show, lasts 1,000,000 years.
Right.
Right. So,
and the Earth Civil War and all that. So the Earth Alliance Civil War. So so there's going to be some familiar elements, but it's going to be basically a different story. I guess one thing he has is basically is starting off with Sheridan. So there's no Sinclair, or at least he's pre this, and that basically Sheridan gets assigned to Babylon 5, and that precipitates a series of events. So I guess they might be keeping the whole idea that Sheridan was the Minbari don't like him and all that, and so that precipitates a bunch of things.
Here's my idea, because I have a lot of faith in J. Michael Straczynski, and I know I'm like a cult devotee when I say that, but like, it wouldn't. Do you remember the first made-for-TV movie, Third Space?
Yeah.
Right. it's set smack dab in the middle of season 4, but it's not referenced in the series because it's independent from the series. And they could do a whole bunch of Babylon 5 stuff happening while all the stuff we already know about is happening in the same way that like The Mandalorian has done Star Wars.
Right.
You know, if they did that to Babylon 5, it might not be so objectionable.
Right.
If they didn't try to retell the story of Sheridan, Delengicar, and Londo, that would be a huge mistake because that would be undoing the old one and making a new one on top of it, which is kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Heresy?
So,
is that the word I'm looking for?
I think so. Because at least like Roddenberry, they did the Next Generation. So it's like, okay, it's 100 years later and they're doing their own thing. You know, but this is some, you know, like, yeah, it's basically
that universe has infinite potential for that kind of thing.
Well,
you know what I mean? I mean, that's what Crusade was going to be, and they could take that further on with the whole thing, or they could go a completely different direction with the telepath war and all that kind of shit. You know, there's a whole bunch of independent episodes they could add up to make a B5 story without disturbing the story at all.
Yeah.
Well, that was the thing that got me, and that was the thing that what a lot of people had a problem with the Ghostbusters movie from a few years ago. Now, granted, there were some people that just freaked out. Oh, it's all girls. You know, rah rah.
I think that was a pretty small number.
My penis hurts now because there's girls.
It was awful. Yeah, it was
a bad movie. But the thing is that some people with legitimate concerns even before it came out was like, well, you're basically erasing the original. It didn't happen. It's not real. And now and it's the same thing with Battlestar Galactica. It's like, oh, none of that actually happened. We're all different now. And actually, to be fair, like I said, the Ghostbusters movie did suck.
There's an upcoming. This is interesting, though. There's an upcoming Ghostbusters movie that erases the last one.
Yes,
right.
It's in the universe of the original, and it's a real movie. Like, not to bash the first two Ghostbusters and Ghostbusters 2, not to bash them at all, but this movie is supposed to be, this is a real movie. It's not an hour and a half long SNL skit. It's a movie. And I'm actually excited about it.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters is my favorite movie of all time. I'm a massive Ghostbusters fan. I loved the original, the real Ghostbusters cartoon on television. I've made proton packs and neutrona.
I was going to do it for Halloween.
Oh, good.
Maybe. I found a chick who makes really awesome custom like bra things, and one of the ones she's doing is a Ghostbuster one. And so I was fantastic. Like, we're doing a ghost hunt on Halloween. So I was like, Ghostbuster costume ghost hunt would be awesome.
well, see, the thing is, what I thought about for Ghostbusters, and tell me what you think of this, Jack, since that's your favorite movie. I thought what they could have done with the Leslie Jones one is, instead of like pretending the first two movies didn't exist, they could have done a handover. They could have said that like
that was the original plan, and it changed at some point during the pre-production.
Because, and the thing is, what could have been the hook is that Egon dies, because Howard Ramis died before they made the movie, so Egon dies, and the rest of them don't have the stomach to do it anymore. So they hand it off to their.
That's essentially that's the plot of Ghostbusters Extreme, which was the '90s rebooted cartoon show that I was also a fan of. But let me be fair. As an adult who still watches Ghostbusters cartoons, some of the greatest sci-fi and horror writers ever guest wrote for those old episodes.
Right.
Fantastic work.
But you know what I'm getting at. This way, it's like they could have handed it off, and then they could have cameo. They could have appeared in the old guys, and then this way there'd be buy-in because people will say, "Oh, well, the old guys are handing it off to the new people." They
absolutely should have done all of that.
So Vegas, obviously Vegas has seen it. Have you guys seen the trailers for the new one?
I saw the original trailer, but it didn't really. There really wasn't much in it. So
I've avoided. Vegas earlier mentioned Dune as well, and I know when I'm excited for a movie if I don't watch the trailers. That like my subconscious starts setting me up to see it in the theater, no spoilers, all that kind of stuff. I am excited for the new Dune. I'm excited for the new Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd are in it. Cool.
Yes, they're in. Yeah, I'm excited about the new Ghostbusters. So I mean, I've seen there's like 2 trailers I think out. I've seen them, and yeah, they it looks amazing.
I'll have to watch the second trailer.
It's
I haven't seen it.
it's
Be right back.
Ghostbusters was, and I not, I know you love it, and I mean I love it too. But I mean I get how much you love it. But I mean the movie was never like a serious movie. I mean it was,
No, it wasn't ever. I mean, it is a serious horror film, and this is where the
What?
sequel.
No, it isn't.
No, it is.
Way.
No, from a technical perspective, the reason the original Ghostbusters works is the same reason that Evil Dead 2 works. It is framed, it is cinemagraphically, and it is from a storytelling perspective, it's a horror film. But instead of having scares, you replace it with jokes. And this is only a few directors are able to adequately do this. But it is using the gore or the horror instead as a punchline. And
so, but these guys, they were never planning on making like an award-winning movie. They weren't planning on making something that would have some kind of a long life. Longevity wasn't something that they were counting on. There was.
Well, I'd say Dan Aykroyd was because he was
Dan
dead
Aykroyd
serious
wanted,
about all of it.
he wanted. What was that? What was that movie he did where he was the pimp? He wanted that to be like a big, massive thing, dude. I can't even remember the name of it. Dr. Detroit.
Oh, right. Well, and also there's Nothing But Trouble, famous Dan Aykroyd, like crazy off into the wilderness movie.
Yeah. So I hear myself. I don't know who that's coming from, but I hear myself. There's an echo. There's a feedback. Anyway, so I don't know. I threw myself. It was never meant to be like this big, massive. This is going to be like this big. Nobody saw what was coming with that. That blockbuster would end up being Ghostbuster would end up being this big, huge, like blockbuster of a movie, and it was. And now this third movie, it's the third one, I think, right? This new one.
Yeah.
They were serious when they made this. I mean, when you watch the trailers, you can see this is a movie. This is a movie. This is you go to the theater and get popcorn.
Yeah.
This is a
series. I am going to dispute the idea that it wasn't a movie, the 1984 Ghostbusters. It was definitely an experimental piece, but like in terms of effects, absolutely cutting edge for the time. Absolute cutting edge model work. I happen to know the guy who was in the Stay Puft costume. He was also one of the effects artists. Yeah.
That's actually so cool.
My good friend's uncle, who runs ADX, which is a famous monster effects house in Los Angeles.
Very true, Mage. Very true.
And then there's, Steve Johnson, who got his start making Slimer on that movie. I mean, the effects are absolutely fantastic. And, in terms of behind the scenes, yes, the studio didn't have a lot of trust in it. Harold Ramis and Dan Aykroyd both had a vast amount of ideas. They were being very creative and original. 1984 is one of the most original years for cinema. If you look at all of the, top, I think it's 50 or even 100 films that are well regarded from 1984.
Well, I mean, there was a lot of technology.
Only 2 of them are sequels or reboots.
Yeah. No, I mean, you look at the technology that was laid down after Star Wars. When you get to the mid '80s, you get a decade later, and you're sitting in the mid '80s. You've got some stuff that was cutting edge and like breaking, which has now become established cinema tools, and that have opened new doors to new things. You have a lot of different places you could go. So that makes sense.
I disagree. I'm going to agree with Jack, and I disagree with about them being, not being serious movies. I mean, I think that there's because they certainly had a comedy element to them, but there's comedy, there's like comedy drama kind of things, and see here's the thing too. Now I'll see what Jack thinks about this. Now, I think the first Ghostbusters movie is objectively better than the second, but I like the second movie better, mostly because of Peter McNichol.
Oh, yeah.
I think the second movie is way more quotable.
Yeah, in some ways. I mean, I think quote for quote, the first movie probably has more things that are in the common parlance. But yeah, you get "suck in your guts, guys. We're the Ghostbusters" from the sequel, or the Scolari brothers. There's a lot of great
Or
quotes.
actually, for me, it's like and you will be the mother of the ruler of the world. Doesn't that sound nice? Yeah. There's many perks to being the mother of a living God.
So what's it? Yeah,
I'm just thinking to myself, no, because like the mother of Caesars didn't really. I mean, it was
a
a
joke.
his position.
so well, I don't remember his name. I don't remember the character's name, but he's back for the. I'm sorry, Jack. I won't.
Which character?
The bad guy from the second movie.
Vigo?
Oh
Vigo.
yeah, the Carpathian. Yeah.
Too hot to handle, too cold to hold.
He is Vigo. You are like the buzzing of flies to him. Yeah. Or yes, I think go. The joyfulness is over. Where are you from, Johnny?
I think the upcoming movie kind of centers on Vigo and oh my God, why am I drawing a blank with these people? The Ghostbuster. Egon. And their apparently an interaction in this small town where Egon had a house where all of the Ghostbuster equipment's being stored. He bought a house there for. I'm sorry, I won't go any further.
I don't want any spoilers.
I'm not gonna go any further.
I think it changes my perspective though. Like, so I mean, I just maybe for my own edification here, but when you say a serious movie, I'm kind of understanding that to mean, in the context of this conversation, a movie for which there was a predefined like scope. Like here's where we're going to start. This is how we intend for the movie to be, and this is the result that we intend for the movie to have. And
okay, so there was a period of time where SNL players made a whole bunch of movies. There was a whole bunch of them, and a lot of them became hits. They were big movies because these were big stars. They were the SNL players, and they garnered a lot of attention. But they weren't really serious movies. Some of them were just SNL skits that were just blown up to an hour and a half. Some were acted as if it was an SNL skit. Ghostbusters kind of fits into that realm for me. So when I say it wasn't serious, I don't mean it was a comedy and there was comedic elements to it. No, it was obviously a comedy. But I think these were SNL players. It was an SNL movie.
Again, I'm going to disagree a little bit on this, just because I know a bit about the production. They were definitely making a movie with funny moments, but the big difference between Ghostbusters 1 and 2 is the fact that Ghostbusters 1 is framed as a horror film structurally, whereas the sequel is framed as a comedy structurally. And that is a large part of why the sequel doesn't work
think
quite
that
as well.
makes number one much more interesting than it makes number two. Because precisely because of what you were talking about, how it is quite difficult to use what should be the horror moments and convert those to being comedic. Like, I didn't actually realize that the movie was originally meant to be a horror movie. That's why I laughed. I was like, what? No way. Like, that movie is a funny movie, right? But then as soon as you said that and compared it to Evil Dead 2, I was like, oh, legit, you are so right. And then like suddenly that movie was brilliant in my head.
There are a lot of funny horror movies.
It makes me think of the comparison between Major League and Major League 2. Major League 1 had funny parts in it, but it's a drama that has comedy. Major League 2 was simply a comedy. No. And as a result, Major League 2 is not as good as the first movie, although I kind of tend to like that one more.
Not the movie with the women in baseball.
What?
No, that's A League of Our Own.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to.
There's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, Major League. The first one starred Charlie Sheen and Wesley Snipes, and the guy who played one of the guys who was in not Barnes. He played one of the guys in Platoon, Tom Berenger. And then the second one, they replaced Wesley Snipes with Omar Epps, but yeah, it was I just had his name. Dennis Haysbert plays Serrano in both movies. And again, there's a lot of funny in the first movie, but there's a love story, there's drama. The second one, the love story is kind of like background. It's kind of stupid and doesn't really work. And it's really just a straight up comedy, and there's very little drama in it.
Okay. There you go then.
With Ghostbusters, there's also the fact that the cartoon, The Real Ghostbusters, started airing between the first and second movies, and that influenced the way they made the sequel quite a bit, because the sequel was made more to sell toys. They changed the Ghostbusters packs and uniforms and the vehicle and all these other things specifically as part of the marketing to sell more toys and to add, a new generation of toys onto the cartoon show that was concurrently airing. But all that, may or may not play into what happens with the newest Ghostbusters. Also, as a super fan, there's Ghostbusters 3 already, and that is Ghostbusters the video game, which is written by both Harold Ramis and Dan Aykroyd and voice acted by all four of the original Ghostbusters plus Janine Melnitz. And if you ever want to see Ghostbusters 3, which thoroughly ties the storyline of the first movie in with the second movie, wraps it all up in a nice bow, watch a long play of Ghostbusters the video game from 2009. And it functions quite well as a third sequel in that series. I don't know if Ghostbusters Afterlife is going to pick up on that same storyline, though.
To go along with your point about influence from the Real Ghostbusters, they changed Janine Melnick's hair to match how she looked on the cartoon.
Yeah, and they made Winston Zedmore lose his mustache, which is criminal.
Yeah, I met Ernie Hudson.
Yeah,
it was pretty cool.
I am just staring at you guys right now. I totally have gone off into the land of horror. And now I'm just thinking about all kinds of awesome horror movies and how it's Halloween and how the month of Halloween, and how I'm like, hey, give me good horror movies to watch. Tell me all the horror movies.
Oh, two recommendations that I have. You're
on mute, Raven.
So let me do that for you right now. And I'm sorry, Jack. So Peach is doing. You should look up Peach on Facebook. She's doing 31 Days of Halloween, and she's
gonna friend me. She fucking hates me, dude.
Oh,
she's
stop!
Always bitching at me in the background.
Just stop it. So just find her on Facebook, okay? And she's doing a 31 Days of Halloween, and every day this month, she's doing a list of horror movies for that day that she's watching. So it's like so you can like watch along with her, so you're watching the same thing at the same time or whatever. But like today is Frankenstein Day. Yesterday was Dracula. But she's doing for the entire month. She does it every year. She has a watch list that she creates for the entire month.
I wish I could do this, but I can't because I'm basically like I'm alone in loving my horror.
I find horror films most of them. There are some exceptions, but I find most horror films boring.
Me too. Me too. And I don't like the 80s and 90s horror type, like the jump horror, and all that stuff just annoys the shit out of me. The only one that I ever really liked, was Freddy Krueger. Everybody else I just thought was ridiculous. And what's funny about that is the reality is Freddy's probably the most ridiculous, but...
I have sexy Freddy Krueger cosplay pics. Yay!
Cool. Okay.
Awesome.
The only movie, and I'm not sure that even necessarily classified. I think it kind of crosses over into horror. Serpent and the Rainbow.
I don't know that.
Was good.
Yeah, that was Bill Pullman, and that.
Bill Pullman, yeah.
That movie fucked me up. Like I slept with the light on for like
Yeah.
a week. That was in college.
But that took place in like New Orleans or something, didn't it?
In Haiti.
What's it about?
Oh, was it in Haiti? Okay.
So basically, this
Haiti.
reporter
Ooh,
goes down
Papa
to
Legba.
Haiti because supposedly there's this naturally occurring chemical that's in some plant that you can like basically slow somebody's heart down to the fact that they'll appear dead, but they're not. But it can be used. There's a lot of medical purposes that they can basically, if you're like bleeding out or you got something seriously wrong with you, that they can kind of put you in this almost stasis state to preserve you long enough to get you somewhere where you can get treated properly. So he goes down to again to look into it, and he gets involved with all this voodoo shit because it's used in voodoo rituals, and he runs afoul of the wrong people, and then they come after him, and he's like seeing this Haitian woman, and they warn him off, and all this, and the commercial, and this is, I mean, the movie's 35 years old, so it's, spoiler alert, but there's one scene. This was actually on the commercial for it, where they basically give him the drug that makes you like stop, and then they bury him alive.
Yeah.
And he wakes up, in the fucking thing, and he's trying to get himself out from underneath the casket, and like that movie, like. And then they kill like somebody that close to him and leave the head in his bed and all that. And I was fucked up for like a week after that.
Yeah, that movie was fucking wild.
Huh. I have not ever seen that movie. Maybe I will have to give it a go.
And then one movie that also kind of fucked me up, and it's actually not a good movie, but it was like still fucked me up, was Prince of Darkness.
Oh yeah, John Carpenter's classic.
Yeah.
Not a perfect movie by any stretch, but really good high concept, low budget sci-fi.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another one that I slept with the fucking light on for a week because that's like that should freak me out.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, I mean, I think seeing the homeless man whose like sort of guts have been replaced by writhing insects, and there's a lot of moments in that. There's the
For anyone who hasn't seen that one, basically the premise is that Jesus existed, but he was actually an alien, and the devil was an extra dimensional creature, and Jesus basically like trapped the devil, in this like container, and it's in the basement of this church, and that's the real secret. That's the real truth, and that's the secret the church has been hiding. And but the containment system is like starting to fail, and they have to figure out how to like banish the devil back to its own dimension and close the door so it can't get through.
And they're getting messages from the future to tell them how to do that.
Yes, they can't. So they keep having these, and it comes in dreams, and it's telling them what to do, how to do it.
Yeah, that just sounds really weird. So I'm gonna go.
Got a creepy vibe.
I'm gonna go with Vegas and say that Signs with Mel Gibson was a good movie. I like that. That was a good.
The Ring. I've seen the new It, but I haven't seen the old It with Tim Curry, which is probably a fucking crime. But Signs. I feel like I've seen Signs.
Signs is the beginning of, like, it's the last good Shyamalan movie before. I always say that Shyamalan has this trajectory where every film he produced for a while was half as good as the previous film. And so he was lucky that he started with an absolute groundbreaking movie in what is it? The first one is
I See Dead People.
Yeah,
Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense.
Oh,
Sixth Sense.
That's that Shyamalan guy?
Yeah, that was his first.
That's an amazing movie.
And it's so good that when he made Unbreakable, which was half as good as The Sixth Sense, it's still a fantastic movie. And then Signs is half as good as Unbreakable, and is pretty darn good.
Well,
it isn't until Lady in the Water.
Was that? I didn't think Sixth Sense was that particularly spectacular. The one that I kind of like, that's sort of along the lines of Sixth Sense, is the one with Nicole Kidman, where they're the family that lives in the house.
Oh yeah, obviously The Others is
The Others. That's right.
I mean, because those kids have the same skin condition that I do. At least that's what they're told.
Oh yeah, yeah. That movie I thought was actually pretty good. I don't know, like Sixth Sense wasn't bad. I guess I just didn't find it. I don't know. Like up here, it wasn't. particularly
So-
profound. If that
The
makes
thing is
any
with
sense.
Signs, like I liked Signs until the last 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Although there's an interesting thing. I think a lot of people misunderstood Signs as being an alien invasion movie, and I don't think it actually is. I think that the subtext of it really clearly shows that the aliens are trapped on Earth. They've crash landed on Earth. The impression that the people involved have is that it's an alien invasion, but actually they're dealing with a scared population of refugees. And I think that, like, I'm not 100% sure that that's what Shyamalan intended, but if that is what he intended, it's a much better, smarter movie than people give it credit
Well,
for.
because the thing is that though, it's like when the alien presence finally gets known, I mean, the ship is in the air,
Yeah,
so it's kind of hard to, and there was more than one, as I recall. They're
right.
around the world, so it doesn't. It seems I have a hard time. I mean, I agree with you that would make it a better movie. I just have a hard time accepting that that's actually what he was trying to do.
Yeah, there's several things that sort of speak to this idea that the aliens don't have a choice, that they're there. But again, it's one of these things that's sort of debated among people who've like delved into the sort of lore of it. So I can't say with
Sorry,
any
guys.
confirmation that that's what Shyamalan was thinking.
Now, I could accept that. Okay, they're aliens. They left wherever they're from, and they got here, and they don't have the energy, fuel, or whatever to get anywhere else, so they're kind of stuck dealing with the planet that's available.
Right. That apparently, like, that is sort of the theory. And even if you're watching it, even if Shyamalan didn't intend that, and you watch it with that in mind, it's a much better movie.
Man,
So-
just even the very idea of that, total movie aside, creates all kinds of awesome philosophical, like,
Right.
realms of thought that I won't go into because
So Unbreakable has 2 sequels, right? That's
That's correct.
Shattered.
Split?
Oh,
No,
Split?
it's
Is it
Split
Split?
and Glass.
Glass, right? With Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah. Shyamalan definitely he has climbed out of the nadir of his career, but I don't think he hasn't managed to get back on
Right.
top. In any
Glass
way.
was okay.
Glass was okay. Split was a little better than okay. The Visit was kind of a little better than okay. But like he hasn't made a proper good movie.
So I'm
Fine.
afraid to change the genre, but only because this genre is just so saturating all of us right now for the last several years. But there's like one thing that in our sense movies have been a thing, and probably even longer with stories. But superhero figures just kind of come up every now and then throughout the history of storytelling and the history of cinema, more specifically, and they tend to come up in bad times. We as a population, we look for hope, we look for things, and Superman fits the bill. Superman makes us feel better, and in bad times, Superman
Unless
movies.
it's a Zack Snyder Superman, and then
Right. But in bad times, superhero movies in general make us feel better, and that's when they tend to be popular. Now, the last 10 years or so have kind of taken that theory, which has always appeared to be true, because it's always held true. The last 10 years or so has, I think, broken that theory, or paints a picture of our society is in a lot worse shape than a lot of us want to think that it is.
I think
I mean-
that's the case.
I don't
Because
know. I'm not a huge fan of superhero stuff. I like the best superhero thing I think that has come out in the last 10 years is The Boys. Like literally.
The Boys is quite
and
fun.
that's interesting because there is a trend, and it's not just the boys. There's others too like it. Like there's this trend of like it's kind of like the other side of the coin. Yeah, right, exactly. And it's like that's an interesting thing. But what does and this is something I asked a few years ago, and I didn't get a whole lot of people responding to it. What do you think is responsible for the trend of superhero movies that have been like nonstop for over a decade now. I mean, is it saying something about our society, considering the history behind those movies has been in hard times? We tend to. Money doesn't account for everything, though. Like money, it's such an easy thing to say money. But like I said, those movies tend to do better when society is having a hard time.
Society
Why?
is having a hard time. That's the whole thing. That basically, you think about it. I mean, think of how divided as a nation we are, and even in Europe, the same thing.
Sorry.
You got Brexit and going on. What happened in England, and all that. Yeah, I think that now. I think materially, society is doing okay, but I think emotionally, I think people are pretty not happy.
So you think that's what it is? Yeah, there's always money to be made. Nobody makes a movie unless they're hoping to make some money off of it. So sure, there's money to be made. But if your society is not in a place that's going to embrace your subject matter, your movie's it's not worth making it. So the hope is that people are going to embrace it.
Also, people
And
are
it's just the danger is like what well that's what it is.
and people.
I was like, what to the comment about Hellraiser?
Hellraiser, yeah.
Yeah,
Being
Oh!
as a TV
Yeah.
because
show.
I love Hellraiser.
The first one is amazing. The
Yes.
second one is very good with great ideas, with middling execution.
And then
Total, like, I saw the third one in the theater and I was
You're
just like mind blown.
Never could get into again. That's a whole genre. I just there's
if
Freddy
anybody
Krueger.
wants to know what I
Everybody else.
want for Halloween, for my Halloween present, you can buy me the Lament configuration.
Candy. Oh,
I've hidden the lament configuration in several paintings I've done in backdrops of puppet shows.
That's excellent.
I will send you on Twitter, I guess. I'll send you the Cenobite that I created for because last Halloween, me and a bunch of other artist friends were creating like Cenobite personas or Cenobite characters.
I wanted to do a Cenobitrix, Dominatrix Cenobite, like my Dark Fairy costume, like Dark Fairy,
Nice.
but actually I'm just like an evil
candy corn. That's all you're getting. Candy corn.
I love
Yeah.
candy corn. That's
Me
how you
too.
know I'm evil. I hate chocolate. I like candy corn. What are you talking about?
But to also further your point, Raven, is that people have also stopped believing in institutions. This is why we have all the anti-vaxxers. This is why no one trusts the government. I mean, people never really trust the government. They really don't trust the government now, even when the government's actually legitimately trying to help them.
I enjoy these movies. I enjoy the genre. I enjoy the backlash to it because that has created a lot of really interesting art that goes along with it. The Boys, Invincible. I mean, there's a lot of that stuff. That's fantastic stuff. But knowing what history has shown us when it comes to these movies, that we've been on such a long streak with so many movies, and they're only getting bigger. That makes me worry about society. It just makes me worry that we are in a very, very bad place.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean that history holds true. And that's the question: is am I the only one that's looking at that and thinking there's a problem here?
No, you're totally right. I mean, moving into this, we now have increasing evidence that the previous president tried to stage a coup.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you can't get too much more fucked up than that.
Yeah.
I don't know what I have been listening to what you're saying. I don't know what kind of thoughts I have on it, and I don't know if I'm really in a good position to comment on it very much because I'm not overall a huge fan of superhero. Like
But you
Marvel.
But you don't have to be. Like, it could be.
No.
could
To consider your point, I don't.
Right. Like if it turned out that every time we were in some kind of a slump as a society, people tended to flock around space operas. And then all of a sudden, every year, 2 or 3 space operas are released. Does that say something about society?
Well, so I guess that part of I don't know, some of the things that first occur to me when I think about that though are I mean, while what you're saying may be true, how does that actually butt up against ideas that if this is presented to the public with such a media predominance, that other things are kind of shunted to the side? Is that playing into a perceived people are going wild for this thing? Or are they actually like if you only give people
Yes.
3 choices of things they can like, then like
No.
Well,
you can like Superman, Batman, or Wonder
No,
Woman.
no,
Those
no.
are your choices, guys. Like,
Well, no, because
I think
here's
I just
why.
mixed up DC
Because
and Marvel,
because
didn't I?
because yeah, what ends up happening is somebody puts something out and it does well. Then the cash grab happens and people put out more of the same thing, but they tend to drop the quality because they're just pushing it out to make money. Those things actually tend to not make that much money, and then the cycle ends. And unfortunately, the execs usually get the idea, oh, people really aren't into that anymore. It's like, no, they're not. They're not into bad versions, which is why when the Pirates of the Caribbean, the first movie came out, it was considered a big risk because the previous 4 or 5 pirate movies that had come out had failed. Of course, they failed because they were shitty movies, not because people didn't like pirate movies. So
Right.
so then they actually had a good pirate movie and people
what
liked
we're
it.
seeing, is a nonstop. And like literally, the only thing that has slowed it down has been COVID. What we're seeing is a nonstop hunger by the paying audience for a product that Marvel is serving up like it's crack. And
it's accelerating. People are spending more and more each film.
and it's accelerating. The only negative little dip that I've seen has been Black Widow, and I think it's because it's a shitty movie, and I didn't even see it, but from what I understand, it's a shitty movie.
It's not a shitty movie, but the thing is, it was released simultaneously on Disney Plus and in
And
theaters, so people have the opportunity to see it at home or go to the theater. You know what they're going to do.
right.
I wish
So
Brendan Masters was here. I bet he would have really good insight on this topic.
I don't know. I just think that, like I said, history has shown us
Yeah,
in
Nathan,
bad times.
calling you into the chat.
Yeah, Nathan, how are you? But in bad times, superhero movies, superhero stories in general tend to do better because they're looking for a hero. They're looking for something to believe in. They're looking for hope. They're looking for all these things that they get from these movies.
And actually, I'm going to say, Sister Danger brought up The Boys. I think the fact that you have actually some cynical superhero movies out or shows out now, that expresses just how cynical we really are. That even now that we're obsessed with heroes, even our heroes now are kind of shit to become shitty people.
That's true. And there's something else. I was thinking about it the other day. It's something else that we've done now in this new version of our superhero-dom is that we've also decided they can die. Like when they killed Iron Man, I mean, I was shocked. This hero doesn't die.
I was pissed because Robert Downey Jr. is hot.
He is.
The character of Tony Stark, I mean, asshole or not, I'm just like,
He's got a fascinating character arc.
he is.
When you look at like the first Iron Man movie, and then look at Endgame, the growth in that character over the course of like 11 or 12 years is fascinating. It's really amazing. And normally you see that kind of growth in maybe a movie or two. It's usually in one movie from beginning to end. That's the hero's journey. But to do it over the course of over a decade and to have it weaving through so many different storylines and directors and everything, all this different, and just follow that art. That's fantastic. I mean, it's really an amazing thing that Marvel has been able to do.
Yeah.
Like,
But they're not to die. The heroes don't die. So what does that say about us, though? That now that we're killing our heroes.
Well, and Jamie's point, I think Amy's point is when Robert Downey Jr. is on screen, there's not a dry seat in the house.
You'll laugh at me, but I actually didn't know who he was until the movie Sherlock Holmes came out. I have never seen him in anything
Well, no, but that's
before
not that
Sherlock Holmes.
surprising. That's not because he basically did a lot of stuff in the 80s and early 90s, and then he went to jail a lot because he was on drugs.
Cocaine,
And then
yeah.
He was in
really think about it, what he did before.
I knew who Jude Law was, though.
Yeah, 'cause
You got to
basically
see A Scanner Darkly. That's a great.
he did Tropic Thunder.
Less
And
than
on
zero.
the back of that, he got Iron Man and got Sherlock Holmes, and that's so. I'm not surprised, Amy, because there was a big gap where he wasn't really doing anything.
You know,
except time.
so when they first made like Iron Man, when they decided to create this Avengers universe, you know, they were like, let's find these superheroes that aren't well defined. Let's find these superheroes that are like, you know, they're nobody. These are second string. Nobody's ever going to go.
They
Nobody's
didn't have the rights to any of their big heroes anymore. They sold all the
Right.
rights. That's
Right,
why.
and it was like, hey, nobody's going to go see an Iron Man movie. Who gives a shit about Iron Man?
See, I guess that I just don't ever find the superheroes interesting. Like in Batman, I really liked the Batman movie with Ra's al Ghul. I was like, Ra's al Ghul's a great bat. Like, he's so interesting, right? Like even some of the versions of the Joker, not all of the versions of the Joker, you know, are very fascinating. I like the boys because I find them to be far more realistic than actual superheroes. And I actually don't really think I agree that superheroes are all that great or that altruism is all. I mean, what's the
Well, I mean, see, now you
Lex
don't.
Luthor? Is that the one that we were watching? The Lex Luthor is Smallville.
So the Smallville is an iteration of Superman. Yeah. And the bad guy is Lex Luthor. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay.
He's
So-
awesome.
So here's the thing. Like you don't really watch a whole lot of these things, right? It's
Not a whole lot, no.
So, okay, the Marvel universe is different than the DC universe in a couple of different ways. Other than that, they're completely different companies. In the DC universe, you have Superman, and he never does anything wrong, and is altruistic, and all these other things. That doesn't exist in Marvel. Robert Downey Jr., Iron Man, Tony Stark is an asshole.
Yeah, totally.
But he's a superhero, but he's an asshole. He's also an attention whore. He's
But
also
unlike Captain America, who's out there to be goody fucking tissues all the time.
Captain America he's not just Captain America. He's created out of a bottle, and he knows it. And his goody two shoes is actually seen as a detriment because it's picked on a lot. Especially when he said ass, I think, and he said hell, and they're like, language. So I mean, there's like a lot of in DC. You get that. You get the goody two heroes. Marvel doesn't have that. Their heroes are fucked up. Not as fucked up as the boys, but they're fucked up. They're people.
Well, I mean, the Marvel principle was always to use real cities and to ground everything. That was the sort of Stan Lee, Jack Kirby principle of like, you know, the fantastic outside of your window. That all the heroes had to be relatable and have real world human issues. They were more like the Greek gods rather than, you know, the Christian God, I guess.
Right.
I mean,
and then that Superman is a Christ figure. I mean, you know, that's.
Answering both Amy and Green Machine. So, A Scanner Darkly, famous, wonderful Philip K. Dick book about how really drug companies and the drug war are kind of intermeshed. And it's fantastic sci-fi film. It was done by Richard Linklater. It's animated, or it's rotoscoped, I should say. Robert Downey Jr. is one of the characters, but Keanu Reeves is the main character. It also has a great Woody Harrelson performance, and I believe it's what's her name from Stranger Things. And
I haven't seen Stranger Things.
How old is this movie?
It's right from the nadir of Robert Downey Jr.'s career, where he was doing really small movies just to kind of.
I've never heard of this movie.
A Scanner Darkly is fantastic. It's a really great sci-fi book, the original Philip K. Dick book, and then The
I gotta find
movie is maybe one of the best adaptations of a Philip K. Dick book that's ever been done.
I might have to check that out. But it's
Yeah.
sci-fi then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it came out in like 2001 or something.
So like Robert Downey Jr. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they put anybody else into that iron suit. If I would, how I would feel about it. Do you know what I mean? Like now, it's just like I can't imagine
Well,
that there
it'll
was
probably
any other
be
choice.
Ray Williams if they do, who's sort of
I don't even know who that is.
she's the subsequent Iron Man, or not Iron Man, but what is her name? Ironheart.
Ironheart. Ironheart.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but for Iron Man, for Tony Stark, I couldn't imagine anybody else doing that.
Right.
I mean, at this point, I mean, that's Robert Downey Jr. I mean, it's like Superman. It doesn't matter who else does Superman. Christopher
Reeves.
always will be. And that might be just, my age. I don't know, but always will be. I mean, Henry Cavill, I think, is a fucking babe, and he was awesome with his shirt off. Absolutely fantastic. Christopher Reeves is still Superman. And I don't know, like in 20 years, if Iron Man is Robert Downey Jr. I don't know, but I got a feeling that's what it'll be.
So I have a question for Vegas. So now, I guess the question is, did you like the Starship Troopers movies or the books or the book?
I mean, I read the book as a kid, and I really enjoyed it. I didn't originally enjoy the first movie. I thought it was a little like the book is already
Hokey.
kind of satirical. Yeah, that's exactly it. The movie gets a bit hokey, but
So see, I thought the book was one of the most dry, dull, boring, insipid, horrendous pieces of shit I've ever read in my life. I would rather read the.
How did you feel about it, Joe?
I would rather read the phone book than read that fucking book again.
You were like, War and Peace was a cakewalk compared to this.
Oh God! I mean, and here's the thing: like I love Tolkien, but Tolkien's very dense. So I normally read like Valentine pocket books, about 50 pages a minute. I do Tolkien somewhere between 10 and 20. I found Starship Troopers to be torture, and I actually stopped reading it in the penultimate chapter because it was very clear that if the book didn't get good by the next to last chapter, there was no fucking way that the last chapter was going to redeem it.
how do you feel about the Forever War, which is a pretty similar book but written in a very different flavor?
Never read it. Can't.
Well, I would recommend that. Like, if you found anything about the premise of Starship Troopers interesting, you might like Haldeman's The Forever War, and then the sequel is The Forever Peace.
See, the thing is, because I went in wanting to like the book, and I've been told it's a classic book and all this, and I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, there's not much in the way of action in the book. It's all like, oh, we're going out on a hop, and then later on, oh, we came back from the hop, and then it gets into his fucking warped politics, is like, like kind of semi-fascistic politics that he seemed to be up for, and I'm just like,
that's a total misread. I've seen that a lot, and that is like, I mean, you can't read The Moon is a Harsh Mistress or Friday or like, what is it? Stranger in a Strange Land, and think that Heinlein was genuinely a fascist. He's writing about a fascist civilization, that Earth has sort of, turned into. Obviously, the countenance of the world that Starship Troopers is set in is I mean, Vegas is right here. It's a parody of a fascistic society. That doesn't mean those are Heinlein's politics at all. If anything, I mean, I think it's quite clearly a criticism of
I did not take it that way at all. But even if it is, the whole thing is it was still fucking dull. Like, and people wet themselves over because one of the things people hate about the movies, look, they didn't even have the power armor. The power armor, yeah, he jizzes on himself describing this power armor, and I was not impressed in the fucking slightest. I mean, I hated this, but this was fucking torture. It took me months to get through this fucking book, and I'm like, okay, let's go. Maybe the next chapter will get good. Maybe the next chapter will get good, and it never fucking did.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely. I liked it as a kid. Of course, it is written essentially in this mold of the 1950s adventure novel, the boys' life adventure novels, which were really popular at the time. Of, you know, they were sort of, in a weird way, books about being a man from the perspective of a kid.
But
In a
there was
lot of
nothing
ways. But
adventurous about it. It was kind of like,
I
okay,
mean,
here we. I
it
mean,
starts
basically,
with a pretty.
most of his narration takes place when he's either leaving the base or coming back to the base, and
Yeah, I mean, it has the drop in the beginning, but I think, like, as a frame of reference, maybe the better adaptation of Starship Troopers is Aliens, um, because Aliens certainly got the subtext of Starship Troopers better than Verhoeven did on his adaptation of it. Uh, but yeah, I mean, it's about hubris.
the book is kind of either a parody of the book or an extreme take on the fascism in the book to basically make it kind of like hit you over the head that the filmmaker's not on board with the fascism.
Right. Yeah. No. Verhoeven famously threw out uh, Heinlein's novel and said he wasn't taking anything really from it except for a few names of characters. But I mean, I think Warhammer 40K is a better adaptation of Starship Troopers in terms of, like, here is something that is very much clearly parroting the fascist sort of universe. It has all the power armor, anything that a fan of Starship Troopers would want, they can pretty much find in the 40K
So,
universe. But
did you basically say before that it was basically about hubris?
yeah, that's the central through line.
So, I
Is
mean,
that,
but okay, so fascistic or not, at that point, that seems being a fascistic society or a fascist society is seems irrelevant. Like, isn't most Earth-based space stories really about hubris?
well, I mean, that may be true, particularly with time. Of course, the original novel is from 1955, so if other books are also about hubris, in some ways, it's because Heinlein kind of created the blueprint that they're following.
Yeah, I'm to the point where, like, I detest even the notion of people burning books, and I'm like, find every fucking copy of that piece of shit and burn it. I will throw the first match.
Well, I will
Don't burn
stand
them.
in the
Put
way.
them in the water. Sink them.
I will stand in the way because I actually do enjoy the book and enjoy Heinlein's work, even when it gets really dotty and weird.
But I mean, the thing is, I guess I don't understand what people like about it. I didn't find anything likable about it at all. I mean, even things like I hated the Star Wars sequels, like the 7, 8, and 9.
Mhm.
But there's things there that I find that, and that's actually what makes me sad. Like the Force Awakens, I kind of see the germ of what could have been a good movie, just really done badly. But there's things that I can grasp onto, and then so the people who do like it, I'm like, all right, I get what they like about it. I just think the things that I hate about it outweigh the things that I like about it. But I didn't find anything enjoyable about it whatsoever. Not one word, not one paragraph, not one sentence, nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's just not a book that was suited for you. That's all.
But I guess I wish I understood what other people seeing it, because I hear people tell me stuff and I'm like, I didn't see that in the book at all.
I mean, I talk to people all the time who hate Dune, for instance, and I don't understand that perspective. I think Dune
What?
is a fantastic.
Okay, so I watched a little bit of I never seen the entire movie because I never made it through.
Of what?
Oh, sure. Speaking of 1984.
Yeah, right. I mean,
David
I
Lynch
watched
film.
No.
as much. I don't remember how much it was. I found it boring. It just kind of dragged, and I really could not turn it off fast enough.
I've never seen the movie 1984. Just read the book. Book is brilliant.
Oh, we're talking about the 1984 version of Dune.
Oh,
by David
also,
Lynch.
what? The one with Patrick Stewart?
Yeah.
I couldn't. I just couldn't.
I think
Uh,
it's got the most amazing production
But
design.
also the
It's a
book, brilliant.
fabulous.
there was there was like, I mean, there's really like, I don't know, like 1930s style like sceneries and stuff that were just, I thought, looked amazing. There was a lot of amazing, you know, set designs, and just really, I just thought the story, from what I saw of it, was just moving way too slow and dragged. There was a lot of quiet time, which always annoys me in any movie. I'm not paying. If I'm paying to see the movie, I'm not paying for quiet. One of the reasons why I don't like the old movies, especially the old horror movies, is there would be silence for like minutes. Why? Reality doesn't have that. There is no such thing as silence. I live in the fucking woods and I still don't have silence.
Because that's one of the things that creates horror. Actually, is silence. Like that.
But silence doesn't exist. It only exists in horror movies. I mean, it just doesn't exist.
I don't know.
No, I mean, like I'm saying that, like that is a technique that's used in movies. Like, what's the movie? I'm sorry, I can't do that, Dave.
It's another one. 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
Hate it. Hated it.
Like it's
Awful.
there's
Awful.
no soundtrack
Slow,
in that movie.
dull, boring. Hated it. But
I will agree to some. I still haven't been able to watch all of 2001, but it's not because it's dull or boring. It's because there are some moments in that movie that are freaking cartoonishly hokey. I cannot with some of the acting either.
I'm sorry, Jack.
No, it's just when Dave first gets on the Pan Am flight, and they've got like you can see the strings lifting his little tray away. He's like, "Oops! Oh my goodness, my tray is getting away," and it's just
Yeah, but see, the thing is, though, is I know that's the limitation of what they had for effects, practical effects at the time. So that doesn't bother me because it's like I love the original Star Trek series. I mean, if I was going to start getting down on the effects, when it's like, well, yeah, 1966, what did they do?
Tribbles.
But
I have to go.
the thing is, though, is like for me, I'm kind of ambivalent about Dune. But here's the thing I find funny about Dune the movie is that I knew a lot of people who were fans of the book and absolutely hated the 1984 movie. Right?
yeah.
They
I would be one of them, except for the production design.
Yeah, they reviled it, blah blah blah. Then Sci-Fi Channel has that multi-part thing, which is a lot closer to the book. And then all of a sudden, people hated that, and all of a sudden, everyone acted like the '84 thing was this masterpiece that they loved for years. I'm like, no, you motherfuckers all hated that shit at the time.
No. I think you're talking about two different camps in the Dune fan base. Because I mean, I've seen that too. You're not talking about the exact same people. You're talking about there was a group of people who, right from the onset, loved the 1984 Lynch Dune, and they continued to, and then they used the Sci-Fi Channel movie series or mini series as a punching bag to like express their love of the Lynch
Maybe, but
Dune.
I mean, I basically I've seen the entire '84 one, and someone in college wanted to watch it, and they had it, and so I watched it. Like I said, it's all right. I do actually thought the sci-fi version was better, although I don't love it. It's just kind of like, it's all right, passable.
Yeah.
But it does drag. I mean, I do agree with Raven that it does drag.
I'm hoping. I actually have high hopes for the new one. I mean, I feel it just seems odd to not have any kind of a connection with this thing, which seems to be such a cultural phenomena, a cultural touchstone that I have no connection to because I couldn't get through more than 20 minutes of it, if that long. I mean, I don't even.
The book is fantastically complex. I read it 4 times at 4 different stages of my life, and it was like reading 4 entirely different books. I mean, the first time I was about the age of Paul Atreides, so it's like a story about a young boy who's going on this adventure to a desert planet, and that's the level I understood it at. And then, later I read it as I was getting into environmentalism, and holy crap, here's this whole book that is all about terraforming. And, you have Liet Kynes and his, uh, what is it, Liet, and I forget who the other one is, but the Kynes family that are trying to rebuild Arrakis to its former state potentially, and then you have the ecology with the sandworms, and then the next time I read it, I was much more interested in politics, and here's this book that is all about the machinations of these
Right.
large, powerful
So
groups and
the little bit,
mercantilism and
that I got from the movie was that I watched of the movie was that it was basically a political
right.
movie.
It's
Um,
got some of
and
that.
that kind of piqued my interest a bit. But it just seemed to move so slow, and it was like I tried to watch Babylon 5, couldn't get into it. Same issues. I thought it was really cheesy, and I thought it kind of moved slow. And Joe and a couple of other people said I didn't give it enough time, and I should have given it more time. And also, I tried to watch The Expanse. Everybody's telling me is better, that is the superior show of its nature, better than Star Trek, better than Babylon 5, better than Jesus having an orgasm across your TV screen. And I got about 5 episodes in, and I said if I watch another one, I may have to hurt someone, if not myself. And it might just be that I lack patience, that I if something isn't in a groove by like the 3rd or 4th episode, I'm done. You know what I mean? I'll give it that much time. After that, it's like it's never going to get its groove.
Yeah,
What was that?
I'm having that problem with Discovery. I watched like 4 episodes, and I'm like,
Oh yeah.
Now,
Discovery's not Star Trek. It's written by people who hate Star Trek.
It gets better. It gets better. The second season is actually better than the first season because they actually they caved into a lot of Trek fans and they made it more Trek-like. It still isn't Star Trek.
And that's kind of what I was hanging out with Steve Shives the other day on Thursday, and we were talking about that, and he was like, he told me the same thing. The second season is much better, and basically, the first season has little to nothing to do with second season, so you can like completely skip first season and go to the second season. Now, one thing you mentioned a little bit ago about 2001, I didn't when I was younger. I watched it and I didn't like it. I watched it again as an adult, and I thought it was better than I had thought of it previously. It is a bit dry. Because the movie doesn't really get going until like 2/3 of the way through. All the others is Kubrick showing off, here's I'm showing off the effects of 1971 or whatever it was.
68, isn't it?
Was it
68? Because it
68,
predated the moon landing.
he's showing off, and here, like that one scene where the person's walking and they're literally just like going around. It's like, that's like 90 seconds we really don't need. So yeah, you can cut that. You can cut probably half of that movie out, and it'll be much better. But I actually like a lot 2010.
Yeah, I like 2010. That one is the one I saw first, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. But look, I'm a huge defender of Star Trek: The Motion Picture, which is maybe one of the slowest sci-fi films. I mean, it's got huge, long, but I think that there is some specific films that work best in the theater, and I never got to see 2001 on a really big screen with like the impact of it.
And
where I did see, Star Trek: The Motion Picture in the theater, and I think that the impact is really important for how you digest a film. And I can imagine that, there's a lot of films I could go back to and really get a lot more out of them if I had been in the right theater space or whatever to see it.
Yes, I think also for 2001 you need the right drugs.
Well, that's not going to work for me.
Yeah, I mean either, but because it's just like as Grievance he was talking about, the acid trick that's at the end of the book, end of the movie, and it's like, but yeah, 2010 I thought and obviously was not as popular as, or didn't make as big of an impact as the first one. But yeah, I thought that was a really good movie, and and I think it was a nice wrap up of to kind of help you figure out what the hell happened in the, because I mean that's the thing at the end of the first one, and he's changing into all these different things, and if you haven't read the book, you have no fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah, I like that just from a somebody who follows sci-fi effects and the industry that built it and the way they did that, like the slit screen that they used to create that color field effect is really pretty cool technology, very cool, clever effects trick. But yeah, I too like 2010 a bit better.
Well, one thing I thought was kind of funny is that in the original book, it's actually Saturn and not Jupiter, but they did Jupiter
Right.
in the movie. So then when Clark wrote 2010, and I think the other one was 2045, he changed the books to be Jupiter to match the movies.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. So the thing that's like, well, the other thing that was disappointing too was like after watching 2010 and really like it, and that's what inspired me to go back and watch 2001 again. You never actually hear him say, "My God, it's full of stars." It's in the
Right.
book, but he never actually says it in the movie 2001. So that's like they kind of cheated, or one way or another, they robbed us of a good line from which would have made the other one more comprehensible.
Right.
Because it's not clear to me that he's inside the monolith or through a gateway through the monolith or whatever he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, I did read the book, I think, or I read one of the books. I was definitely on an Arthur C. Clarke kick for a while. I can't remember if I read that or I read another one that deals with it. But I know that there's sort of a way station that an intersection of galactic points that that he arrives at some point, and he's able to see sort of openings into multiple different worlds and can see it. From what I recall and sort of what I imagine, it's like when Doctor Strange opens up the big portals in the end of Endgame and everybody steps through.
Yeah. To me, that was one of my favorite moments of any movie was those portals and everybody coming in, and then as they charge, and when you see the whole line of the good guy's side, and you see all the flying people who are flying or propelling themselves in some way in through the air, and I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
It's funny because people talked about how Civil War gave you the comic book splash page where you have the groups of heroes fighting each other, and Endgame was like, oh, you think that was a comic book splash page?
So the portals, when they were going through the portals, right before the lineup on both sides, Doctor Strange says to Wong, "Is that everyone?" She's like, "You wanted more?"
Well, the funny thing is, I would have been like, "Hell yeah!" I was just glad that the Ravagers were there.
Yeah.
See, one thing I think would have been cool, like we actually ended up not seeing Kragan, but he was actually there. They actually did film stuff with him. I think would have been really cool is when the Ravager ships came through. If they had gotten Sylvester Stallone and the other people that were on the crew of that other Ravager ship at the end of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, if they had been there too, that would have been the icing on the cake.
Right. It's funny because, I don't know. I've got lots of criticisms for Endgame. It was a movie that had some great things, but I think overall that final battle doesn't have as much impact. Like the moment of opening all the portals is fantastic, but then the actual geography and back and forth of the battle doesn't hold up so well.
I disagree. I mean, yeah. I think that there's a lot of seesaw luck going on, and then and really my favorite. Well, one of my favorite parts is when when Scarlet Witch he goes up to Thanos, like, you took everything. He's like, I don't even know who you are.
Yeah.
You will. And then
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's just stealing that line from M. Bison.
and then she proceeds to, tear the snot out of him, tear the tar off of him,
Yeah.
and he's losing. I mean, that's the thing, he's losing.
Right.
Yeah, rain fire.
Rain fire. He's like, restore our troops. Do it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's quite good. No, it's funny that I don't know if you've seen Street Fighter 2, the movie.
No.
Famous last performance of the great Raul Julia as M. Bison. And there's this great scene where the character who's playing Chun-Li says, you ravished my village, or whatever. And Raul Julia, sickest line ever in cinema, frankly, is for you, the coming of M. Bison to your village was a monumentous event that changed the course of your life. For me, it was a Tuesday.
That is good. That is good.
That's good. Yeah.
And so that's the thing. So things cease. So
Okay, so Captain Marvel. Okay, because so Captain Marvel as a character, more in Endgame more than anywhere else, is a disappointment. Like she's like this mega strong, the strongest Avenger in the Marvel universe, and she goes right through that ship and she destroys it, and then she couldn't get the glove off the big man.
I don't know. Marvel is not good with their big female characters. I mean, Captain Marvel and Black Widow were two of the weaker movies in the cinematic universe, and I really struggle to understand why they couldn't figure these movies out.
I like Black Widow. I saw it 3 times.
Did you? I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god, I think it might be the worst of the Marvel movies.
I'll see it in a couple of days.
War of the Dark World still holds that one.
The Dark World is still awful. Hulk is still terrible, just phenomenally bad. But
no, wait. Describe exactly what a Mary Sue is supposed to be, because I don't think I agree with that. I mean, I've heard it before. I know what it is, but I don't. Like, what do you mean? What is a Mary Sue supposed to be?
Basically, if a female character is really strong, then it supposedly matches up to some story where the female character was too powerful. Basically,
no, I mean that's not exactly what it is. Only that the Mary Sue is supposed to be an author insert, and therefore sort of armored with a level of plot armor. I'm not sure I agree that Captain Marvel's a Mary Sue either. No. Just because I don't know who the self-insert would be. I mean, unless there's a Disney or Marvel executive we don't know about. But like, there definitely, it is a bad writing style to say this character can't have any flaws or any challenges in everything that they approach. They just win at. That just doesn't make a good story. And so,
but
I mean, she doesn't.
She doesn't. That's the whole thing. I mean, the thing is, though, she went through that ship. It's the ship. But remember, he's an Eternal.
Yeah, but I mean, Captain America, who's just a super soldier, was able to hold his own against Thanos too in the Infinity War. So the power differential between Captain Marvel and Captain America is massive, planetary scale difference.
Well, yeah, but you remember though. I mean, ultimately Thanos, cuts his shield into pieces and tosses them. He tries to headbutt Captain Marvel, and that doesn't go so well.
Right. I mean, but her performance against Thanos really seemed underwhelming compared to everything else that she's done in the entire time that she's been on the screen throughout the, since her movie.
Well, right. I mean, again, for me, it's the fact that Thanos is supposed to be ridiculously powerful. If anything, they're not showing Thanos to be as strong as he really is, or they were inconsistent in showing how strong he really is.
Well, that's
and so that I could see. And when you think about it, she was actually getting it off him, and what did he do? He took the Power Stone out of the glove and whacked her with it.
Yeah, that's what it took. That's what it took to
But
right to knock her out of the peg.
she was beating him. You know,
And then Scarlet Witch is Magneto's daughter.
well, in the comics, not necessarily in the MCU.
We'll see.
We'll see. The thing is now, well, and that's the other thing too, because I remember somebody else that they were complaining about her, and I'm like, look, Scarlet Witch is powered by the Mind Stone, and Captain Marvel's powered by the Space Stone. They're basically powered by two of the most powerful things in the universe. So, and actually, the people who were right were saying that Scarlet Witch was underpowered, but thanks to WandaVision, that's no longer the case.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, and also, I mean, she really did better against Thanos than anyone else.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
she fucked him up. And I mean, it was just like, yeah, no. I mean, I've seen some of those YouTubers that talk about the comics and stuff and the movies and all that. And yeah, from what I understand is yeah, they're gonna. She's the villain in the upcoming Doctor Strange movie.
At least initially.
Yeah, at least initially. And I think as they bring in, because they're supposed to be filtering the X-Men in, I don't think it's going to happen all in one shot. Logan and Xavier, Charles Xavier, are like the first to kind of show up in the MCU. But I think eventually, yeah, it'll be revealed that Wanda's father is Magneto.
One thing that's I think kind of interesting is that I was talking to a friend of mine earlier. That's why I was late coming on. he saw the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer, and he liked it, except he didn't like the way Doctor Strange was portrayed. And I said, well, that is actually atypical of how because he was kind of flippant in the trailer. And I said, and that has led to a fan theory that that's not Doctor Strange.
That's not Doctor Strange, right? And again, it's something else that we'll see. So, I mean, it's kind of cool to have those theories out there because it generates more interest. Kind of builds the hype behind the movie, and hopefully it lives up to the hype, even if the theories are wrong. And that would be cool, but
Yeah.
And I kind of agree. I mean, I know when people criticize Captain Marvel, a lot of people then see that as being, well, it's just because that she's a female character that you don't like her. And I think in some cases it is. But also, all the other characters, they showed this journey that took more than one movie to get to a point. And with Captain Marvel, they did it in a movie. It was just like, bam, here she is. Which I think in the case of most superhero movies is fine. In the MCU, though, that's not normally how they do things. And
that's a fair criticism. I think that's fair.
Right. It was just far too fast to like, okay, here she is. And then, when you become accustomed to the way Marvel structures their movies and their stories and how they're all intertwined, and it takes years and years and years for things to unfold, like 12 years, I think, between Iron Man and Endgame, or 11 years, something like that. I mean, to have somebody like Captain Marvel be like, one movie, boom.
Yeah, but I don't think that even makes sense because Joe Johnston was able to really thoroughly sketch out who Captain America was in the first Avenger. Iron Man in 2008 gave us a pretty good idea of who Tony Stark was. Even Doctor Strange's, single, standalone movie, they did quite a lot to kind of display his flaws and take him on a journey and really show who he was at the beginning and who he became. And it really feels like both Captain Marvel, and there's been a couple others. I think Hulk also is a movie where they really failed to develop the character well, but they fell down on the job. They really weren't able to create a character who stuck with audiences or had a really well fleshed out personality, and it harmed the the introduction of her into Endgame in lots of
I
ways.
think in like the case of Steve Rogers and Tony Stark, that there are stereotypes of men that are at play that are acceptable to do in movies and to speak about in public. You have the billionaire playboy who's kind of a douchebag, and that's okay to do that, to portray that, to say that. The goody goody Captain America, it's okay to be that and to do that and to say that and to portray that. You cannot do. It's very difficult to do.
But how do you explain
to
Wonder
stereotype.
Woman? I mean, the DC's first Wonder Woman, which really navigates the same sort of territory as Joe Johnston's first Avenger.
She's a well-established character that we all know.
Yeah, but not to everybody. And within the context of the movie, she's an original character. Like all of these movies.
I agree. I agree with Joe. I mean, she's a well-established character that we all know. I mean, from past movies, from multiple TV series, from years and years and years on cartoons.
I never watched any of the June Carter Wonder Woman. It wasn't
Linda Carter.
Linda
Carter.
But there was also the Justice League and
the Saturday morning cartoons.
Several other cartoons.
None of those were.
She said, but I mean,
you personally.
You personally, but I mean, as a society.
But I'm saying that the creation of the character with Patty Jenkins and Gal Gadot in the first Wonder Woman is an original character for the screen. And it may have some baggage for lots of people with all the previous versions of the character.
Well, I don't know.
For me, and it's a clearly well-developed, emotionally relatable version of that character.
Right, but they didn't do a lot of. I don't think they did a lot of development. I mean, she didn't go through a big arc, really.
Oh no,
but you were familiar with her from the
Yeah, but I've read Captain Marvel comics.
But you were familiar with Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman you saw before, though. She was on
No, I didn't watch BVS. Fuck that movie. I didn't even try. No goddamn way am I going to watch that. After I saw Man of Steel, I was not going to fork over any money to see. No, God, no.
Well, but she was
no.
So I mean, but that's
I didn't watch the Justice League in theaters either.
Really, I did. I watched.
I'm
I have
a Zack Snyder hater.
I have a list of problems with all of these movies. I've got a list of problems with. I still enjoyed them.
Well, the thing is, now as far as the DC movies, the only movies I saw in the theater was Wonder Woman, and Aquaman.
I want to see Wonder Man.
Aquaman was a cool movie.
I'll say that Shazam was fantastic.
See, I didn't see it because it looked hokey to me. So that's why
it is a little hokey. It's very earnest.
It's cartoonish. It's cute.
It is a bit cute, but it actually has some genuine heart to it. I mean, obviously with the characters, it's an interesting movie because I mean, obviously, spoiler alert if you don't know who Billy Batson is, but that version of or that Captain Marvel, Shazam, is actually like a 12-year-old boy in a man's body, and they played with that premise very well. And of course, the director comes from YouTube. That's one of the things I think is fantastic. Is that guy was making YouTube horror films before he finally got a chance to do.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. Shazam was fun. Yeah, like Vegas. Yeah, Shazam was fun. I enjoyed Shazam. I also enjoyed the end when they had Superman, but they only showed him from the neck down.
Right, because they couldn't get Henry Cavill.
But I mean, there's talk of Shazam being and not just him, that entire group of whatever the hell they are to be in the DC universe in the future. But I don't know if there's going to be much of a future at all for the DC universe. It seems to have just kind of fallen over itself and
I think DC's
rolled
so
over
much
and
better
died.
off if they don't do a contiguous universe.
I
If they
agree.
just stick with Elseworld story, if they keep Joker and the Batman as separate kind of films, or maybe the Robert Pattinson Batman and the Joaquin Phoenix Joker might meet, but you don't have to have this big contiguous universe. Um, I'd be happy if Shazam and Joker and all the other stuff take place in different
Yeah,
iterations, different
Yeah.
interpretations.
and
They
I
can't,
can't.
can't be able to duplicate what Marvel has done.
And quite frankly, the idea of Robert Pattinson as Batman just sounds so fucking ridiculous to me.
Well, I think it's Batman Year One, which that would make sense. Batman's very young; it's his first year as a superhero. It's That's a story that people have been saying that they will tell for a long time, and they kind of have never gotten to it. Um, I
I
mean,
just,
they
I just, I just, he just does not have the gravitas to me to play that role.
Yeah,
Uh,
possibly that's going to be the case. I don't know. It'll be
so
interesting to see.
Vegas, here's the thing, and actually, and they actually fucked that up with what's his name, Jared Leto. He was awful.
Yeah,
And actually, it's funny. That friend I mentioned to her son that worked with him too on something. He said, "Yeah, he's like a fucking. He's just as weird in person. You know, like all the shit he was doing. Like he thought he was being method by sending people like dead rats and shit. Like that's not the Joker. The Joker's not just random bullshit. The Joker actually has. There's a plan, even though he says he
yeah.
likes to say he has no plan. You know,
Well, he has a trick he's playing on everyone, because the basic concept for the Joker is that he is actually the only sane person in an insane world,
right?
and his jokes are about pulling back the curtain and making everybody else see the reality that he sees. And I don't know how sending used condoms and dead rats to co-stars has anything to do with that.
Exactly. I mean, to me, I was mixed on Nicholson as the Joker, but to me, I mean Heath Ledger. It's funny because I didn't see the movie in theater, and I really regret not seeing The Dark Knight in the theater. Then when I actually I saw clips on YouTube, and then I ended up picking it up on streaming, and I was like, holy shit! I mean, even if you don't like the rest of the movie, just his portrayal alone is worth double the price of admission. It's like, to me, this is one of the best portrayals of any character in any film in any era.
Mm, yeah. It's interesting. Green Machine mentions the Watchmen. I'm again known hater of the Zack Snyder Watchmen, just because Zack Snyder is one of those people who doesn't only not get the point of the source material he's adapting, but he so aggressively misses the point that he makes a movie that conveys the opposite of the original intention. And that is absolutely the case with both The Watchmen and his version of Dawn of the Dead, which was, just a complete, really heresy.
Yeah. What's really funny is, I mean, like most people I know didn't like the Snyder cut, but I do know some people who thought it was really good, and I was like, it's so funny the way it kind of there's a split. People either loved it or hated it, um, and I've seen people talk about why they think it was good or not good, um, but it's just kind of bizarre that there's that because I and even I know people who didn't like, and they said, okay, there's certain elements of the Snyder cut that they like they see where he was going, and that would have been cool if it was done correctly. But people who like it, I'm kind of like, and after hearing both sides, I'm leaning in the Snyder's an idiot camp. So
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, addressing reading The Watchmen, I mean, one of the things about reading the graphic novel or reading the comics is that Dave Gibbons did these panels where every panel on the page is a mirror of the page before it. There are aesthetic things that were done in the novel that are just not replicable in film, deliberately so. Both both the author and the artist kind of collaborated. The Watchmen is specifically designed to show the way the comics medium can be utilized to tell a story that cannot be utilized by any other medium. And that's why in many ways it's impossible to adapt to film, because film can't do the kind of mirror trickery, the sort of just the framing of things are very specific to the way comics are read and the pacing of comics. But then the other things is that the things that the comic are talking about, the way Owl thinks of himself as this really heroic character, but he's also impotent. He's got this gut that he's developed. He's an old guy who's past his prime, and he can't get it up until he goes and beats people up in an alley.
Damn.
Like, it's about people who are broken and pathetic and have massive egos and can't see themselves for who they are. And Zack Snyder saw all that, and he's like, no, but they need to just look cool. Let's get rid of everything that's pathetic about them. Let's make the rapist not a rapist. Let's, there's just all this stuff that Zack Snyder misses from the book, because he wants all the characters to be cool. He wants them to look awesome. He wants the fight scenes to be amazing. And instead of the violence being an example of how these superheroes aren't helping anyone, they're just beating up people who are, in bad economic circumstances.
Right.
Instead, he wants to have these really elaborate, awesome fight scenes that are in slow-mo, and completely missing the point of how the violence is used in the graphic novel. So it's just, and of course, Dawn of the Dead, same thing, a movie that is explicitly anti-consumerist and really looks at the alienation of modern humans in this setting. And Zack Snyder's like, let's just have a dead baby in a mall. It's just, I don't know. That's my main problem. I'd be happy if Zack Snyder made his own movies and never adapted anything. But then all you'd get is Sucker Punch, which is one of the worst films he's ever made.
That's funny.
Sorry, I know I'm harsh critic on Mr. Snyder. I'm sure he is got something redeemable about him somewhere.
Well, maybe not. You never know. It's hard to tell. You never ever know. Oh, I'm fading.
Yeah. I've got a bunch of emails and stuff to we don't normally do a 5.5 hour show.
No.
That's a little extreme.
Well, especially since we started earlier today, earlier than normal. But well, it's good seeing you. Glad you guys hung around long enough for me to spend some time with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thanks everyone who stuck around the bulk of the time. Catch you next week. I don't know, probably not same bat time, but definitely same bat channel. And see you on the various tubes.